Good morning, everyone. If you could all start to make your way to your seats. It is 9 o'clock, so we want to go ahead and get started. I have Katie here in the room who's going to give us a safety briefing, and then we'll welcome our online audience. So I'm going to hand it over to Katie.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Katie Kirschner. I'm a business continuity analyst here at the ISO. And just for the next couple minutes, I'm going to give you a quick actions needed during a shelter-in-place, lockdown, evacuation, or medical emergency. So during any emergency response event, you'll see and hear alarms that may go off. A public announcement system will also instruct on the situation and any next steps to take. Our ISO staff receive emergency notifications on their phones so that they can help in any way during an emergency. If it isn't safe to evacuate due to hazard, we ask that you stay where you are, seek cover if needed, and wait for further instructions. Additionally, if we need to lock down, we can engage all the doors using a key on the red placards. And please know that our highly trained security guards will mitigate any threat and to keep us all safe. In the event of evacuation, please stay calm and follow ISO staff to the visitors parking lot and northern evacuation zones, and doors to the cafe will lead you to our southern evacuation zones. If you're not feeling well or need or see a medical emergency, please say something to our ISO staff. They'll notify our security guards who are trained in first aid and AED so that they can call 911 and also render any aid until first responders arrive. And then final note, restrooms are through the southern facing doors. And then you'll take another right and signs are on the left. And on behalf of the ISO emergency response team, thank you for trusting us with your safety and hope you guys have a great time.
All right, thank you, Katie, for giving our safety briefing. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Day Ahead Market Enhancements Stakeholder Workshop. My name is Isabella Nicosia, and I'll be facilitating today's web conference and helping out here in the meeting room. Before we get started, I just have a couple of housekeeping slides to go through. So Brenda's going to help me go through these. So the call today is being recorded. The recording is for informational and convenience purposes only. So any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. And then if you need technical assistance at any time during today's meeting for our virtual audience, you can go ahead and send a chat to our event producer. Our event producer today is Silas. So for our in-person attendees, we are going to take Q&A. We have a limited number of mics here in the room, but we do have some handhelds. So we will go around during Q&A with the handhelds. So just raise your hand if you have a question and we'll get you a mic. For those in the audience, please be sure to use the microphone to ask your questions so that the audience on the phone lines can hear you. And then also remember to introduce yourself by stating your name and your organization. And then for our virtual audience, if you have a question, you can raise your hand using the raise hand feature in Zoom. We'll be keeping an eye on that throughout the call today. And then you can also send your question via the chat. And you can send that to all panelists or you can send it directly to me. Again, my name is Isabella Nicosia. So the agenda for today, in just a second, I'm going to hand it over to James and George here. And we'll kick off today's discussion with the conceptual description of potential zonal design and continue our discussion from last week's workshop. And then that'll take us up to lunch. We'll break for lunch for about an hour and then hand it over to Vistra for a detailed zonal proposal as well as additional context on downward products. And then we'll turn it over to SCE. Jeff Nelson will be joining us virtually for that presentation, and we'll go over the congestion, capacity, and considerations from SCE. And then that'll bring us to our conclusion today, and we'll wrap up and go over some next steps. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to James Friedrich, and he'll kick us off. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks everyone for being here, and good to have this meeting in person to be a little more collaborative in spirit. So I just wanted to tee up George. Before I do, just wanted to break down a little bit about what the plan is from the ISO to present today. We're going to have George lead us off with a discussion about an alternative zonal approach that we'll discuss to highlight what the pros and cons of the approach are relative to the existing approach within the CAISO final proposal, and use it to stimulate some discussion about some of the differences there. After George goes, we're going to have a continuation of the discussion from the last Monday's workshop, in which we didn't have time to get through all of the slides. So we'll go through in detail the slides that we missed and added a couple of new slides on ancillary service deliverability and issues around, let's see, how the uncertainty requirements are distributed, things of that nature. So, based on some of the comments and questions that we got at last week's meeting, we sort of flexibly tried to accommodate the things that we thought people would most want to hear about today from the ISO's perspective. And then finally, the last portion of it, we will preview from the ISO's material for tomorrow, what information we might get out of tomorrow's meeting, so that you know what to expect. So with that, I will turn it over to George.
Good morning, welcome back to the ISO. Good to see you all in person. So I put together a few slides last night to present some material strictly for discussion purposes. So this is not some official proposal from the ISO. Actually, we didn't even have enough time to vet it internally. We're moving all at a very high speed here. But the intent of this material is to present ideas about how a viable approach for procuring imbalance reserves could take place without relying on enforcing transmission constraints in deployment scenarios, right? To see the other side of the coin here. And to start going down this, I thought that it's useful to cover some preliminary information to describe what these deployment scenarios are, what they do, and why they are proposed in the day. So when we refer to deployment scenarios for imbalance reserves, these are basically simulations of imbalance reserve being deployed in real time to address materialized uncertainty. And we solve those along the base scenario of balancing demand and supply. So we have the base scenario and the two deployment scenarios, one for imbalance reserve up and another for imbalance reserve down. They're all solved simultaneously and they're co-optimized in the DAME proposal. So the deployment scenarios look like preventive contingencies. It's the same concept. Preventive contingencies are enforced and solved along with the base case simultaneously. So that's the concept. Now, of course, we cannot enforce all possible deployment scenarios that could potentially happen in real time. So we only select one. We select a conservative scenario that targets the 97.5 percentile of the uncertainty materializing in the imbalance reserve up scenario and the 2.5 percentile for the imbalance reserve down scenario. So essentially what we procure for. So the simulation assumes that all the uncertainty for which we target for, it actually is going to materialize in real time, And then we deploy all the imbalance reserve upwards in the deployment up scenario, and all the imbalance reserve downwards in the down deployment scenario. And we find a solution in which the flows, the energy flows on the grid with that deployed capacity does not violate any transmission constraints. So we do this to assert that the procurement of imbalance reserve awards are deliverable with respect to transmission constraints. Of course, as I said earlier, we only enforce one scenario. We don't have the ability to enforce multiple scenarios for all possible combinations that uncertainty can materialize on the grid. But this is not the real objective of the deployment scenario, really to make sure that everything is deliverable with respect to any congestion that may materialize. That's not the scope. The scope is really to have a mechanism for the market not to intentionally award imbalance reserve to resources that are constrained behind transmission constraints, which would render the imbalance reserve award undeliverable in real time because you won't be able to dispatch it. It will violate transmission constraints. So if you don't have this mechanism of deployment scenarios with enforced transmission constraints, the market will do exactly that. It will actually award imbalance reserve to resources that are behind transmission constraints. And the reason for that is the opportunity cost of reserving energy to procure capacity from a resource that is constrained is very low because the constraint depresses the LMP at that location. That's the function of the transmission constraint. It has a marginal congestion component that is negative for resources that cause congestion, and that decreases the LMP, which is a signal to reduce the energy production at that location because it causes congestion. As the energy LMP is decreasing, also the opportunity cost for procuring capacity at that location is lower. And if the resource is fully constrained to the extent that you cannot get any additional megawatt without violating a transmission constraint, you could have a situation where all the capacity above the energy schedule is basically unusable. So it has a zero opportunity cost. So in a market where you co-optimize energy and ancillary services, and you want to minimize the overall cost, obviously the market will select these locations to award capacity because the opportunity cost is nil. So the market is going to do something that we really don't want. We don't want the market to award capacity to these resources that are constrained. The result is a nice low-cost outcome because you have almost zero opportunity cost at these locations for procuring the capacity, but it's also a largely useless outcome because you won't be able to rely and use these awards in real time. Now, we have seen that. In the first implementation of the flexible ramping product. Back then, we didn't have deployment scenarios, if you remember. And then we found out that this exact effect was happening. Actually, the ISO has performed an intensive analysis and published the results after when we had observed the flexible ramping product working like that. And the outcome of this analysis is that almost half or even more of the awards, the flexible ramp awards that were procured at the time were undeliverable because they were behind transmission constraints. And that led to the flexible ramp refinements project, where we introduced deployment scenarios in real time for that. And this is currently in production. So you can see that we learned our lesson from the flexible ramp product.
Yeah, I think, it's also important to note on the workshop last week, there was a contention that, Imbalance reserves are quite a bit different because you have capacity bids for imbalance reserves where you don't for a flexible ramping product. But I think, as George was pointing out here, the optimization will be looking at those capacity bids as well as the opportunity costs for those resources in the day ahead market. So you do still have that issue in the day ahead market that we're seeing in the flexible ramping product as well.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, that's very important. You may have bids, capacity bids for imbalance reserves, and always you have the price for imbalance reserves being the higher of the bid for the product or the opportunity cost. And of course, because energy is always more valuable and more expensive than capacity, you'll have the phenomenon that the opportunity cost is more important and more is higher when it sets the price for imbalance reserves. So we expect probably the same outcome in imbalance reserves if we don't have deployment scenarios. Anyway, that's a discussion about deployment scenarios to know what we're talking about. We're going to go into the next slide here. Do I control this? Thank you. All right, so to answer the question, how could we come up with a viable alternative of a procurement mechanism for imbalance reserves that does not rely on enforcing transmission constraints in deployment scenarios? So for this, we can take some lessons from how we procure ancillary services today. We do a regional procurement of ancillary services. Obviously, we don't have deployment scenarios for ancillary services. We're still concerned about the deliverability of ancillary services awards, but we haven't ventured into enforcing transmission constraints in deployment scenarios for the deployment of ancillary services. So how we procure ancillary services, we use ancillary services regions that are usually constrained areas in the system. They're constrained in the sense that the zonal boundary has limited transmission capability for either imports into the area, if it's an import constrained zone, or exports out of the area, if it's an export constrained zone. So for ancillary services, of course, the import constrained zones that matter, right? So what we do for the ancillary services is we define the zones and we manage them as they potentially could change as the system conditions change. And we make the assumption that the limited regional transmission interface capacity is used solely for energy. So we realize the fact that energy is more important and higher valued than capacity. And therefore, we don't even attempt to co-optimize between energy and capacity, enforcing that zonal interface constraint. We make a leap of faith that, even if you try to co-optimize it, the result's going to be used for energy and it's not going to be used for capacity, because that will be the expected optimal solution. So if that's the case, then you don't even need to enforce any transmission constraint for that. You make the assumption that you reserve the whole capacity of interzonal transmission there for energy. And then you say, oh, well, if I cannot bring any ancillary service or any capacity in general from outside the zone, then I have to meet the zonal requirements from resources within the zone. So that's what we do in ancillary services, and we could be doing the same for imbalance reserves. Essentially, define constrained regions in the system that they have limited transmission capacity getting in or getting out of. And we could even use the existing ancillary service regions that are defined in the ISO Balancing Authority area, speaking about the ISO by BAA. And essentially, we calculate what is the imbalance reserve requirement in these zones, and we procure imbalance reserve to meet that requirement from resources within the zone. So, for example, for imbalance reserve up, in an import constrained zone, if we cannot reserve transmission capacity on the boundary to have imbalance reserve coming from outside to meet requirements in the zone, then in the procurement of imbalance reserve up, we have a constraint in the market that says that the zonal requirement for imbalance reserve up can only be met by imbalance reserve awards within the zone. You can meet more than that because you can export. The constraint is in the import direction, right? So you have a constraint that has a minimum requirement for imbalance reserve up that meets the zonal requirement. And the opposite works for imbalance reserve down. That is for export constrained zones, right? So for export constrained zones, you have to meet the imbalance reserve down requirement now within the zone from resources within the zone. Again, it's a minimum constraint. Now, one very important aspect here, and again, it goes back to the viability of this alternative approach. We want it to be viable. When we calculate the requirement, the imbalance reserve requirement for these constrained zones, you really don't want to calculate the requirement based on historical data for that zone section of your historical data, because you will lose an important aspect of the benefits of the procurement of imbalance reserve at the BAA level, which is the diversity benefit that you have within the BAA. So, and you can think of this as me thinking out aloud here, okay? So as I said, this is just material to stimulate discussion, okay? So I'm not proposing anything, really these are ideas. They just come out of my head. Think of it this way. And because we didn't have the chance to also internally vet all of this. Okay. So the idea here is we want to preserve the diversity benefit at the BAA level. And we are set up our system to calculate imbalance reserves or uncertainty requirements at the BAA level. So we want to preserve that. And then from that BAA level requirement, we want to calculate a regional requirement for these imbalance reserve regions. So how we can calculate that is with the method of distributing the imbalance reserve requirement from the BAA level down to nodes, and then bring it back up to calculate the imbalance reserve requirement for these zones by basically summing up the requirement that was distributed to the nodes that belong to that zone. Now, in the proposal for the deployment scenarios in DAME, we do have a distribution of the imbalance reserve requirements at the BA level. It's done for a different purpose there. You need to distribute down to the node because you want to enforce transmission constraints. So you want to have a full visibility of where your uncertainty that you're simulating lies. You could be using the same distribution method, or we could enhance it, have a different approach, but some sort of a distribution of requirements down to the node and then back up to the zone will give you a zonal requirement for imbalance reserves that will drive the procurement of the imbalance reserves for that zone and still maintain the diversity benefit at the BA level. Of course, we'll open for discussions, but I'd like to go through this presentation short first. So let's go to the next slide, please. All right. So yes, we could avoid enforcing transmission constraints in deployment scenarios by having essentially a zonal procurement of imbalance reserves within the BAA. Does it mean we can ditch the deployment scenarios altogether? If it was only DAME, the answer is yes. Yeah, we don't need deployment scenarios. We're doing zonal procurement at the BA level and at the zonal level. But we have to consider EDAM. So in EDAM, we have multiple BAs interconnected and we're co-optimizing across the whole EDAM space. And we do need deployment scenarios for the transfers, because the co-optimizing of transfer capacity between energy and balance reserves is the highest contributor to EDAM benefits, okay? As we showed you in examples during the workshops that we had last year on EDAM, because the optimal solution for procuring energy and imbalance reserves or any kind of capacity results in using your lower cost energy resources for energy first, and then awarding capacity to whatever is left, which is higher energy cost resources, right? That's your most efficient outcome. Because, again, if you meet your energy requirement, the additional capacity that you have on your resources above the energy schedule has a very low opportunity cost for capacity. Actually, it's free capacity mostly, right? You can use it to procure capacity. It doesn't cost you anything at this point. Now, you cannot always do that because those capacity requirements, some of them, they have strict ramp capability requirements. So you may need to go back to some of the resources that you want to use for energy because they have low energy cost, but they also have high ramp capability. You may need them to procure some of this capacity that has high ramp capability technical characteristics and requirements. And in that case, you will have an opportunity cost for reserving some of the capacity that could have been used as an energy schedule to procure the capacity. And this is what creates the opportunity cost that you see being part of the marginal price for the capacity. But in general, you want to use your lower energy cost resources for energy, and then the rest of them can pick up the capacity awards. So how does this play out in EDAM, where you have multiple BAAs interconnected and you have transfers among them? Well, you see the same effect, which we showed you in examples, in the workshops. You can have lower cost resources in a BAA that are scheduled for energy and are scheduled for energy in excess of that BAA's energy requirement, right? So now you export energy, right? The energy that is exported is actually displacing higher energy cost resources in other BAAs. This is your energy transfer benefit, right? Now, this may leave the BAA that's exporting energy short in meeting its capacity requirements because you're actually using all the resources to procure energy to send out. But the displaced capacity in the BAs that receive this energy, because as you receive this energy, the resources that are higher cost, they're going down, right, to receive this energy. That creates additional capacity on those resources. Now you can procure capacity from these resources and bring it back to the BA that's exporting. So now you have energy transfers going one way and capacity transfers the opposite way. And that's your most efficient outcome that you will see in EDAM, right? It's the most efficient use of transmission. You use it for energy in one way and for capacity in the opposite way, which means that if in real time you deploy that capacity, you actually back off the energy schedule of the transfer that was scheduled in the day-ahead market. Now, you want this outcome to be there in your market solution for EDAM, okay? You don't want to lose this very important benefit. So how can we capitalize on that, right? Capacity transfers, they only exist in the deployment scenarios, okay? The concept of a capacity transfer is not there in the base scenario. You only have energy there. So if we're going to have a market solution that results in this outcome, you have to have a deployment scenario to model the capacity transfer. So this is sort of like a hybrid approach that I'm putting in front of you for discussion here, where yes, we are not using transmission constraints for inside the BAAs in the deployment scenarios, but we still use the deployment scenarios for the transfers, for the capacity transfers. And we will enforce the transfer scheduling limits, making sure that we're not oversubscribing the rights, the transmission rights that are released in EDAM, right? So this is an important aspect. So it all comes down to interties between BAAs, because we also have to enforce the ITCs at the interties, scheduling limits, because they do constrain transfers as well. So you have scheduling limits on the transfer and scheduling limits on the interties, but no physical transmission constraints inside the BAA. So this is the the dichotomy if we want to separate the approaches here. All right. Let me have the next slide. So to put everything together and have a comparison, all right, between these two approaches, and this is not supposed to be pros or cons. These are just salient features that are different between the approaches I'm highlighting here, just again for discussion purposes. So the left column is what we have in the Dame proposal, and the right column is what I loosely call here a hybrid approach for discussion purposes. So in the Dame proposal, as I said, we're using a conservative deployment scenario in which the entire target of imbalance reserve requirements materializes and we deploy the full array of imbalance reserve awards, okay? And then we enforce transmission constraints, making sure that when this scenario plays out in real time, we don't have any transmission constraint violations. That is, all the imbalance reserve awards are deployable. There are some concerns, though, that this simulation of real-time conditions in the day-ahead market may not pan out in real time. It's the extreme percentile scenario for which we procure imbalance reserves. Most of the time, you won't have all that uncertainty being materialized, which means that perhaps not your transmission flows that you simulate under that scenario are actually going to happen. Maybe the congestion that you will see in the deployment scenarios in the day ahead is not going to be there in real time because not all that uncertainty materialized. So there are some concerns that perhaps virtual schedules can arbitrage the fact that there is congestion in the deployment scenarios in the day ahead that doesn't materialize in real time. We do have deployment scenarios in real time, but the uncertainty in real time is much lower than the uncertainty that we have in the day ahead. So there is some concern there that maybe we're creating a situation where the convergence that we expect from virtual bids, it will be disturbed with this design. Now, there is no such concern on the hybrid approach, of course, because we don't enforce any transmission constraints in deployment scenarios. Let's go to the second line. For the Dame proposal, we need to make some adjustments and some work to collect congestion revenue from what I call deployed capacity flows. We need to collect that so that we can have the congestion offset as a whole, and in the case of the ISO BAA, to continue funding the CRRs for whatever can flow on the grid, either on an energy-based scenario or on an imbalance reserve deployment scenario. So we have worked out those details, but it's additional work that needs to take place. This issue does not exist in the hybrid approach because there are no observed deployed capacity flows other than on interties, of course. So we still have to do it for interties for the ITC, but not for physical congestion inside the BAA. So it's much less work. Going to the third row. So as we said that the scenarios that we're using in the proposal, they're conservative. It's a conservative approach to assure deliverability. And it's looking at all possible congestion that can materialize in that single conservative deployment scenario. In the hybrid approach, that is not the scope. The objective of the hybrid approach is not to address all possible congestion that could materialize in real time. It's only focusing on constraint, on the interface of constrained zones. That's what you're focusing on. And if you assume that there is no transmission constraints inside the zone, all right, or not frequent transmission constraints outside the zone, and the only mechanism that you worry about deliverability is the boundary of constrained zones, then it does a good job resolving that problem, right? Now, of course, some awards may still be undeliverable because you may have congestion materializing on the grid that is not on these zonal boundaries. So that may reduce the confidence in operations. So we may still have some out-of-market actions to handle this, like what we do today in RAC, right? The objective of DAME was to substantially reduce those out-of-market actions and bring them in the market. So the hybrid approach takes a step in that direction. It doesn't go all the way, but it has a different objective, right? So I'm just laying them out. Anna, I was planning to take questions afterwards, but please. Yeah, I'm thinking out loud and I can't stop. So let's go to the next line here. So there are concerns about the performance hit that we will have in the DAME proposal for managing congestion in deployment scenarios, because this is in addition to the transmission congestion that we're dealing in the base scenario. So these are additional constraints that we have to handle, maybe 3 times more, right? So, and that concern is particularly important if you're going to model preventive contingencies and nomograms in the deployment scenarios, because now you're tripling all of that. So you have a big system to solve, right? And also within them, you add additional network that you're solving under the market, more BAA. So there are concerns that maybe this problem is too big for the ISO to solve, right? In the hybrid approach, obviously you don't have this problem, all right? You don't care about contingencies in the deployment scenarios because you don't even have transmission constraints in the deployment scenario. So you just go over that all together, all right? But you have another complexity though. You have the complexity of defining and managing imbalanced reserve zones. For imbalanced reserves, this is a lot more complicated than the ancillary services zones. In the ancillary services zones, you just simply associate resources with the zone because we only care about resources. In the imbalanced reserves, because we said that we need to distribute the imbalanced reserve requirement down to the node and bring it back up to the zone, it's a lot more than resources. You have to associate C nodes in the network with the zones. And that means that this process is another checkbox in the network model upgrade process, which has already enough boxes. So there is some complexity that we're trading between those two methods, okay? And also, you're required to manage your historical data too, the distribution, if it changes, if your zone changes, depending on the method that you will use to distribute the requirement. Going further down, in the DAME proposal, because you're enforcing transmission constraints in the deployment scenarios, you have to apply local market power mitigation methods for these scenarios, which could potentially mitigate imbalanced reserve bids as well, right? So there's a concern that, oh, well, now we have a lot more mitigation and a lot of new elements that are coming in the well-known concept of LMPM because we're doing a lot more mitigation and how this is going to take place and everything. In the hybrid approach, you don't have LMPM for deployment scenarios because you don't enforce transmission constraints to deployment scenarios, okay? Again, it's only transfer and ITC. These are scheduling limits. Very simple. The shift factor there is 1 or -1. Right, so it's very, very easy to do that. However, there are concerns about potential zonal market power mitigation that you may need in these imbalanced reserve zones because we said that we're going to procure the imbalanced reserve requirement in the zone only from resources within the zone. That is a reduced volume of capacity and suppliers in that zone. So there may be a market power mitigation issue in the zones. So we need to obviously develop some zonal market power process. We don't have that process today, so that will require stakeholder engagement. Going to the next slide. The next line deals with the complexity that you have in settlements and the cost allocations. And I'm not ready for this one. Thank you. So in the DAME proposal, because of the fact that you have binding transmission constraints to the deployment scenarios, you have contributions from the saddle price of these constraints to both marginal energy and marginal imbalance reserve prices. All right. Today, we have mechanisms for getting the marginal congestion component of the LMP out of the energy price because we use it for congestion offset, we're using for CRR funding. We have to do now something similar for the marginal congestion component of the imbalance reserve marginal price. Okay, so there is some complexity in that, and this all has to do with how we allocate the cost of imbalance reserve product. You have different elements of complexity in the hybrid approach. Here, the complexity is coming from the fact that you have multiple price contributions to the marginal imbalance reserve price that comes from the zonal procurement, which is hierarchical. You have higher zone procurement too. It's the BAA, all right? Or you may have even multiple layers, but let's think simply for a moment. You have zones and then the BAA level. This is hierarchical. So you may have contributions to the price of imbalance reserve awards within a zone from the zonal procurement and then from the BAA procurement. Okay, we have seen it in ancillary services too. That also creates complexity in how you're going to allocate the imbalance reserve cost. You may have to do two allocations. You may allocate the regional cost to the region using your same concepts for imbalance reserve cost allocation, and then go to the BAA and allocate again the other cost at the BAA level. So there are some complexity elements there too. I'm not sure exactly how James is going to do, but I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun. We go that way. And finally, the last row here, this may be important. The DAME proposal is actually consistent with the FRP procurement in real time because we're using exactly the same model. We're using deployment scenarios in the day-ahead market. We're using deployment scenarios in the real-time market. The hybrid approach is actually inconsistent with how we are going to procure flex per run product because you don't enforce transmission constraints in the day-ahead deployment scenarios. I put that in parentheses deviations because I want to answer the question, so who cares? Who cares if the approach is inconsistent? They're different markets. We procure imbalance reserve one way, flex per run product the other way. There's no problem, right? Well, there is a problem because we have actually linked these two products, right? At least the 5-minute ramp capable portion of the imbalance reserve is linked with the flexible ramp product because it can be converted to flexible ramp in real time. And there is a deviation settlement between the two, okay? So if your imbalance reserve product converts to flexible ramp product in real time, you won't see that deviation. Now, if we don't have transmission constraints in the day and we procure imbalance reserve that is on resources behind constraints, these constraints are going to be seen in real time. They're going to be enforced. So now you will not get flexible ramp award. That product is not going to be converted to flexible ramp in real time because it will be infeasible in the deployment scenario. So now you'll have a deviation going from imbalance reserve to flexible ramp, right? So you may be exposed to some deviation settlement here. So, and I'm going to stop here and open up for discussion. Yeah. Yes.
Thanks, George. Is this working? Yeah. Steve Greenleaf, Brookfield. Well, you've done it. You talk so long that I'm not sure if you answered my questions or not. You may have, so apologies. Going all the way back to the beginning, just real quickly on the way the CAISO deploys the ancillary service zones today, is that done on a daily basis based on operator discretion and they expand the zones or not? Or is it done on a more automated basis based on anticipated congestion?
And of course, there's no simple answer. But I'll start by saying that the ancillary service regions are defined in the master file, okay? So they're quasi-static. They're not changing all the time.
They're all defined
Yeah.
in the master file, but on a day-to-day basis, they're sometimes, right, you expand
I'll
the
get to
zones
that.
or not? Okay.
So normally, they're staying put. We procure ancillary services with a minimum requirement that meets the ancillary service requirement within the zone that is set up by certain operating procedures and stuff like that. Now, what happens is that if you have scarcity, conditions that are, you have scarcity in the procurement of ancillary services, then there is a dynamic reconfiguration of the ancillary service region. Some of them are merged together. And I don't know this very well, because it doesn't happen very often. And when you hit scarcity, then we have a mechanism where we can dynamically redefine the ancillary service region. So that obviously affects the results. So probably you're referring to that.
So would you see it working the same way for imbalance reserves, just as far as the,
I hope we're not going to hit scarcity issues for imbalance reserves. So I think this may not be an issue. So when I was thinking about this hybrid approach, I didn't want to go down this path. I wanted to have well-defined zones for imbalance reserves and not have the complexity of these dynamic reconfigurations. These are going to be a nightmare when you come to allocate costs afterwards.
yeah.
So I'd like to avoid them at all costs. If they are necessary, then we'll think about it. We have already done something similar for ancillary services. I'm not very fond of it, but we'll when we hit it, we'll think about how we can go about it.
Okay, so it's not a case where you're seeing really the need for operator discretion exercise on a day-to-day basis and prior to
Right,
the market.
right. No, we
Okay.
want to eliminate, no, I can't say eliminate. We want to reduce substantially the operator involvement in the market. So I mean, the whole objective of DAME is really to reduce the out-of-market actions.
That's what I was hoping, but
Yeah.
okay. And then very quickly, my second question, I think you said, at least your initial thinking or musing is that for in an EDAM context, the zones would be on a BAA basis or a BA. Those would define the zones, and you
The
would
zones-
ignore internal congestion to those zones.
They will be more granular than the BAA. So you can have, for example, in the ISO BAA, you
Okay.
may have several import constrained and export constrained zones in parts of the system. The import constraint, we know them, right? These are your LRAs. There are already procedures there for meeting supply, for meeting demand in these regions because you have limited transmission capability. And if you have a constraint, that makes it very tight.
So you would split the BA. I'm
I'm
thinking
not splitting
outside.
the BAA, but you will consider sub-BAA zones that result in a zonal procurement in the zone. So essentially you have an hierarchical procurement. You meet the requirement of the zones and then the BAA outside. So you do it simultaneously, right? You still co-optimize, but of course you cannot bring external imbalance reserve up to meet imbalance reserve up requirement in an import constrained zone. So you handle your constraints in such a way so that each zone is standing separately for its own requirements, but they're still part of the BAA for the procurement of.
Okay, all right, thanks. And then lastly, very quickly, going back to the DAME proposal itself and the nodal procurement. And you may have answered this in prior sessions and I can't remember, but the fact that EDAM BAAs are self-providing, for example, ancillary services, in the context of your deployment scenarios for IRP, does that complicate any things, not necessarily knowing the dispersion of ancillary service procurement within those BAAs?
So because we don't optimize ancillary services for EDAM BAAs, we're just taking their self-provision and the requirements. We make sure that the requirement is met with the self-provision when we perform the resource sufficiency evaluation, but it ends there. The self-provided capacity is reserved from the resource capacity. So even if there are energy bids that they go into that, we don't use them. So we make sure that we're not going to actually schedule anything on top of these ancillary services self-provision.
So those are kind of locked.
They're
once-
locked.
Okay.
They're locked. So do they have an impact? Yes, of course they have an impact because they limit the rest of the capacity of the resource for co-optimizing energy and imbalance reserves, but that's quite all right.
Okay.
It's the decision of the SC for the external resource on how much capacity they will designate for contingency reserves.
And you'll know, obviously, because it'll be resource specific. You'll know
As a
the
resource specific,
disbursement.
yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
George, let me just add something here, because I think you have a underlying question about how we handle congestion under the current construct of the AS services. The regions are static, they are defined. Yes, they are defined in the master file, but we also enforce those in a fixed mode in the market. They don't change dynamically as conditions change. When you refer to the redefinition of the AS regions that we have, that is a mechanism that only triggers when we have a scarcity. And that mechanism is just to partition the defined zones into smaller zones to avoid overlapping, mainly for pricing mechanisms. So, but this is not driven by congestion in any sense. Now, when there is congestion, the operators face the challenge that, yes, I have AS procuring certain region that cannot be delivered because it's stranded. That is when there is a mechanism for the operators to basically manage manually that condition. It's not through the redefinition of the zones in the system. They are basically by operator actions that they have to basically block or make sure that that resource in that stranded region cannot be procured AS moving forward. That is what we call the blocking of the AS or the buyback of the AS.
Okay, thank you, Guillermo. And I know, George, you said, at least with respect to the scarcity conditions, that's not frequently triggered. Is that, I'm thinking of in years past, just with whether it was Path 26 congestion and the operators were by necessity needing to disperse, right? AS, at least at a minimum between MP and SV 15, right? And that was due to that congestion, right?
Not necessarily. I think we are mixing two concepts here. One is the management of the congestion conditions to address AS procurement versus the inherent nature of having a scarcity. Scarcity may happen regardless of congestion.
Right.
And that is just because you may not have enough bids to provide for AS, as simple as that. When it comes as to how frequently that scarcity condition happens, for the day-ahead market, I think you can count with one hand how many times have happened for the last 5, 10 years. It's very infrequent. It is more frequent in the real time because conditions change. Units get rated, we lose some resources, and that may be more frequent, but still a very small percentage of occurrences. That said, is inherent to the scarcity condition that not necessarily is driven by congestion.
All right. Thanks, Gil.
Question in the room from Kelly Wells.
Hi, this is Callie Wells with WPTF. Thank you, George, for putting this together. And honestly, I'm still trying to digest what you just walked us through. So forgive me if you've already answered my questions. So I think actually having this side by side is really useful for a couple of my questions. So the first one is, I thought I heard you explain under the hybrid approach that you'll create these zones or identify these zones, but then there's still a need to distribute the requirement down to the nodal level. Can you help me understand why that's needed under a zonal approach?
Yes, so this is a mechanism to calculate the zonal requirement by doing a top-bottom approach, going down from the BAA requirement, distributing it to nodes, and then back up from the nodes that belong to a zone to come up with a zonal requirement. The rationale for doing that is that you start from the BAA requirement that has all the diversity benefit, instead of trying to directly calculate the zonal requirement using historical data just for the zone, which basically will deprive you from the benefit of the diversity at the BAA level. Maybe there are other ways to do it, but I'm thinking that we have already a mechanism for that in the design. We might as well use it for that purpose. It's a different purpose than the one that is used in the deployment scenarios, but it still can serve its purpose for calculating the zonal requirement.
Okay, I think I understand where you're going there. Yeah, we'll think through whether or not there are other approaches to that. it sounds like maybe the trade-off that's being made is maximizing the diversity benefit. And so you're wanting to still use that approach. We'll think through maybe some other ways to kind of
Yeah,
set a zonal
and as I
requirement.
mentioned, I mean, the methodology for the distribution, yes, we use one that, we proposed, and it's simple because it's using concepts and values that we already have in the system. We're using low distribution factor, we're using VER forecast, but that doesn't mean that we cannot think of something perhaps better. I mean, we're not closing the door to that. It's, as long as it's something simple and effective, why not?
Okay, yeah, I get that that's the starting point for this conversation. I appreciate that. Okay, so the second question I had, and then I'll see if I'll give time to other people in the room too. So I want to understand on the DAME, obviously we've been talking about the local market power mitigation, and for the hybrid approach, you're saying that there's the need for some sort of new market power mitigation approach because it's by zones. Thinking back to this whole conversation about setting it up similar to AS, have you guys thought about why not just keep with the bid cap as the market power mitigation approach for zonal, at least maybe initially, as a very easy starting point? So you don't have to you don't have to reinvent the wheel here.
Yeah.
It's an effective approach. So did you guys give any thought to that, or is there a reason why?
No, as I said, we didn't have, the time to vet this internally completely, but, whenever you segment the market and you have the procurement of a capacity or whatever product from a limited number of resources, and these are constrained zones, they're much more granular than the BA level. And now that you have an actually availability bid for this product, the imbalance reserve, there are market power concerns being raised because of the potential limited number of suppliers in the zone. So they may exercise market power through their bids. And this is a concern that you may need to address.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have for now. I'm sure I'll have more as I digest this a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we do have a chat question and then 2 on the phone line. So in the chat from Petter, do you have to do calculation of uncertainty on a nodal level for both approaches?
On the nodal level, it says? On the zonal level?
Nodal level.
Okay, so again, the idea here is to maintain the diversity benefit that exists at the BAA. So in this hybrid approach, my proposal is to start with the BAA requirements and distribute them to find out the zonal requirement rather than calculating directly the zonal requirement from raw historical data, just for the purpose of maintaining the diversity benefit. That's just the reason for it. So we wouldn't do calculations of uncertainty directly at the zonal level. We'll derive them from the BAA level.
Thank you. And then let's go to Stuart Kelly on the phone line.
Can you hear me okay, George?
I can hear you, Stuart.
Yeah, thanks very much for putting this matrix together. It's particularly helpful, George. A couple of points that I take from your hybrid proposal. There's still out of the market actions, but obviously the out of the market actions extend now beyond the CAISO operators to BA operators, which I think is particularly concerning. You do mention that deliverability is assured in the zones. I do wonder under certain conditions or edge cases if that's always the case. But you mention in the comparison there's increased complexity, there's inconsistency with a flex ramp product. There's complexity, as we know, defining the zones, and those zones I would assume should or more like will change as additional EDAM participants are added, and it won't probably just stick to a BA concept there. And there is a need for market power mitigation because I feel that if there's just a bid cap per se, there's the potential for gaming, and we're going beyond the opportunity cost right up to that bid cap. So while I appreciate the hybrid proposal, I think we're lacking the data that supports moving in that direction. I think we're moving away here or considering alternatives to the DAME proposal without actual data to say that the DAME proposal as it stands just is not going to cut the mustard. So I'm a little bit concerned moving into this process here that we're already moving away, whereby we don't have the data moving away. And as a result, and given what you've outlined, at least initially, we may get into more detail today, at least for startup, I support sticking with the proposal and gathering the data and letting the data drive the changes that may be needed. But again, thank you for laying it out as a matrix here. It's particularly helpful.
Yeah, one benefit that I can say that the hybrid approach has is that you know, it still has the deployment scenarios in the design. So supposedly, if we go live with that and we see problems, that we have actually frequent transmission constraints, either inside zones or even outside zones that they're not captured by the zonal procurement. You have the ability to go and enforce transmission constraints or the ones that you're concerned about because you still have the deployment scenario in the software. So it provides some flexibility that you can start with the zonal approach and see how it goes, collect data, and maybe it's perfect and we don't have to touch it. Or maybe it backfires the way the FRP procurement backfired several years ago, and we may need to do something more than that. This approach actually gives you the ability to go in and start enforcing certain transmission constraints if you're concerned. If you see them being binding if you see them being overloaded at the deployment centers because you're not enforcing them, but you can monitor them. And then it gives you more information about not having deployment scenarios at all. Then you don't know, you go blind, like you don't know what's going on. This method will actually give you more information about which imbalance reserve awards could be not deliverable because you're actually monitoring. You can monitor and see if the constraints in the deployment scenarios, although not enforced, are violated. That gives you a key indication. So we can actually collect very useful data from this and then pivot as we may need to. So it provides quite a bit of flexibility in that respect.
And I appreciate that. You're balancing that flexibility against, operator actions out with the CAI. So increased complexity, inconsistency with FlexRAMP, and complexity in defining the zones. And that's certainly something that's worth thinking about. It may actually present the data that I'm striving for, quite honestly. I do accept, on your slide, I think the one thing that I have a concern about is the actual performance hit with the DAME proposal. That is of great concern, for sure. But as I say, I appreciate you laying it out. Looking to hear more, maybe if you think that is a better starting point in terms of data. But for me, how we look at startup is extremely important, in doing the startup correctly with the right amount of market power mitigation is of absolute importance, versus when there's maybe 4 or 5 entities actually participating in the market. But I appreciate you giving me the time. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's go to Josh Arnold.
Good morning, George. This is Josh Arnold. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Josh Arnold, PG&E. Again, as Stuart just commented, thank you very much for the side-by-side comparison. This helps considerably. I do have a question on the last item, the consistency with FRP procurement. It sounds like in your discussion and in previous discussions that you are trying to maintain an explicit connection between these imbalance reserves and ultimately, in fact, the reliability capacity as well, with the flexible ramping product procurement process, but I'm wondering if there's already enough of a connection through the implicit association of these awards with the real-time muster offer obligation. And I'm saying that because as we've talked in the past, I'm concerned about the explicit association on the settlement side, especially with the clawback payments that have been proposed. And I'm just wondering if the implicit real-time MOO is sufficient to, in your thoughts, to just support the much more detailed and much more accurate flexible ramping product, and if we need to maintain this explicit connection in the day ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Josh. Are you thinking something like ex post penalties for? I mean, I'm trying to figure out.
Well,
you're asking for something.
Yeah, as we put in our comments before and in various emails, what I'm looking at for the association between the two is that I see IR much more as like a flexible RUC product as opposed to a flexible ramping product, because it can be used for so many different things within the real-time market. It can be used for flex ramp, it can be used for energy, it can be used for congestion redispatch in terms that congestion does, of course, realize in different ways. It really just provides a depth and liquidity to the market as a whole for the entire benefit of the market, not just for flex ramp. So I'm just concerned that this need to associate to enforce an explicit association between flexible ramping product and IR procurement is a bit overkill, and it does show up in the settlement process with the buyback in the event that an award is not procured. Sorry, an IR award is not dispatched in real time for either flex ramp or for energy. There is still that buyback provision that I'm not really supported.
Well, thank you, Josh. Now for the rest of the group here to recap, to provide some information here. This link that we established between imbalance reserves and flexible ramp was because we see that these products are doing essentially the same thing. Yes, they are not exactly the same, but they provide basically a remedy for uncertainty that may materialize in real time. The imbalance reserve covers the uncertainty from day-ahead market to FMM, and the flexible ramp product covers the uncertainty from FMM to real time. So there was some concern back in the DAME stakeholder process that we're procuring this capacity in the day ahead, which is we want to address real-time uncertainty, and we pay for that capacity. And then that capacity, or at least a portion of that capacity, may be converted to a flexible ramp product, continuing its function in real time, and then we pay it again as part of the flexible ramp product. So are we paying for the same service twice? There was this question. So to address that question, we proposed in the DAME design for the settlement of this product to link them in the sense that whatever from the imbalance reserve converts to flexible ramp, then you continue providing the service and you keep your day ahead payment, right? And if the portion of the imbalance reserve does not convert to flexible ramp product, then you have a deviation settlement because we have to buy the flexible ramp to cover the uncertainty from some other resource. So there's a cost in the system. The same concept that applies to the deviation for energy, but it's a little bit stretched in the case of imbalance reserve and flexible ramp product because they have different ramp capability. So that makes it a little different. So that's the reason why we link them. And of course, from what you have heard, not everybody's on the same page. There are different opinions on that. We can have a discussion on this if you want.
Yeah, George, I would very much like to have a discussion once we formalize more the approach going forward, be it nodal, zonal, and all the rest. We've been hoping to have the discussion with you guys for quite a while, but thank you.
You're welcome, Josh.
Okay, we have one more question in the room and then one more over the phone line. So let's take the one in the room.
Hi, this is Steve Keene from Southern California Edison. Looking at this list, I think it's really good you're putting this stuff together, but the one thing that I think would help us decide maybe which is going to be a better way would be some data on some of this stuff. So, for example, the performance hit for managing congestion, okay, how big is that going to be? Can you, can we look at what we think that's going to be? And I'm looking at like what going forward with this product. It strikes me there's kind of two reasons for the IRP. One is to hit the intra-hour ramping, and the other is the unexpected sort of stuff. Well, if I'm right with that, then that inter-hour ramping is something that's probably going to occur, reasonably likely. So that's kind of a measure of like what might happen almost every time. And then the other type of imbalance, just the random stuff, that's what's going to be, you're not going to be able to predict too well. So when you look at maybe, what's going to happen with these deployment scenarios and how much they're going to impact, knowing what the relative levels of those two types of the imbalance that you're buying for, I think that might be an important piece of information to determine how likely it would be that we're going to see this, maybe phantom congestion, how likely you're reserving capacity on the transmission system that doesn't get used. So I think that would be one piece of information that I think would be pretty useful. And there are others as well, like in terms of going from day ahead to the real-time congestion. One of the things I see there is, I think when you're in real time, it's probably a lot easier to expect where the, what the imbalance is going to be, because your predictions on the renewable resources and on load and stuff are, a lot more determined. A lot of that variation has kind of already settled out, and you know where things are. So if you're buying day ahead and you're looking at that imbalance, how good an estimate of that are you getting, and how does that compare to what you then see when you do the FRP? And I'm not sure, but one of the things that I think would be really interesting to see is how accurate you're measuring that the day ahead imbalance energy, and does it correspond to what you're seeing? This is the basic version of, you're saying what you get in IRP is going to roll over into FRP. Is that really possible? And how likely would it be if you're doing the nodal versus the zonal? Does it make a difference in terms of how likely it is you could roll those resources over into the FRP in the real-time basis? So I think, that's one thing I think we at Edison would like to see, is some more information on this. How much, the other thing are just some basic things like how much of this IRP are you trying to buy day ahead? Because that's one thing that we don't have a good handle on. Are we talking about, 1,000 megawatts an hour? Or are we talking about 5,000 megawatts? And we just don't know. So those are some numbers that we'd kind of like to see. I think that would be helpful in addressing, this is all your table there is qualitative. If we could put some numbers on those, I think it might be helpful.
Very good question, Steve. Now for the requirements, I think we have published something in the past. A number like 4,000 megawatts comes to mind. James, can you recall?
So I'm on the internet trying to get the exact name of the document and when it was posted, but somewhere around January of 2021, we had a document called Day Ahead Market Enhancements Analysis, and one of the analyses that was done was for the CAISO BA to look at, sort of backcast what the historical imbalance reserve requirement would have been using historical data, and I think that was applied for the year 2021. And I seem to remember average requirements around plus or minus 1,500 megawatts. So if you give me a second, I can look at the data was published in the exact. But just to be clear, that's only for the ISO BA, and we've had other, potential EDAM entities ask us, could we do similar calculations for our BA? And we're working closely with some to get the data that we need, but we currently don't collect that data naturally to be able to make those similar calculations without some additional help. So we're trying to work on that.
Okay, we have one more caller over the phone. So let's go to Petter.
Peter, you have been sent a prompt to unmute yourself. Please unmute and ask your question.
Hello, George. Do you hear
Yes.
me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, first of all, this is Peter from SGM. This is excellent presentation. I really appreciate you putting this hybrid approach next to the current DAME proposal. It's very valid idea, and you know, just to remind everybody, that's how currently CAISO works, because you are enforcing intertie limits for combined energy and also the services in both directions for regulation up and down, spin and non-spin. So this makes a lot of sense. Now, to have fully objective comparison, we really have to have very hard, important elements of both approaches. From that point of view, in your current table, I don't see that last item to be relevant for this discussion, because no matter which method you go, you have to make it consistent between day ahead and real time. So, yeah, I understand that you did something in real time, and if you go for a hybrid approach, you have to change in real time, but for direct comparison approaches, that's not, I believe, relevant at the moment. Now, another aspect of this discussion, which is very important, is what I asked in the chat, and I kind of didn't get the direct answer I was looking for. In current locational deliverability, you have to do nodal calculation of uncertainties. You have to. In the hybrid approach, you said, well, it's good to use what we have and do bottom up. But for the accuracy required in this approach, you don't have to do that way. You don't do it currently for contingency reserves on a AS region level. So I think that should be you know, a separate item in this comparison where you say a significant complexity in calculating this nodal level uncertainties for the proposal, and then much simpler approach to calculate zonal requirements for uncertainty, and then, you know, there is no need to distribute to nodes because you're not doing locational delivery. So that's very important. The other item that is very important in this list, performance hit for managing congestion in deployment scenarios, I would add, assuming the same quality of security operation of the resulting day-ahead market clearing, which means have similar level of enforced constraints from either base case or contingency cases. So we don't lose on the quality of the solution because of increased number of binding constraints that we have to manage down to the current cap that you have in the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Just one comment on the uncertainty requirement of the zone and the node. So even in the DAME proposal, we're not calculating the uncertainty requirement at the node. We really distribute to the node from the uncertainty requirement we calculate at the PA level. And
yeah, that's what I call calculation, George. Do you distribute or somehow you have to figure out how much you have to put in each node. So right. Distribution for me is the same as calculation. It's happening in some program somewhere. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
But you have to have that nodal number for local approach. You have to. For zonal, you don't have to.
So I want to distinguish the requirement for ancillary services, contingency reserves, for example, with the requirement for imbalance reserves. For contingency reserves and ancillary services in general, there's no diversity benefit really. The requirement is set. Doesn't matter how you carve the network, the requirement is set, right? It's a NERC requirement. It's a function of your generation and load schedules. But for uncertainty, it makes a difference because now in uncertainty requirement calculation, we're actually getting historical data for the forecast error for load and for verse. So the wider the area is that you collect historical data and you calculate the forecast error, obviously there's cancellation across a greater area, and that's what gives you the diversity benefit. So in that way, the uncertainty requirement is different than the ancillary service requirement. You want to pay attention to the diversity benefit in the uncertainty requirement calculation. You don't have that issue in ancillary services. It's the requirement is easily set. Thank you.
I will have to disagree with that, George. As we know, based on experience with load forecast, initially CAISO was looking to 3 zones, coastal areas. And then because of difference between coastal and inland, that had to split in further down to more areas. Similar impact is of uncertainty because uncertainty is driven by solar mainly. And you can kind of associate that very nicely with some areas, not just BA, you can go deeper than that. So you can do a reasonable good job in assuming what would be uncertainty requirement for some area that is kind of similar weather-wise like low forecast. So those correlations are quite strong and you can get reasonably good results for what we are going after. Now, one thing that I would also like to mention in this comparison is that this hybrid approach is something between the current approach for contingency reserves, which doesn't have this deployment on interties, actually has a CAISO, that is actually better than the pure zonal approach that has some deliverability on interties, but performance hit is not as large as full locational delivery of this product. I think that would be a very good item in the hybrid approach part of the table.
Yes, thank you, Pedro. That's true.
Yeah, this is Greg Cook with ISO. I just wanted to make a couple of observations on the discussion we've had. When George put this together, I think we were really looking at, is there an approach we can take that could move towards zonal without losing the diversity benefits? Because I think the diversity benefits are critically important, not only for the ISO, but I think really for EDAM as we go forward, which really means that we have to be able to transfer these requirements between balancing authority areas. And that comes down to, I think, how this was designed is where we're still calculating those uncertainty requirements at the BAA level. And then instead of distributing those and procuring those through nodes, which in our current DAME proposal, we would be distributing those to zones. So, I think if we were to calculate the uncertainty based on the zones, the downside of that is you're going to end up with a much higher imbalance reserve requirement because you're not getting that diversity benefit. So you're going to have much higher cost. And that was one of our big concerns. And then, from a policy standpoint, when we think of this, there's really a spectrum we can be looking at, right? You've got the entire EDAM footprint on one end of the spectrum and nodes on the other end of the spectrum. And we're trying to see where's the best balance in between there. This approach that George put out is kind of more, close to the BAA level. We break up the ISO since it's so large, maybe down to the AS zones, but it's still pretty large zones is the way I would look at this. And there's pros and cons to doing that. You may be adding simplification on the market side, but then you're adding complexity on the operations side. So those are some things that we really have to consider. Like today with our zonal AS approach, our operators have to look at the day ahead market results every day to make sure that those AS awards are deliverable. If they're not, they have to block those AS awards. Under a zonal approach, they would have to do the same thing now with imbalance reserves to make sure those could potentially be procured behind constraints within the zones. I want to be clear on George's slide here. It says deliverability is assured only inside constrained zones. But correct me if I'm wrong here, George, but what he means is from the optimizations perspective. That's not from physics perspective. So when we're looking at physics, there still could be resources trapped behind constraints within those zones that the operators are going to have to look at those results and potentially block those awards. And that's also going to start to increase costs because now we're going to have to re-procure those imbalance reserves now once you get into the real-time market. So there's some big inefficiencies associated with that as well. So there's a lot of trade-offs on this as we go forward. And then from a policy standpoint, again, looking at that spectrum, if we wanted to go more granular to try and reduce the amount of occurrence of that, where you would have imbalance reserve procured behind a constraint in the zone, you start, really it starts getting much more, there's a lot of policy issues there too. Do you have the same zones in the summer as you do in the winter? Because there's obviously very different congestion patterns. Are these dynamic, or do we make them static? And then if so, you know, where do we want to draw that line? Because it's really that trade-off again between how much operator action are we going to need in order to support the design going forward. And so, you know, I think there's real trade-offs between these different design approaches. I think, you know, the one we have here is at least trying to retain that diversity benefit to the greatest extent possible, which, you know, again, think is, you know, critically important, because we don't maintain that, I think we're really losing out on a lot of the benefits of EDAM itself. So, you know, I think that's something important we need to keep our eye on. So I'll stop there.
From Edison again. I want to follow up. I'm not really understanding why you can't like do zonal.
Hello?
Yeah, is this on? There. Steve Keen from Edison.
Hello?
I'm not understanding why you can't really do the zonal and ensure that the diversity benefit is there. I mean, if you can do a diversity benefit to the BAs, I'm not really understanding why you can't then do it to the zonal. And that's one. And the other thing is, I guess, one of the things that strikes me with this is like comparing the two. Part of that's going to depend on how good you're estimating these imbalance energy, you know, how good your estimate of imbalance energy is. And when you're taking it all the way down to nodal, I think if you're doing that and then, you know, solving the system on a nodal basis, if your nodal estimates of imbalance energy aren't very good, then, you know, you may run into those same problems where you get, you know, it's not deliverable, that there are, you know, things that arise that make it undeliverable, especially, you know, if you think about the potential for large changes due to the VERS, you know, if that part's wrong, because those are actually nodal, but also just if the load is different. And I like what you said, George, where, you know, maybe we need to think of a better way to allocate it down to nodal. I guess what that raises to me is that, you know, would it maybe be simpler to estimate, you know, could we do a better job of estimating what the imbalance energy needs would be on a zonal basis rather than going all the way down to nodal? And if we're getting a better estimate on that zonal basis, would that allow the procurement to be more accurate? I mean, are we putting in basically, if we're doing the nodal, are we putting in a false level of security because we think we're going to have something that's deliverable, but because the estimates of the nodal imbalance energy needs are off, we end up with things that, you know, it ends up not being really any better.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, just to clarify here that the calculation of the, I still call it distribution. Anyway, at the nodal level of the requirement is only a mechanism. It's a tool to calculate the zonal uncertainty as a derivative of the uncertainty at the BA level, which will maintain the diversity benefit. It's already baked in what you're going to distribute to the zones. Going to the node first instead of the zone directly is just a specific mechanism. You can, like, for example, for the load portion of the uncertainty, you can say you go on load ratio. Well, that's exactly what you're doing by going to the node. You're using the load distribution factors. That essentially is the load ratio. So it's just a mechanism. The distinction we want to make here is that if you attempt to calculate the uncertainty requirement directly at the zonal level using historical data at the zonal level, using the forecast error at the zonal level, what happens is that during your study period, you collect this historical data. Obviously, you have fewer samples of data at the zonal level. So your 97.5 percentile of your uncertainty regression, of your forecast error regression, will give you a much higher value for the zone than if you do it over the BAA, where you have a lot more sample data. So your regression is a little smoother. That's because of the diversity. So that's the benefit that we're trying to capture in this approach.
couldn't you do essentially like do both of them and then come up with an adjustment or something? What I'm thinking is depending on how you pick your zones, if you're picking a zone that has an awful lot of renewable energy in it, like if you have a zone that has, you know, a ton of wind, okay, that's probably going to have an awful lot of variability. If you have another zone that is, you know, almost all load, you may be able to do a much better job there. But,
Sure, sure.
you know-
You're correct. I mean, there's more uncertainty in a zone that has a high content of variable energy. And if you calculate directly the uncertainty requirement, you will come up with a large uncertainty requirement for the zone. And if you translate that to a requirement for a zonal procurement, now you have a high level of uncertainty to meet in that zone. It's a pure zonal design, if I want to say it, but it will come with a high cost, and the concerns are raised for zonal market power mitigation. Now they're highly amplified if you have a higher volume of uncertainty to meet with a lower volume of supply in that zone. So it's a trade-off, right?
Then I go back to my previous point, which is maybe what we need is some information. You know, could the ISO provide some information on, you know, what are you calculating as the imbalance energy needs for a BAA? And then, you know, what would it be for these zonals? And is there a way we could adjust the zonal so that, you know, they do take account of this imbalance energy? And I mean, you know, it may be the case that that's where you get some of this congestion, because it may be that a zone has a lot, like you said, a lot more variation. But if you can't get any energy into it, if it's an import constrained zone, then, you know, if you look at that overall level and you're procuring imbalance energy to what you think you need for the BA, you may not be getting enough in that zone if you can't import into it anyway.
You're correct. Again, it's all about a trade-off and a compromise between accuracy, complexity, and cost. Right?
George, it's Callie Wells with WPTF again. I was actually going to hold off on some of these deliverability questions. It looks like you're going to get into it a little bit more in the deployment. Do you want me to wait until after the
No, I'm
discussion, or
done.
go ahead? Oh, sorry. It looked like the upcoming slides kind of go into the deployment scenarios a little bit more.
That's you.
All right. So James, do you want the questions, or do you want me to ask George? Ask George.
Ask him now,
I
yeah.
guess there are more comments. So I think this is hitting on kind of one of the things that we've been struggling with, and really trying to make an informed trade-off decision when it comes between, you know, the nodal approach and a zonal or subzonal regional approach, is when it comes down to distributing the uncertainty to the nodal level so you can do the deployment scenarios. And the idea there, and I think it's the third line up there, is the idea is you guys want some sort of assurance that it'll be deliverable in real time, not necessarily in day ahead. You're using day ahead as a proxy. But if you get to a point where the way the uncertainty is distributed in day ahead actually might cause something that looks like it's deliverable in day ahead, but when you go into real time, it materializes completely different. How good of a proxy is that? And I think that there's a couple factors into that. One is how you're doing the uncertainty distribution in the first place. And the second, you know, whether or not it takes into account location, variation in location, you know, coastal solar uncertainty versus valley uncertainty. And then the second one on that is the just day ahead to real-time conditions. We know there are different markets. You've got virtuals and day ahead, real time you don't. So how does that play into it as well? And actually there's a third one. It's the uncertainty level, right? It's 97.5%. Do we really want to use that amount of uncertainty, assuming that amount of uncertainty is going to materialize when day ahead's really a proxy? So I think those are some of the trade-offs that we've been kind of thinking through as well. And obviously it sounds like doing something for the zonal approach, something we might be giving up is a level of diversity benefit. So it's kind of comparing those two and really thinking about it. So that's kind of what we've been thinking through. I'm not sure if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, as I said, we have the door open on the particular methodology for distributing the uncertainty requirement. We used things that we have already in the system as a first approach. For load, we use the load distribution factors. It's really what we use in real time and in rack to solve the system. We use the same factors. That's how historically, based on the state estimator solution, the load distributes. So we use this for the load. So sounds reasonable. For the variable energy resources, we use the VAR forecast, which basically says, it's a pro rata distribution of that portion of uncertainty based on what your forecast is. There's probably other ways to do it, realizing that the location where the VAR is situated has particular weather conditions that make the forecast more erratic in that location. So if you have data on that you can actually use to come up with a different allocation mechanism that captures that salient feature of VAR forecast error in different locations on the system, there's potentially an improvement on that. And, we'll look into that. We're not really setting things in stone here. As we have also said with the flexible ramp procurement methodology in the FRP refinements, we're always looking for potential improvements to methodologies that we use. What was your other question? It was
level that you're assuming, and then just differences between the day ahead market in general and real time, and how, the fact that it's clearing bid and supply, bid and load and virtuals.
I remember now, whether it makes sense to enforce a scenario where the entire level of uncertainty that we procure for is materialized. Yeah, so on this one, there are thoughts that maybe you're procuring for the 97.5 percentile. Maybe that turns out to be 4,000 megawatts, whatever it is, but maybe we don't want to simulate the entire 4,000 megawatts of uncertainty materializing. Let's say we do half. That is really driving your objective of what you want to accomplish with the deployment scenarios. If you have all the uncertainty materializing, then you make sure in the deployment scenario, you want award capacity that is behind constraints for all of your awards, for all the whole volume. If you do a 50% deployment scenario, you only secure the deliverability of 50% of your awards. So it really depends on, again, it's a compromise of what you want to accomplish, right? It's you're setting the parameters, okay? We decided to go for the 97.5 percentile as being the target for imbalance reserves. Then you say, okay, you also want to have the awards being deliverable. Okay, so having a 97.5 percentile materializing, having transmission percentage will give you that. Can you back off from that? Yes. What do you give? You give some deliverability. So it's always a compromise between how you set up your goals, right? So we have to consider all of this and agree to something that makes sense, right?
Yeah, and I think that's the big question, right? Is how much do we want to hedge in the day ahead that we know for sure what level of uncertainty is going to materialize, and we know for sure where it's going to materialize. Because, right, you have all the downstream effects that it'll affect pricing, it might affect virtual bidding, cost just in general. So I think that is the big question. And so that's hopefully where these trade-off conversations will help us make that decision.
But whatever it is, we have to wrap it up soon, though.
All right. Okay. So we have about 5 more minutes for questions. We have one in the chat and then a couple in the phone queue. So we'll get through as many as we can in the next 5 minutes. But I'll start with the one here in the chat. What assumptions did NREL make about IR deliverability, procurement, and distribution/deployment in the ACR 188 study? There was a significant benefit, about 60% attributed to the IRP. It's important to know what assumptions were made.
I'm not familiar with the details of the study. If someone of my colleagues is, maybe they can take that question.
Here, I'm going to hand it over to Anna.
Thank you for the question. And the study in the NREL paper, I think that you're referring to, this is Anna McKenna from the California ISO. Sorry, I forgot to announce myself. It's referring to the energy strategy study that was done that we, where we did look at the diversity benefit you get from the flexibility product. Not specifically how we're proposing the product, but having that ability to get the flexibility across the system. That previously was not included in some of the studies that were done. So I think with regards to that particular study, it did not look and evaluate specifically our deployment scenarios or our methodology, but it did determine that the flexibility across the larger footprint provided greater production cost reduction throughout the system. That's my understanding as to how that was conducted.
Thanks, Anna. And Jessica, if you have any follow-up, if you want to enter the phone queue or send a chat. Okay, we'll move to our last question or our last caller from JK.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, George. First of all, I really appreciate you did the thorough comparison between the DEMI proposal and your hybrid approach. So when you introduce this hybrid approach, and when the other stakeholders ask a question, I mentioned several times that when we move to the zonal or hybrid approach, there may be a compromise of the diversity benefit. And I do have a little different thoughts there I would like to share. I feel like the hybrid approach, the way we introduce it, having the zonal requirement and respect the transmission modeling between the zones is similar to you have the nodes aggregated, and then zones represents like an aggregated node requirement. Is that a right way to think about it?
Yeah, essentially, you're right. I mean, with the zonal procurement, you write an equation for the procurement of the balance reserve within the zone from resources within the zone. You're not looking at any network in that procurement. You don't care where the specific requirement distributes, in which node in the zone, or which is the exact location of a resource that provides the service for meeting the zonal requirement. You see it all as an aggregate node, right? This is your zonal level procurement. You have to meet requirements in that zone from resources within the zone. They're all in the same location. So it's like you're ignoring the effects of the network.
Right.
And that's what it does. And I want to clarify again that in the hybrid approach, by using the uncertainty requirement that we calculate at the BA level, we bake in the diversity benefit in that amount before we distribute it to the zone. So we're careful to retain the diversity benefit with this approach, but of course we are also compromising a little bit the amount of reserves that you may need within the zone if you were calculating the zonal requirement directly from historical data.
Right. That's how I understand. So as long as you still have the BA level requirement, the BA level diversity benefits will be retained. But what you're saying, a compromise of the diversity benefits will be the diversity benefits within the zones. But then I think about it again, because it's more like an aggregated node approach. When we have the requirements distributed to the nodes itself is more scattered than the zones. So it seems that there will be like even less diversity benefits if we use the nodal approach. Is as what WPTF said before, right? So if one area or one node has more uncertainty likely to be realized than the other nodes, then procuring for that node does not ensure any deliverability and does not really have any diversity benefits can be shared to the other nodes. So what I'm trying to say here is we do believe that deliverability is a very important topic, but having a different distribution, like even have the zones, say imposing a higher requirement for one zone than the other is not necessarily a bad thing. It could give you like more accurate procurement for that zone because it's actual need for the uncertainty in real time. So if the CAISO decides to go for either nodal or zonal, like even stay in the nodal, considering a different distribution, not as it is now like proportionally based on the day ahead forecast, might be something to consider.
Yeah, for the DAME proposal, the distribution is a tool that will help you formulate transmission constraints, right? This is the only reason why you do it. And again, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, really the objective is not to try to guarantee deliverability for all possible congestion patterns that may materialize, but we want to have a mechanism so that the market does not intentionally award capacity behind constraints. So the way you distribute may affect the congestion pattern, you may affect the binding set of constraints. So it will have an impact in that, obviously. And again, as I said earlier, we are open to potentially different distributions that may be more effective than what the simpler one that we proposed. Now, on the hybrid approach, again, the distribution is a tool, and there you don't need it for formulating constraints, but you need it as a mechanism to calculate or to derive the uncertainty requirements for the zone from the BAA requirement. So in both cases, this is a tool. And of course, you know exactly how you design that tool. You may have different outcomes. So we'll have to agree on what makes sense and what is easy for implementation. Make sure that we don't design something extremely complicated, right?
Right. I do have another follow-up question if we still have time.
Yes, no, maybe.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you. So I understand that we have the procurement for both upward and downward direction of the imbalance reserve during the same hour. CAISO explained why it is necessary, and I agree with it on the zonal level or on the BAA level. But when it's distributed to the node, it's kind of a counterintuitive that one node will have the upward and downward requirement at the same time. So like, you know, if we have the nodal approach, it might make sense for one node only procure for one direction at the same during 1 hour instead of procure two products simultaneously. It makes sense for whole BA have the two products at the same time, because you know somewhere may have an upward movement and somewhere may have a downward movement in real time. But on nodal level, it is kind of counterintuitive. So yeah, if you can please comment on that, it would really be helpful.
Sure. Yeah, this is tricky. You have an assumption that when uncertainty materializes, it will materialize either in the upward direction or in the downward direction. And you choose to enforce a scenario that is in that direction specifically. So we have two scenarios, one for positive uncertainty materializing and one for negative uncertainty materializing. We solve them together. These conditions are not going to happen at the same time. So you can see them as preventive contingencies that we solve them together. So basically different scenarios that uncertainty can materialize in different direction. Now we don't formulate and solve a scenario where you can have potentially positive uncertainty materializing in this part of the system and negative uncertainty materializing in another part of the system, because we have already included the diversity benefit of those canceling error forecasts in the calculation of the BA requirement itself. So when we're targeting the 97.5 percentile of, let's say, upward uncertainty, that upward uncertainty regression outcome has already regressed through the forecast errors, through the historical forecast errors at the BA level, where already the diversity of positive uncertainty offsetting negative uncertainty in different parts of the system is already baked in. So that's why in the deployment scenarios, we're only looking in one direction, because we know that the diversity benefit is already baked in for canceling forecast errors. Does that answer your question?
I didn't think about it, but thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome.
That's all the questions we have for now. So thank you, George, and we'll hand it over to James Friedrich.
Okay, so some of this material is going to add on to the discussion already, so that's good. So hopefully some of these slides you won't find too repetitive, but just adding on to the context here. But just so it's clear, we wanted to, we had a couple of these slides in the previous deck from last week, and we wanted to touch on them before moving on. We wanted to be clear about a couple of things in the deployment scenarios so people have a good understanding of what's being discussed here. This question comes up a lot in the first bullet, and we want to explain that the base scenario and the upward and downward deployment scenarios are all simultaneously optimized. It's not a sequential process where you do a base scenario, then the upward, then the downward. You solve for all three scenarios simultaneously to respect transmission constraints. This is similar to how contingency constraints are done. They're co-optimized within the base scenario. So just to be clear, all three deployment scenarios are done within the same market optimization. And just a little bit more detail about what the upward and deployment scenarios actually mean physically on the system. When you're thinking about the upward deployment scenario, that means that supply is being added to the system, assuming all imbalance reserve up awards deploy as energy. So you find all of the locations on the system where imbalance reserve up awards have been given out, and you convert those awards into energy, and supply is added to the system at that location. And then similarly, demand is added to the system based on the distribution of the upward requirements that we described at in last week's discussion. So you have simultaneously supply increasing at certain locations on the system and demand increasing at certain locations on the system in the upward deployment scenario. And then the downward deployment scenario is just the reverse, where supply is removed from the system, assuming that all of the imbalance reserve down awards reduce energy. So everywhere where you see imbalance reserve down awards, the downward deployment scenario essentially takes that amount and reduces the energy supply at that location. And similarly, demand is subtracted from the system based on how the distribution of the downward requirements work. So, in the upward scenario, you have demand being added, you have supply being added in the upward deployment scenario. In the downward deployment scenario, you have the reverse. Before questions, just making sure, George or anybody else, if you have anything to add, or I think that works. Okay, there's a question in the room.
Okay. This is Steve Keen from Edison. Thinking about that, I understand what you're saying, that it's you put load up, but as I understand it, the imbalance reserve is also procured for the fact that VERS may not show up. And that deployment scenario would seem to me to be significantly different. If you talk about, a 2,000 megawatt increase in load versus, it'd be the same imbalance thing, but if it was 2,000 megawatts caused by the fact that a whole bunch of solar had clouds blowing over it, and suddenly you lost 2,000 megawatts of solar energy. Those two deployment scenarios could be very different in terms of the congestion that they would put on the system. Are you taking account of that at all, or are you just looking at allocating all the imbalance to load?
Yeah, so it's a little tricky to think about, because let's focus on the part where it says demand is added to the system based on the distribution of the upward requirements. And one of the tricky things there is that part of the distribution of the upward requirements includes portions for solar and wind that are not load, right? And so how it would actually show up in that scenario is you'd actually have some sort of demand requirement at a solar and wind node, where the result could be that, let's say, for example, if you had a 100 megawatt solar facility that at its particular location also had distribution of a 20 megawatt uncertainty requirement based on how the awards are distributed. Well, the result could be that the market optimization says, okay, well, because of this 20 megawatts of uncertainty that needs to be here, I can only award the solar resource 80 megawatts of energy and keep the rest of the 20 megawatts as imbalance reserve, just in case there is some sort of deviation or uncertainty from that resource. So it is a little tricky to think about when we say the term demand in this slide is not just necessarily load, but the demand can show up for uncertainty at a supply location as well. So hope that helps a little. Let's go to the next slide. So a couple of things about why the deployment scenarios we think they're important. Some of this is just repeat, so I won't go through it in too much detail. But essentially, we think that the nodal procurement ensures that both the energy and the full amount of imbalance reserve awards that are awarded are transmission feasible at the time they're procured. Essentially, the principle being that the more granular you get in your congestion management, in this case, at the nodal level, the more likely you'll get what you pay for, and relies on the market optimization to solve for the most efficient set of schedules and awards, rather than relying on operator action to make sure that those schedules are feasible. To be clear, and I think we've emphasized this, that the nodal approach, we want to make sure the message is clear that the nodal approach does not assure real-time deliverability, and that's not the goal of congestion management in the day-ahead market for energy either. We can't assure real-time deliverability of any day-ahead schedule because system needs change, there's derates, there's outages, et cetera. But as George has mentioned a few times, the goal is just simply not to knowingly procure reserves behind constraints. And there's sort of two different ways of thinking about why that's important. Number one, operationally, there's a concern that if you have undeliverable reserves, it takes out-of-market actions to manage. We see that with ancillary services. You'd have to apply that to imbalance reserve. It would be a bigger pool of reserves to manage in terms of undeliverability, and would also apply to EDAM BA operators as well, having to manage those out-of-market actions. Secondly, it's just simply a financial concern that you have costs, you have market participants who are paying for reserves for this operational need, and there's potential that without modeling the deliverability, you're paying for reserves that can't be used and are constrained. Not just that, but also paying then to redispatch around those undeliverable reserves in real time. All of the, you have any time that you're redispatching resources in real time, you're adding costs in terms of having to find resources that need to buy back day ahead schedules, potentially at lower prices, potentially starting up additional units. All these things show up in real time energy and congestion offsets. And so it's not just necessarily the reserves themselves that, financially may not be getting your bang for your buck, but anytime you're having to redispatch around undeliverability from the day-ahead market, you're incurring costs for the real-time market to balance that, that energy demand and congestion. Finally, just wanting to touch a little bit on price formation. We have a different perspective on price formation than presenters from last week, in which we think actually the nodal approach in our minds more accurately prices both the imbalance reserve and the energy schedules. So in terms of imbalance reserve, of course, you get locational prices, you get price signals for imbalance reserves at places on the system where flexibility is most in demand and most can flow based on the deliverability. But also your energy schedules themselves are reformed around the flexibility that's needed in the imbalance reserve requirements themselves, so that actually the energy schedules themselves, because they take into account the 15-minute flexibility that you need in your imbalance reserves, actually becomes a more efficient energy schedule and hence more efficient energy prices. And so we just wanted to make that point. I'll pause for questions.
Hi, it's Callie Wells with WPTF again. So quick question on the second bullet here, and I think that I appreciate how you guys are phrasing this and acknowledging that it's not necessarily to assure, you can't use a day ahead market optimization to assure real-time deliverability. So I appreciate you guys acknowledging that. Regarding the operational concern and their out-of-market actions, this kind of goes back to the AS discussion that happened earlier. Do we have a sense of how much AS blocking is occurring today? I know you guys put out reports every 3 years, and I think the latest report just covered through 2019. So I'm wondering if you guys have any updated data on that, because that could be really useful for us to kind of wrap our minds around the magnitude of this concern. Because if it's really not that big of a concern, well, then that obviously plays into the trade-off discussion.
Yeah, so we agree it's an important data point. We're working on trying to to collect that. I have a couple of slides near the end that reflect what the operators feel like, anecdotally how they feel that the situation is. So there's not in this presentation, there's not frequencies or size of awards blocked, but agree that's something that might help provide some additional context to this problem.
Other question in the room? Looks like the mic keeps going in and out. Here you go.
Christopher McLean, staff, California Energy Commission, related to Callie's question. So on the blocking, is there a sense that it's at all correlated with any AS scarcity events? Would that be a proxy that people could get at in advance of the report?
Yeah, so what I can say is that based on the operator's experience, that there is correlation with AS blocking in terms of more frequent AS blocking when you have higher loads. So that makes sense. More frequent blocking when you have higher outages in that particular day. And then I don't want to get ahead of myself too much, but one of the reasons why AS, the AS deliverability problem is challenging for operators is because most times it's very difficult for them to identify non-deliverable AS in the day-ahead market. So what that means is that once they get to the real-time market and they're seeing how congestion is working, where their operating reserves and the regulation up and down are on the system, only then can they identify if they have a big issue that needs to be resolved. And so, they sort of frame it as sort of a landmine situation where it's the challenge comes in sort of the last minute nature of how they're able to identify it. And then, of course, I have a slide on that, so I'll save some of the other points for that.
One more follow on, maybe tying back to the previous slide, but just generally speaking, the deployment scenarios, you're applying these to the full network model and not some, some other state estimator based model.
That's correct, as far as I'm concerned. Is that right, George?
So it's the portion of the network model that is within the market. We are not enforcing constraints outside the market, although we model, every BAA in the West. Only the BAs that are part of the market, only we do congestion management for this.
Okay, let's switch to slide 8.
We did have one question over the phone.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Okay, let's unmute Petter.
Hi, James. It's Peter from SGM again. I would like to go back to deployment and diversity benefit. Diversity benefit, in my understanding, is that individual areas need less together than on its own. So if you have that kind of approach in this locational deliverability, that means that system-wide you will reduce requirements for FRU, FRD, whatever, and that will proportionally reduce requirements for individual areas. And I understand how that can be implemented a hybrid approach, because you just reduced amount of what you need in this FRU, FR down zones. But I don't understand how you do that in locational deployment, because you cannot proportionally reduce nodal uncertainties because of diversity benefit. So how would that be done? How would diversity benefit be implemented in that case?
So I do have a couple of slides that I think sort of emphasize when there does seem to be in the conversation today some separation between what the ISO is saying is the diversity benefit and how the diversity benefit, when you're calculating the uncertainty at a BA level, comes about. Maybe if I could get to that slide and we can come back to the question.
That's okay. That's okay. Just mechanics.
Okay.
Because if you proportionally reduce nodal, the amount how much you reduce for the zone to use it, then you don't have a feasible solution, because that can be realized. And the fact that can be realized, you cannot easily reflect by just exchange or interties. But I'll wait for the slides.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're on to slide 8 now. So we did want to touch a little bit on ancillary service deliverability. So I have a handful of slides on this. First, to say that it is within our CAISO 2023 policy initiatives catalog to look into ancillary service deliverability and real-time reoptimization. And it's been in the catalog for a while, and at times I think it's actually been within the roadmap and gets deferred has been deferred a few times for some other priority items. But to be clear, it is within the company's long-term vision actually to have nodal ancillary service modeling. So, some of the stuff has been mentioned already, where ancillary services today are procured, based on zonal requirements that don't necessarily guarantee the deliverability of ancillary services. So operators have to identify day-ahead awards that are not accessible and block them from receiving awards. And so eventually this initiative would look at implementing nodal ancillary services, which would be your contingency reserve, spin and non-spin, and regulation up and down. But in one sense, though, it's important to realize that this functionality is actually really critical to support reoptimization of ancillary services in real time, which is necessary for us to meet our long-term price formation goals, where you can apply better scarcity pricing in the real time by having reoptimized ancillary services. And so, we haven't been able to, have reoptimized ancillary services in the real time because we don't have the deliverability assurance. And operators like having the sense of, in the day-ahead market, knowing where the ancillary services awards are on the system, so they have more time to prepare for any issues that come up. And if you were to re-optimize the entire set within the 15-minute market, say, or RTD, you provide operators a lot less time to manage undeliverability because the market doesn't provide that. So, we have an ongoing price formation initiative in which we think that this would be, ultimately our scarcity pricing goals would be met by having re-optimized ancillary services in real time. And to do that, we think we need to have nodal deliverability of ancillary services. So it is within the long run plan of the company. Next slide, and related slide to that. So just to provide some additional context, as I mentioned, we don't have necessary data to provide, but some anecdotal information. The way that we describe and operators describe the current situation with ancillary service deliverability is that it's manageable but not optimal. Okay, so the reason it's manageable because they have experience in identifying undeliverable ancillary services and have procedures around how to do that. And so far, it hasn't created any major issues to warrant, an urgent stakeholder process to identify. But that being said, it isn't the optimal process for procuring ancillary services. System operators have expressed that they've wanted nodal ancillary services for a long time. They don't want to be managing the market. They just want to run the grid. They don't want to have to be, they have spent staff time and resources and other things and training to have operators identify how to identify undeliverability of AS. And so from their perspective, if you have the market optimization providing the deliverability is a win-win. As I mentioned before, operators find it extremely difficult to identify problems with AS deliverability until the actual congestion's identified in real time. And the quote landmine situation is the way that they describe that issue. In getting the sense of how frequently AS awards are blocked, the feedback that I got is that it doesn't happen extremely frequently, but it also doesn't happen, but it also happens, so somewhere right in the middle of the expectation, and they do have, people monitoring deliverability all, 24 hours for this type of stuff. So it does take staff resources to do that. But the challenge here is that you have these current processes for ancillary services that, the contingency reserve and regulation award sizes are, maybe anywhere between 750 and 1,500 megawatts at a time to manage. If you're adding on another reserve product, that also adds an additional 1,500 megawatts of reserves on average, and potentially in tight system conditions, potentially more uncertainty than that, then you're just adding to the challenge of managing these deliverability. And this challenge extends also to the EDM in the sense that now, not only does the CAISO BA operators have to deal with this issue, but if you have don't model the deliverability of imbalance reserve within the EDAM, you also now have EDAM BA operators who have to be trained in how to recognize and manage these issues themselves. So it just creates potentially more problems. And it seems that, from an EDAM BA operator's perspective, it may be easier to allow the market to manage this congestion without their manual input. I think that's my last slide on this topic, if there's any questions. Oh, no, there isn't my last slide. Okay, two more thoughts. These are these are operational issues that we've talked about, but there's financial issues in terms of the way that the current AS settlements work. Whenever AS awards are blocked, those resources have rescission payments for the AS awards in day ahead, but they don't pay for the replacement costs of AS that you now have to procure in real time. And a lot of times because, there's, less capacity available in specific places on the grid where you might need them, the replacement costs of the AS in real time can be more expensive. And so in that extent, you're adding costs into the market settlement as a whole by procuring ancillary services, in the real-time market that you had to re-procure from block day ahead awards. But also, as I mentioned, there's redispatch costs because you're getting, you might have getting ancillary services now from a resource that had energy awards. And so now you have to find energy from another place and manage the congestion. And so there's redispatch costs as well about trying to maneuver the real-time market around these undeliverable reserves. And so when you might have to put more units online, you might have to resources buying back day ahead schedules at cheaper prices, et cetera. So, potentially adding costs in that way. And so, one of the ways, you may have similar problems if you kept with the current deviation settlement that's proposed for imbalance reserve. Even if you had a zonal procurement, you may have, avoid some of these situations where, you're having to buy back. But as George mentioned earlier, it's potential that if you have undeliverable imbalance reserves that are procured in the day ahead market, and then those resources, when you're getting into real time, can no longer provide them, there's buyback of that. And there's, questions about whether or not applying a deviation settlement from a zonally procured imbalance reserve product and a nodally procured FRP product would even be appropriate because the price formation is different and the way they're modeled is different. So it may not even be appropriate to do that. And so in that case, you would have some of these similar issues in terms of these reprocurement costs. And just in the sub-bullet, I just want to mention that, this is not a generator issue. The generators bid for spin and regulation and what have you, because their capacity is available, but they're not the ones in charge of determining whether their capacity is deliverable. That's the market's job. So it's no fault of the generator to be bidding in for ancillary services and getting undeliverable awards. That's why, the buyback settlement is the way it is. So I just wanted to make that clear. And we do want to address a point that's been raised about, the likelihood now that having nodal imbalance reserves may technically make it more likely, all else equal, for ancillary services now to be procured from undeliverable capacity. We think is, technically true, but in our minds, actually a better argument for nodal ancillary services than against nodal imbalance reserves. And the reason is because eventually we know the nodal is the direction that we eventually want to go with all capacity products and reserve products. And so, why there's this idea that, well, if that's the direction we eventually want to go with imbalance reserves, we have the capability and the time to put it in today. The alternative might be you put in some sort of, interim approach that eventually you want to transition away from, which requires more stakeholder processing, more time like that. And so, we have the opportunity to do it now. Why wait any longer? The operators already know how to identify and manage, at least from the CAISO, undeliverable ancillary services in the meantime. It's not clear how much this would exacerbate that problem, but to the extent it does, the operators are already comfortable knowing how to identify and manage those AS awards. And to be clear, co-optimized ancillary service is not yet part of EDAM, so these issues wouldn't extend into the EDAM on a sort of day one EDAM basis, but it is again part of the long run EDAM goals, I believe, to have co-optimized ancillary services as part of the EDAM market. And so when looking at that co-optimized AS product in the long run, that might be when the time is right to start looking at whether nodal ancillary service procurement within the CAISO and the EDAM footprint as a whole is appropriate. So I'll stop there and see if there's any questions or comments.
Looks like we have one question in the room.
James, I have a couple of questions. I think the first one is from, we know what are the challenges with nodal procurement for AS, and even with real-time FRP, where we had like the zonal procurement, we knew what the issues were. We believe that nodal solves most of the issues, but it's been less than, I think, maybe a month or so with the implementation in real time. Do you think, we should wait for at least a year to find out what are the challenges with nodal implementation? Because historically, there haven't been any market implementation where we haven't had challenges. You either have computational challenge or you have understanding the market. So that's one point. And then can you elaborate what in your mind looks like a co-optimized AS in EDAM? Is that using diversity benefit where there are reserve shares, one region procures for the other? Or what does the co-optimized AS in EDAM mean?
And so apologies that both questions are a little above my pay grade, but I'll do my best because in the first sense, well, in terms of co-optimized AS, I guess it would depend on, or you would have, rather than AS self-provision from all the EDAM entities, you'd have bids and other things that, same way that the CAISO does it. And I guess that would be the only change in terms of what the co-optimization might look like. There might be sort of this concept of reserve sharing where you might have, over a larger market footprint, an idea of extending a diversity type benefit to contingency reserve and regulation. I'm not confident if that's possible, but I'm sure that's something that would be on the table. And then eventually for if the long-term goal is to apply nodal ancillary services to the market, maybe when you're looking at, I guess we call it EDAM 2.0 or the second phase of EDAM, it might be an appropriate time to introduce the concept of trying to understand what does deliverable ancillary services actually mean. It sort of dawns on me that I think what deliverable means for spinning reserve may not mean the same thing as what deliverable means for imbalance reserve, based on why the product is procured, where you need it, what types of resources can provide it. So there would have to be that discussion about what deliverability actually means. And for the first question, I sympathize with the comment, but I guess my only take in the other direction is that, like I said, it may be beneficial to have some time, and ideally we would have had the time to have flexible ramping product in. We would have had the data to evaluate how well it's working before putting in imbalance reserve. But at the same time, DAME is proposed to be implemented in fall of 2024. There's plenty, from one perspective, there still is plenty of time to evaluate how well the flexible ramping product is working, if it's achieving its goals before, actually imbalance reserve would go live in the market. But then there's this other competing notion that, as I said, a transitional approach may be desirable from some sense, but at the same time, if you have sort of a long run goal in a certain way, and you have the opportunity to make these changes now, the alternative is that, these things need to be stakeholdered. Nodal imbalance reserve has been, DAME, I think overall has been a 5-year stakeholder initiative. And I know there were other things discussed, but these things aren't trivial. They take time to discuss. And so, there's sort of a competing notion of, well, we have the opportunity to do it the way we think is best right now. Maybe we take advantage of that.
Yeah, I'll just add one comment. I think, both approaches have its pros and cons. From a supplier's perspective, I think it's important that any design allows suppliers to manage their own risk. So from a system perspective, if one model looks better than the other, those are pros and cons. But I think ability of suppliers to manage their risk in both those approaches should also be thought of. I think we saw the comparison where we see, what's best for the system. But from a supplier's perspective, I think we also need to see that comparison. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 callers on the phone. So let's go to Stuart Kelly.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
James, thank you. Just as a practical matter, how would a non-CAISO operator identify undeliverable resources in real time? In particular, if the zone spans more than one BA, because if they're simply relying on identifying congestion pricing and trying to troubleshoot from there, they certainly don't have the tools that CAISO operators have, and I'm sure you've sat and done that. It's extremely difficult to do. So just as a practical matter, how do non-CAISO operators identify the undeliverability of these resources?
Stuart, unfortunately, I don't know because I'm not an operator, but I can tell you based on talking to them that it is challenging, and you're bringing up a point that they raised to us, which is that it takes time for operators to be trained in both how to identify when you have an issue with undeliverable reserves, and then how to manage making manual actions to prevent any issues. And those, we have the benefit of having CAISO operators trained in how to do this, since the nodal market was formed way back when. But now you would have new day-ahead market entrants who don't necessarily have that experience, who would need to be trained in how to manage that. And that takes time and resources to do that. And potentially hiccups in terms of, maybe not having the experience that the CAISO operators have in managing this problem may make it more likely for errors to happen or other things like that. So I can help answer your first question, but I have to refer to somebody that knows the actual operational procedures and how that's done.
James, let me add a little bit on that.
Guillermo's going to add on to that, yeah.
Yeah, maybe not that much, but this is not precise science, because obviously the congestion is quite dynamic in the system. There is no way the operators can manually chase the congestion that is happening at any time, anywhere in the system. That said, there could be some very strange scenarios, like induced by an outage. There is a known transmission outage that they know that certain resources are going to get stranded. so they can proactively position the resources in such a way that they can get the ancillary service provided. But otherwise, it's basically a minefield, right? You step on that, you face the challenge that you know that that resource is not able to deliver, and then you realize that there is congestion. But the inherent nature of congestion being so dynamic basically makes any manual procedure basically infeasible to implement.
Yeah, and certainly that's my experience of sitting with really smart operators. So I'm not relying on my brain, but really smart operators trying to jump through all the hoops. Again, with non-KISO systems, so you do not have the visibility that KISO has, trying to trace that. And it's almost impossible to do. And even when you phone KISO, you're probably over an hour into it before you've got, maybe two, before you've even got a handle on why that's happening. So just as a practical matter, I think KISO needs to consider how long it would actually train operators and bring operators up to speed. And what I heard from James was you have folks dedicated on the KISO crew doing that. And it's not necessarily that you know, EDAM entities all have an abundance of operators to focus their time on that and then chase something that's, you know, it's almost impossible to chase. But thank you.
Okay, let's go to Josh Arnold. Josh, you should be unmuted. Okay, let's come back to Josh. Let's go to Petter.
Hey, James, just comment on this one. If you introduce model AS, then on top of this, then 3-state system will become 4-state system at least, if you just do spin and non-spin, which means more transmission constraints. And, you know, let's wait to see if you can solve what you did with these two additional ones before we kind of think about this. One potential solution is to maybe combine contingency reserves with flex up and rec down with flex down. But to do that, you need to change nature of NERC, how you can use contingency reserves, in which situation you can use them when you have major timeline outage or major generation outage. Now, I'm assuming this is your last slide, and the question is it good time to address my earlier question about how do you implement this location of delivery with diversity benefits reduction on the individual system level?
Yeah, I have two more slides on trying to put more context around that question. This is my last slide on the AS issue, but I have more to say on the.
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't understand that, I think.
No problem.
Okay, Josh is back in queue. Let's see if his audio is working. Let's go to Josh. Looks like you're still having some audio issues, Josh. If you want to put your question or comment in the chat, I can pass it along to the team. Do we have any other questions in the room? Hand it over to Callie Wells.
Hi, it's Callie Wells with WPTF again. I actually wanted to kind of tee off of the landmine discussion with AS. So I understand in real time, if operators have to block a resource, they have to go find it from somewhere else. And if it's behind a congestion, they obviously can't procure it there. But AS is protected in real time. So I'm curious if the same level of concern would exist with IR, because IR, when you come into real time, it's economic offers, right? So the market will have the ability first to help manage that constraint and manage the congestion through the economic offers. It's not protected like AS is. So I'm curious if you've heard in your discussions with operators whether or not they're going to be as concerned because they know the market will actually have the 15-minute and the 5-minute to address any of that first.
Yeah, and if I can add on, there may be, similar, the concern may not be quite as high also in the sense that if you're in normal, say normal load conditions and you're procuring some sort of uncertainty envelope, the product at that point is more or less an economic product and not so much a reliability product. And so, how much work they would be doing in terms of managing undeliverable imbalance reserves on a normal load day, may not be frequent. Now, that still does mean that you have real-time market actions that are occurring that are sort of positioning the system around that undeliverability. But the challenge would come on a tight load day when you have to protect for contingency and to protect for uncertainty. And you have to look at the suite of reserves that are being procured and where they're coming from. And, on those high load days, when the imbalance reserve does become more of a reliability product to protect against real time, you would presumably have bigger issues in terms of you have higher quantities of reserves to manage. Now, the question also was a distinction because in real time, imbalance reserves are converted into energy bids in real time. So when you're looking at undeliverable imbalance reserves materializing in real time, there's nothing in the real time market to say, this is an imbalance, this energy bid was from an imbalance reserve award. The market kind of, redispatches around that. So I see your point. I see George is moving the microphone closer to him. So I'm wondering if he has something to add.
Yeah, so I think when we're going to look at the potential for co-optimizing ancillary services in EDAM, what we call EDAM 2.0, we're probably going to have a hard look at a lot of the elements in the ancillary service procurement that we have today. Like, for example, the cascaded ancillary services procurement, whether we need still this element, or even the notion of having ancillary services that are procured in the day had to be fixed in real time. There's no real reason to treat this commodity different than other commodities that you have the opportunity to re-optimize the ancillary services awards in real time based on new bids, new conditions. You are capable of exerting some benefits if you do that and have the ancillary services be subject to a deviation settlement with the ability for providers to economically buy back their day ahead ancillary service awards. So we're going to have a hard look at all these items. So for the time being, we're not looking at that. We're pushing it further into the horizon. But when the time comes, so we'll have a look at all these elements. And the deliverability of ancillary services is going to be in the table for discussion at that time too.
Grant McDaniel with Wellhead. To kind of piggyback on your question a minute ago, Callie, and what George had said earlier, since and it's just more of a comment than a question, but if you can maybe build on this, is that given that IR is not protected the way the AS is, and given the fact that your procurement target for IR can be at 99.7, you could relax your deployment scenario to like a P50 because it's not going to be protected. And it would seem like you would have the type of result that you would want.
Yes, that's true. I mean, again, it's a compromise, as I said earlier, between the goals you want to achieve. There are multiple goals pulling you in different directions. You have to find a reasonable compromise that you're comfortable with going forward. So for ancillary services, there's not much compromise in the ancillary service requirements. These are NERC requirements. We cannot really adjust those, but for imbalance reserves, you could.
All right, Josh entered the queue again, so let's test his audio one more time.
Okay, we're trying this again. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. Had to reconnect everything. So quick question on this. The the idea of going to a nodal AS brings up a point that George had earlier in his slide, which is that the nodal procurement increases the complexity of the optimization considerably. You know, as we add these additional constraints, these additional products, it's an exponential growth in the amount of computing power necessary to solve the solution. And as Stuart from LADWP mentioned earlier during that conversation, this is kind of a critical point because we need, the market participants need that assurance that we'll get an accurate and timely solution to the day-ahead market. Are you guys concerned about that aspect, that additional complexity, and how do we get around any issues on that process?
Yes, we're always concerned, and we're working within the box of the timing requirements that that we have established for the day-ahead market. We're not going to go outside that box. We're still staying within the 10 to 1 p.m. Window, and whatever performance improvements we can achieve to fit the entire market sequence within that window will be done. And if something is impossible to do, we will retract from it. And we'll of course inform the stakeholder base of that. I mean, if you remember, we did some attempt early on in the market enhancements process to have a potential 15-minute day-ahead market, and we did try to get the required performance. We were unable to do that, so we backtracked from that. We said, no, we cannot do 15-minute day-ahead market, so we're back to hourly. So it's always a concern that you know, we keep it high up there in the final design and implementation of an initiative. You may try to come up with a solution that has all the bells and whistles at the design level. We don't want to be constrained necessarily by performance requirements, but we always have them in our mind, and it's always with the understanding that the RSO is moving forward with a certain design with the assumption that it can be delivered. And as it is the case, most of the time you don't know that because you don't have a sandbox to always try new elements, because you got to get the software first from your vendor, and then you're in a position to actually do performance tests most of the time. So we don't want this potential that performance will hold us back to actually hold the stakeholder engagement back. And we want to have a little bit of creative thinking going forward, but there's always the caveat out there that whatever we're going down with the design, at the very end, it has to be implementable. And if we cannot do something, we'll have to scale back, either do some assumptions for simplifying or simplification, or even, you know, completely going back on something like it happened with the 15-minute day-ahead market. That's very rare. We don't expect to see that very often.
Thank you, George. And thank you for mentioning the work you guys did on that 15-minute market test. That was really welcome when you did it, just to verify before we went down that rabbit hole. Thank you.
Christopher McLean, staff, California Energy Commission. So on the topic of bumping up against technology constraints and you know, potential issues with what the offerings may be of a vendor, is CAISO pushing vendors to look at the latest available technology solutions? So I seem to recall, you know, maybe the IBM CPlex solver in the mix. The commercial software around solver technology is moving quickly, and to the extent you're not pressing your vendors to evaluate and potentially deploy
Doing a mic switch, hang on.
Thanks. So I think you could see where I was going with this. So, you know, are you pressing them to give you the best possible solution?
So rest assured when I tell you that we pressure them so much down to the breaking point. And we know we actually work with them to achieve performance. We have worked in the past. We have many success stories in that environment. But yes, the pressure is always on because there is pressure for the ISO to perform more and better, right? We're probably the most technologically advanced ISO in the entire planet. The things that we do, other ISOs cannot even begin to imagine. And we're going to keep that edge because we're committed in that perspective.
All right, I'm not seeing any other questions, and I know we're approaching the lunch hour and we have, I think, 5 more slides to get through. So I'll turn it back over to James.
All right, next slide, please. So we did want to spend a little time discussing, some of the conversation in the stakeholder process has questioned the benefits and needs of downward products. And downward products in this case are both the imbalance reserve down product and also the reliability capacity down product, which the imbalance reserve as a whole is a new product, but reliability capacity is essentially the RUC product as it exists today, but also being procured in the downward direction, as opposed to today only the upward direction. So we just wanted to spend a little time discussing what we think the benefits of the downward product are from a few different angles. One, in terms of market efficiency benefits, the deployment scenarios, one of the benefits of having downward deployment scenarios is that it can identify downward reserves on resources that are not providing counterflow to a constraint, which is valuable because it's better economic outcomes to have downward dispatch capability from resources that aren't providing valuable counterflow to a constraint. So you can receive a more optimal solution. We think that capacity payments would essentially incentivize more downward capability from non-renewables. And so, one of the operational changes that had happened in the last couple of years is that we, back in 2016, 2017, are having issues with downward dispatch capability because you were getting a lot of renewables self-scheduling. And now we have a larger quantity of renewables who are offering economic bids and gives room to curtail them if needed, and they're providing a lot of that downward capability. But it dawns on us that, as sort of the belly of the duck gets lower and lower every year and more renewable penetration increases, you're potentially going to need to get eventually downward capability offered from non-renewable resources like batteries or imports or gas or hydro or other things, more so than you might get in today's market. And to incentivize those downward ability, capacity payments may be needed to incentivize that. There was a joke in last Monday's meeting about the symmetry with the FRP design, that we want downward products to have symmetry, but that's actually something to consider, that there is a symmetry in having downward imbalance reserve and downward imbalance reserve with the downward flexible ramping product, in terms that you have a market optimization that's using the same set of assumptions and scenarios to form schedules and prices. This has effects on real-time price formation and also, I guess even price convergence between the markets, and also the deviation settlement, where you have downward uncertainty products that are procured in day ahead that are sort of settled on deviations from the real-time flexible ramping product. But also there's this, there's an efficiency benefit in the sense that, we have, the California RA program has, flexible RA requirements and other things that enable, a large set of renewables that provide economic bids, that provide downward capacity, that, when other EDEM entities join the day-ahead market, they may not have real-time must-offer requirements that are similar. And so one of the important things to remember about the imbalance reserve and reliability capacity products is that they form the real-time must-offer requirements for EDEM entities. So in the absence of some other program or form that enables downward dispatch and incentivizes the offering of downward dispatch from other resources, the imbalance reserve and reliability capacity down form those real-time must offer requirements, and do so in consideration of sub-bullet number 1, where you're providing downward reserves on resources that hopefully aren't providing counterflow to a constraint. So you're getting the most optimal set of resources that can provide the downward dispatch. The second bullet, it's been said, and I think the CAISO agrees that, operationally downward dispatch is not a huge concern in the CAISO market today, and there's been data to demonstrate that, and we agree with that. But again, over time, the belly of the duck gets lower, and if you're not familiar with the duck curve, that's essentially the net load curve over the day, in which you have increasing renewable penetration in the day lowers the net load requirement, or the energy supply needed from non-renewable resources to balance supply and demand. So as renewable penetration increases, that issue may exacerbate, and over time, you may eventually have issues with downward dispatch capability again as that problem, or as that renewable penetration grows. Finally, just in a bit of a sales pitch way, we sort of think about the downward products as a sort of a low impact way to maximize the regional market's flexibility, both for current future system conditions and for current and future market participants. And so a lot of the emphasis on the need for downward products is focused on the lack of the CAISO's operational need for downward products. But you do have other, EIM entities that may want to join the EDM that do have bigger issues with downward supply and downward capacity needs. And so why not have the regional market have the maximum amount of flexibility to have, meet a range of current and future system conditions and current and future needs for new day-ahead market participants. And at the end of the day, if the operational need or the incremental cost of providing the product is low, then you're going to get a low price. And so if the value of the product is relatively low, then the market participants won't be paying much for it. And at times, if the operational need or the cost of the product is high, then that will be reflected in the price. And so we're not so much concerned about having a market product that may not meet at least the ISO's current operational needs, in the sense that if the incremental cost of providing it or the need for it is low, so will the price, and so the impact it will have on the market would be relatively low. So I'll stop there and see if there's any questions or comments.
We have one question in the room.
Christine Rock with Pacific Core. Thank you for going over this. Very helpful. I suppose since we're talking a lot about trade-offs today, which I think, by the way, is a very helpful framework to kind of do this. When it comes to the downward products, the trade-off from what I heard on Monday was that there was some hypothesis that the inclusion of the downward and the upward product somehow places additional technological strain and implementation risk potentially. I hear all the reasons, and that to me makes a lot of sense. Is it at all possible to get, I don't know, an opinion statement about, is it, as a non-expert, I don't actually know how complicated and what is actually added in operational or implementation feasibility, complexity, failure points. I don't know exactly what the assumption was last time when these comments were made, but I think that would be helpful if you could.
This is George Angelidis with the ISO. So it's just another scenario that it introduces, and another set of equations for the procurement. It depends on what you want to do with that scenario, right? For example, as I said earlier, if you intend to go full blast, including all the N-1 preventive contingency and nomograms in the deployment scenarios, then obviously having another scenario for imbalance reserve down adds another set of constraints. Now, if you have a more, let's say, disciplined approach, and you consider the deployment scenario to be a contingency by itself, then adding contingency on a contingency probably doesn't make much sense, at least for most of our contingencies. Now, it still may make sense for some of the nomograms, so we're looking into that. So if you take that approach, then just having another scenario is just having another contingency. So it's not such a big deal if you manage one scenario because you're not blowing it up with all the contingency constraints. So it's really up to, again, coming back to the compromises versus performance that you want to strike. So is it doable? Yes, I believe it's doable with the proper handling of the requirements, how you want to set them up and what kind of scale back you want to do.
But can I ask George, can you elaborate on the difference? Because this conversation is focused on the imbalance reserve down product, but there's also a reliability capacity down product. Could you just elaborate on if there are different challenges with reliability capacity down?
And no, for reliability capacity down, it's not an issue really because reliability capacity up and reliability capacity down are all deployed in the same scenario. So, and actually you do need to do that because you're trying to find capacity up and down from the energy schedules which are fixed from the IFM to meet your demand forecast, and you may need to deploy capacity both in the upward and downward direction to manage congestion in the rack solution. So considering reliability capacity down doesn't add, it actually helps having a feasible solution. So it's a little different than the balance reserve down.
Why don't I get through the rest of the slides and then we'll stop at the end for a question. Okay, so we also want to discuss this. These are all topics that we thought would be helpful to share our perspective on based on the conversations we had last Monday. But we wanted to share, there's some concern about the approach to distributing the uncertainty requirements, and we wanted to share a little bit of our perspective on that issue. So we've gone over this concept that some of this is going to be repeat, but hopefully we can present it in a way that sort of hits the nail on the head here. But uncertainty requirements are calculated at the BAA level. That's the DAME proposal. And George talked about why we think that calculating the uncertainty requirements at the BAA level is the right approach. And this is where Peter's questions come in and trying to define what we mean by a diversity benefit here. Because the idea here is that if you have different regions that have uncertainty materializing in opposite directions and they're electrically connected, you can use the same dispatch essentially to solve the problem as long as you have the import and export capability. And so from a BA level, essentially what we're saying is that if you were to create local uncertainty requirements within the BA and sum them up, they will be more than the BA's total uncertainty requirement. And this is the same concept for the EDAM diversity benefit, where you have in the EDAM market, you have this concept of you're going to have the BA's uncertainty requirements sort of pro rata cut by a diversity benefit in EDAM because you can share the uncertainty over a larger pool. So I have a little bit more on the diversity benefit on the next slide. And so to be clear, this is a top-down approach. You calculate I had that ugly flow chart on my last slide, or last week's slide, where I had, you calculate the uncertainty requirement at the BA level, and that trickles down to nodal requirements. It's not, to be clear, we're not estimating uncertainty at a nodal level. And again, on my next slide, I'll explain sort of more about why that is. So again, the flow chart and from the last week's workshop explained that you take that BA level uncertainty requirement, which includes the diversity benefit of the region, you divide it into 3 categories. You divide it into load, into wind, into solar, and you can identify each individual, their individual contribution to the total requirement. Our regression model does that itself. And then you take each of these buckets and you distribute them nodally to their own resource class. For load, you do that in proportion to the load distribution factors. And for renewables, you do that in proportion to the wind and solar forecast. And it's true that the distribution of this nodal requirement doesn't identify or capture varying uncertainties between resources or nodes within its own category. So if you have 2 load nodes that have the same load distribution factor, they're assumed to have the same uncertainty. If you have 2 wind resources that have the same wind forecast, they're assumed to have the same uncertainty. And so yes, it doesn't allow for sort of a locational consideration of, different nodes having different uncertainties. But in order to do that, you would need to have some sort of bottom-up approach. And so let's go on to the next slide. So to be clear, the reason why a top-down, one of the reasons why a top-down approach is preferable to the bottom-up approach in terms of just a practical matter is that a bottom-up approach requires an enormous amount of data requirements to collect, to analyze, and to store uncertainty distributions for thousands and thousands of nodes. I try to look up, I don't know the exact number of nodes in the Western EIM these days, but something in 2018 said something about like 9,700 nodes. And so you can imagine that you have, the alternative is that you have uncertainty requirements calculated for the BAA, which is a single set of data. And let's say you had 3 BAs. Now you have, 3 different sets of data with which to form your requirements. And if you were to try to do that on a nodal level, now all of a sudden you have thousands to do this with. So on a practical matter, that's just not within our bandwidth. The sub-bullet here explains, and George has explained, forecasting errors can cancel each other out when they're aggregated. So like that's what we mean by the diversity benefit within the BA level uncertainty approach, is because when you consider all of the uncertainty of the entire BAA together, you can have forecasting errors in one zone that offset with forecasting errors in another zone, and on a net basis, it amounts to 0. So I had a slide in the last Monday's presentation where you had an example where you have one BA that's sort of ramping up or having some upward uncertainty materializing, another BA ramping down or having downward uncertainty materializing. And as long as you can import and export between them, you can keep the dispatch of the resources exactly the same. So what you would have is, if you were to consider those regions separately, you would say, oh, I need to have a plus 1,000 uncertainty requirement here and a minus 1,000 uncertainty requirement here. But if you consider them together, it nets to 0. So you see how netting them together enables some sort of diversity benefit in the calculation. There's also just other practical issues in terms of data availability and the granularity of forecasts that we have available. So any zone that we would consider, we would have to have the data available to be able to forecast the load and renewables within that zone. And the BA level, is already accessible, and we already have forecasts, accessible for that. So any sort of zonal construct would have to consider whether or not the data is available to even provide the forecast to make uncertainty requirements happen. We've emphasized the second bullet a number of times. Again, a local requirement would result in higher overall procurement for reasons because it doesn't include the diversity benefit over the region. And so we're concerned about, that's why in George's hybrid approach, he put together the concept of you would still want to have a BA level requirement that trickles down to zones rather than having individual zonal requirements. And so to elaborate on this point even further, there's been discussion about, well, if you are doing local requirements, you may be able to more accurately determine the uncertainty need within any individual region. And so the way I think about it might be that, if there's concern that the nodal distribution doesn't distribute the requirement in a way that, a sort of a zonal approach would, you might think of it as that you have a smaller overall pie, but each ratio within the pie may not be exactly the same. Whereas in terms of, more of a local or zonal requirement, you might have the ratios of the pie being a little more accurate, but you would have a larger pie. So again, there's sort of a trade-off here between, fewer overall requirements, but maybe potentially, in terms of the proportion of uncertainty that materializes in any specific area, you may have, a more accurate allocation of that uncertainty. And all that to be said that, improvements can be made to the uncertainty distribution over time. To be clear, this is the same uncertainty distribution that is already in the market for flexible ramping products. So we're not reinventing the wheel. But we could work on if there was potential for, maybe you add in another layer where you take your load, wind and solar contributions, and you break them up into smaller buckets before distributing them to nodes or something like that. Maybe an extra layer could be added to improve the uncertainty distribution, and we're open to that. But let me see if there might be one more slide, and then I can pause for questions on everything that's okay. Yeah, so we wanted to just spend a little bit of time talking about imbalance reserve and its relationship to flexible ramping product. We want to be clear that we think that the same flexible ramping product deliverability and pricing concerns exist with imbalance reserve. They're procured in exactly the same way for exactly the same reasons. The uncertainty requirements are going to be smaller in real time, but the way the deployment scenarios work and how they're co-optimized with energy is exactly the same. And so, you know, there's no reason for us to think that any sort of deliverability or pricing issues that didn't exist with the flexible ramping product wouldn't be applied to imbalance reserve. We disagree with assertions that differences between the products, you know, that the imbalance reserve is biddable and the flexible ramping product is not, or the day-ahead market is inherently different than the real-time market resolves these concerns. Overall, you know, congestion management is an important part of the day-ahead market. Yes, the real-time market would take, you know, the changes in system conditions and re-optimize and reorient schedules and awards to meet the current congestion conditions. But at the same time, the closer that you can get your day-ahead solution to look like what your real-time solution might be, the less imbalance that you have going into the real-time market, the less cost that you need to move schedules around and in the real-time market. I might have one more slide, and I'm sorry I'm going fast, but I just wanted to prepare for, you know, discussion tomorrow. We do want to provide more context on FRP. We do want to provide, there's been a lot of questions about the implementation of nodal FRP and its impact on the implementation of imbalance reserve. You know, are there going to be lessons learned from implementing nodal FRP that would apply to the imbalance reserve product, and our response to that? We want to preview, there's been some concerns about there's not data or analysis available on the performance of FRP to be able to evaluate whether imbalance reserve nodally is a good idea. Well, that's true because FRP was only implemented a few weeks ago. I think we think it'd be helpful to provide more context about when data or analysis for the FRP product might become available so people can have that plan in their minds. And then more clear articulation of why flexible ramping product was implemented when it was. And there's been challenges about, you know, flexible ramping product had delays, and does that signal the complexity of the design that would be applied to imbalance reserve? And we want to clearly articulate, you know, other reasons outside of complexity why FRP was delivered when it was. More on the side-by-side comparison and criteria, because we think that was helpful, and George put something together today. But, you know, we'll be hearing from Kathleen later, and we want to, you know, allow her to articulate more what her ideas are, and then we can come back and sort of look at a comparison of those ideas side by side. And we also do want to discuss, we've been working internally to develop a proposal to address potential congestion. I'm calling this, I should have put congestion revenue impacts because CR applies only to the CAISO, but congestion revenue impacts from the imbalance reserve deployment scenarios and how we may be able to solve potential shortages of congestion revenue collection. Okay, I'll stop there for last questions, comments.
Okay, we have 2 questions in the room, so let's go over to Stephen.
Keen from Edison. A couple comments. One, the whole assumption that you're making about the fact that you lose the diversity benefit, well, or you get a diversity benefit at the BA level. Yeah, but that kind of ignores the fact that, you know, that's assuming, as you said, that you can import and export out of these zones. But the fact that there's local RA that exists, you know, and that we do all these local RA studies seems to kind of belay that, you know, it makes that a little bit questionable. And again, I would repeat our, you know, the request I made before for information on this. So when you're doing these estimates, how accurate is it going to be? The other thing is I still don't really see why you can't apply a diversity benefit. You know, why, like you're saying, if you estimate it at the BA level why you have to go all the way down to nodal level, and you can do that, and then you get all those problems, but why you couldn't just go down to the zonal level and say, okay, we're gonna see how to send this to zones. It might be a little more complex at first, but I think you may actually be able to get a better estimate. So that's the second thing. The third thing I wanted to bring up is just, you're saying that this FRP deliverability pricing concerns exist. I'm not 100% sure that it's the same in the day ahead market as it is in real time, because your forecasts of, I think the forecasts of variability are going to be a lot more accurate in that market than they would be in the day ahead market. And I think that, you know, again, this is something we need more information on to see how accurate your forecasting that is. And, you know, if the forecasts are really good, then I would agree with you, but I'm not sure we can say that the forecast for day ahead and how you're allocating it to the specific nodes is really going to be that good. And if it's not that good an estimate, then you may be instilling more error into the system.
Yeah, so just to comment on the first one, that I agree. I think there's potential for improvement in terms of you may be able to, you know, take the important thing to say is that the diversity benefit comes from the BAA level, calculating the BAA level requirement, and you could distribute the BAA level requirement. All we're trying to express is that in relationship to calculating local requirements, so each local zone has their own requirement that's not determined or pro rata distributed from a BA requirement, loses the diversity benefit. So there could, and actually I think George's hybrid approach does this, where it takes a BA level requirement and eventually distributes that requirement into zones by first you know, identifying the nodes within the zone to distribute them to, and then sort of bringing it up to a zonal level. And I also think there's potential that, you know, within the flow chart that I put out, where you might be able to take, like, say, you know, if you have, let's say, a set of wind resources that are in a completely different region, you know, than another set of wind resources, maybe there's a possibility of taking, you know, your wind contribution of uncertainty and finding, you know, finding first what the distribution between those two areas are to the requirement, and then allocating from down to their nodes. You know, so there might be additional layers we could add, you know, to make it more, you know, sort of locationally consistent, I guess. And those are all up for discussion.
Hey, James, let me add to the last comment made regarding the fact that the day ahead is different to the real time. Yes, they are different. And how we can measure and quantify that, we have done that. That is the reason that we have indicated that the flexible ramping requirements for the real time is in the range of 1,000 megawatts for the CAISO. When you see the day ahead enhancement analysis that we have done, we have quantified that the uncertainty for the day ahead is about 4,000 megawatts. That information is capturing the essence of the inherent difference between the day ahead and the real time. And yes, when you're in the day ahead time frame, the level of uncertainty is going to be to a certain level that is going to be larger naturally than the real time, because as you get closer and closer to the real time, that bandwidth of uncertainty reduces. And that is the reason the FRP is 1,000 megawatts versus 4,000 megawatts of the day ahead. That information is publicly available.
Can you hear me? It's Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Thanks so much for that. James, can you go back to the last slide? I think my question is kind of along the lines of what we were discussing right now. Your second sub bullet here, that you disagree with these two assertions, I think would be really helpful if you would tease this out in more detail. Because I understand that you're stating that you disagree with these assertions, but would be helpful is to understand why. And I think to some extent, Guillermo, you were kind of getting at that for the latter one. And so that's super helpful, kind of content and to kind of think through. It might feel like you're belaboring, but these are two important points that have been brought up by stakeholders. So I think delving into that, whether it's tomorrow or if it's Friday, think we'll have a couple opportunities. It might be good to spend some time on that. A couple follow-ups that I think the question for me on the day ahead to real-time differences has a lot more to do with that we observe congestion in the day ahead, whether that's in IFM or RUC, that does get resolved kind of organically in real time for multiple reasons. But one of the main drivers that, I hypothesize is resolving that congestion organically is because the real-time footprint is different than the day ahead footprint. So our congestion patterns change significantly between day ahead to real time just by the virtue of EIM and unlocking transfer capability and the reoptimization and all the benefits associated with that. I think one of the benefits of EIM is resolving that congestion organically through EIM. And so I think that would be a good follow-up to kind of tease out, because the data you've shown shows the imbalances, but I don't think we've taken that next step to you're seeing congestion in day ahead, what's being resolved and what's at risk of not being resolved. And maybe that's what we're targeting with these new products. On the former, it might be helpful to have some examples. Intuitively, a biddable product should result in a positive signal in the market, assuming that there is a marginal resource providing that service, setting a non-zero price. So it would be really helpful if you could tease out why you think it's likely if you were to have a zonal product to continue to produce zero prices, which is what I read into that, right? So the risk that we saw with FRP was that we were not seeing value, but I would note that there is a ton of value from FRP. It's just really hard to see it because the value is coming from mitigating the risks of a higher production cost solution, because we now have a better stack that can respond to those needs. So we're mitigating shortage, we're mitigating scarcity. So there's absolutely a value in the real time. It just wasn't exposed in the pricing. And so you went down this nodal path. But in a day ahead timeframe, and I agreed with a lot of what Steve mentioned, but in the day ahead timeframe, including a bid is going to impact the solution. So it's not just opportunity cost, but it's a marginal clearing price based on that. And so if the marginal imbalance reserve offer is $50 per megawatt hour, even if you assume away on any opportunity cost impact, $50 would be the clearing price. And so I think an example for you to explain why you think biddable and non-biddable don't have any differences in their impacts, because we may be missing something, would be super helpful.
Yeah, I think that those are good comments. I want to come back to this term about congestion too, or deliverability too, because the real-time market does resolve congestion, as you mentioned, but there's sort of two ways to look at it. One is that there's non-deliverability, meaning physically undeliverable. You cannot violate a transmission constraint. You can't get there, but there's also economically deliverable too, in the sense that sure, you may be able to get some amount of power or some amount of energy out of a specific resource, but based on how the flows are, you don't want those certain resources to be flowing in certain ways. And so it might be helpful in some sense to think about that. Yes, the real-time market can resolve the physical congestion and you can have a solution that solves, but at the same time, if your inputs into the day ahead, if your inputs into the real-time market don't consider some of the economic deliverability concerns where you have, incremental or decremental bids from resources that would add to or exacerbate congestion conditions in terms of price, where now instead of, using that resource to be dispatched, you have to find it from somewhere else because it's more economic. Then the question comes back to, well, why did I pay that resource to be available when I knew I could have resolved the congestion cheaper from some other resource? So in sense of deliverability, I try to think of it in both senses of a physically undeliverable, but there's also a concept of sort of economically undeliverable as well. Go ahead, George. Yeah.
This is George Angelidis. Kathleen, I have to admit, I don't understand the concept of organic congestion management, but in real time, this is resolved because we are performing congestion management in the real time market. It doesn't go away on its own. The argument of biddable versus non-biddable, the way I understand it is that we said before, and we have observed it, that the market without deployment scenarios, the real-time market without deployment scenarios, it will award flexible ramp awards to resources behind constraints because they have zero opportunity cost, that is a zero cost period. It's free capacity essentially, so that's where it's going to go. This is a perfect resource to award capacity in that sense. And of course, this is a little bit different with the balanced reserve product. And I think that's the essence of the argument here, that in the balanced reserves, we have a bid. And even if the opportunity cost is zero for a resource that is behind a constraint, it's still not entirely free capacity to award it there. It's still, you still have a cost because there is a bid. So I think the argument says that, this is not going to happen with the balanced reserves because it's not going to be free capacity. Even if you don't have the opportunity cost, you have a bid. But the disagreement that comes from the ISO on this argument, which is that second bullet, sub-bullet here, is that, yes, okay, yes, you have a cost. So you may go to another resource that has a lower cost to award in balanced reserves, but that resource could also be behind a constraint. So it's still an order of magnitude outcome that you may still be awarding in balanced reserves to resources behind constraints, because the opportunity cost is a component of how much the capacity is going to cost you. So if you have low or zero opportunity cost, you still have a high likelihood of awarding the product at these resources. The fact that you have a capacity bid doesn't really take away this argument. That's the way I understand it.
So before we take any more questions, we are cutting into the lunch hour quite a bit. We're at 12:20 right now. So we might have time for one more brief comment, and then we do need to break for lunch so that we can honor Bistra and SCE's presentation times this afternoon. So Stephen, let's take your question and then break.
Steve Keen from Edison. I think there is a difference between the real-time and day-ahead market, and this you'll see this in our presentation this afternoon when Jeff gives it, and that is, in the day-ahead market, you have virtual bidding. So when you do your deployment scenarios, if you set up this phantom congestion and you're setting it up based on the amount that will only happen 2.5% of the time, virtual bidders are going to figure out how to take advantage of that. If that's causing congestion, they're going to figure out how to take advantage of it and put in virtual bids. You don't have that issue in real time. When you're doing the deployment scenarios in real time, there's no, you reserve a little bit of capacity so you know that those things can be reserved, that they can be deployed. That's fine. There's no issue. When you do that in the day-ahead market, sooner or later, I think virtual bidders are going to start figuring out that there's a consistent difference in congestion between what you're predicting, how you're setting prices, and what's actually really expected to show up most of the time. So they'll work on that, and I think that's potentially a pretty big issue that I think we need to figure out.
Yes, we can get more into that discussion when you have the presentation later this afternoon. Thanks, Steve.
All right, with that, we will go ahead and break. I know we went a little bit over, so James, come back at 1 or 1:15 maybe. Okay, we'll come back at 1:15. So thank you all for joining us for the first half, and we look forward to continuing this discussion this afternoon. All right, everyone. It's time to make your way back to your seats so we can continue with this afternoon session. I hope everyone had a nice lunch break. We're going to pull up Vistra's slides here, and then in just one moment, I'll hand it over to Kathleen. All right. So this afternoon, Kathleen is going to kick us off, and then we will hand it over to SCE right around 3:15. So with that, I will hand it over to Kathleen, and she'll get us started for this afternoon.
Turning on the mic. I'm going to test this is not where I normally stand. So I will have Isabella. Okay, you can hear me. Excellent. And I'll give it a minute. Alrighty, I guess I will introduce myself and we will. So my name is Kathleen Colbert. I'm from Vistra, and I really appreciate the opportunity to come and present again in person this time on the day-ahead market enhancements. Isabella graciously skipped the first slide. For the posted presentation, we don't have to, for the posted presentation, we do have kind of upfront a disclaimer. I wanted to talk a little bit to it and just give some context for, this is still a conceptual proposal. Last Monday, we provided a conceptual zonal proposal that was desired to kind of stimulate conversation. We were asked to further develop those into more details. The devil is always in the details, and the design details do matter, but there are a lot of give and takes when you do design details. Vistra did not have the benefit of like working with CAISO staff on these details. So that give and take and push and pull isn't reflected in this. So it should be taken with that in light, is that this does not necessarily mean all of these details are necessary, but they do move us forward. And one of the asks and or concerns that has been raised is whether or not a pivot to this design can be done now to allow us to continue to move on the same timeline that we have for our extended day-ahead market implementation. That timeline is targeting a May board, as far as I'm aware. So in the spirit of driving this towards a proposal that can be developed and iterated on in short order to potentially pivot if that is the desired outcome, this is a starting place. So I just wanted to start with that very long disclaimer, but I hope that all makes sense and that you take this presentation in that light. After Monday's presentation, we did go through, I think, 3 slides that had a conceptual proposal. We already got feedback on those. So we've already iterated and revised our proposal in this deck to reflect that. I will try to highlight where I got feedback and kind of how we thought through it and have evolved. But so just I'll make a call for, if you have any specific feedback on any of the elements contained here within, please do provide them to me. We will be trying to provide an updated deck to the CAISO and are hoping to have a one-on-one with them with some of these details if so desired. Next slide. Before we go into those details, Vistra wants to provide some context for why this is such an important matter to us that we're spending a significant amount of time to hopefully help further the discussions in this space. So I want to start with that it's very important to us that the day-ahead market does procure services to meet expected energy and uncertainty needs. From a problem statement perspective, we are very aligned with where the CAISO wants this project to go. We are also it's very important to us that the market produces rational prices for those services so that we are sending rational signals for investment and performance. A day-ahead flexibility product will need to provide compensation for resources commensurate with the attributes for flexibility that they are providing. If it doesn't, and the market inadvertently, because I do not think this is the goal, but if the market inadvertently undermines those incentives to provide flexible capacity, it is not in the best interest of reliability, and it definitely doesn't further market efficiency. LMPs that may be muddied through including a counterfactual congestion based on a range of probability deployments reduces transparency into that price. It also erodes the fundamental drivers that are driving that congestion. This erodes confidence in the market. This erodes confidence from the market side in the output of the CAISO solution or the EDAM solution. Daily LMP impacts. So just to make sure that everyone is aware of this, the locational marginal prices that are printed by the CAISO impact forward markets. They impact financing. They impact a lot of things that are outside of the scope of the daily market run. And so any impact eroding of the integrity of that price undermines a lot of things and starts to create a domino effect. That is what we're trying to mitigate by providing the feedback and an alternative proposal. It's very important that the day-ahead market continues to send signals that we can understand, that we can effectively incorporate into forward markets, and that solve for grid needs efficiently. I think the last goal has been a key focus of the CAISO, and I understand why, and I appreciate that. I think we're asking the first two goals, if we could think about that a little bit more, transparency, confidence, and ensuring that forward markets, long-term financing decisions have confidence in the signals that are being sent is really important to the overall health of our entire ecosystem. Next slide. Another very important thing is that there have been ongoing discussions about how do we best incentivize this flexibility. So back in 2013, the California RE program did set up FlexRA that has effective flexible capacity, eligibility, and requirements. Very, very important. That is not for 15-minute ramp capability. That is for the largest 3-hour continuous ramp. At the time that FlexRA was set up, our view of the challenges that the system would face as the grid evolved was really focused on that 3-hour ramp. We have a morning peak, we have an evening peak. Hitting both of those with assurance and confidence was very important. Flexible capacity was approved. This is the decision link. It's, if you can find it on the CPUC's document search. But they define flexible capacity as the quantity of economically dispatched resources needed by CAISO during the greatest 3-hour continuous ramp in each month. That continuous ramp can be provided by slower than 15-minute ramping resources. We're seeing some flex in that regulatory space, which feeds how we engage with this project. We believe that the EDAM and the Western Energy Imbalance Market are going to need to be the primary tool, primary place for incentivizing flexible resource attributes. This is especially for merchant generation that are on 1 to 3 year contracts and that roll off those contracts, need to continually compete for them, because once they do, we are anticipating, based on the signals in the regulatory environment, that flexible RA may not be a part of our paradigm anymore. And so just to give you a couple indications of where this is coming from is the CPUC released a proposed decision on the RA reform track recently. And this is one quote from it. So the commission is going to coordinate with the CAISO on the future removal of the flexible RA requirements under the slice of day framework. And if you're not in the nitty-gritty weeds of slice of day, 2024 is our test year for moving to this new RA paradigm, and 2025 is implementation. It does, I don't know if it's coincidental, but it aligns with EDAM's go live. So as we start to think about all of these changes, we have to think about all of these changes happening simultaneously. We cannot look at one project in a vacuum. we have to look at everything evolving in a regulatory space that are impacting our ability to provide value to the system. I just want to reiterate that with all of this regulatory movement, what this means to us is that imbalanced reserves and flexible ramping product have to replace flexible RA. And it has to ensure compensation provided for flexible attributes so that we can build flexible assets and we can maintain through continuous improvements and upgrades those existing assets as their operation needs to enhance and upgrade and improve over time. These products are incredibly important, and that is why we have spent so much time on this effort. So initially, Vistra just wants to be really level set, share why this is so important to us, provide this larger context before we go into the details. Next slide. Okay, so with that context, very important, lots of movement. So we took a step back. We have these concerns about the overall health of the market. And we asked ourselves, so what is a workable design that achieves the goals that are laid out by the CAISO and others? And when I say others, I kind of, we talk a lot about the CAISO, but when I say the CAISO, I may be flipping back and forth between EDAM operator and CAISO operator, because I think another important thing that has happened is that the governance so at the governing body and the Board of Governors have approved EDAM that is moving towards filing. So we need to move, so that is now a core assumption, right? So we're not just CAISO, we are now talking about how this day ahead market is going to support the needs for EDAM. So how do we achieve these goals with minimal market disruption while leaving room for future enhancements? Next slide. At last Monday's meeting, we went through a conceptual proposal. There's some tweaks to this. I didn't really highlight the tweaks here because we're going to go through it in detail. I'm trying to not use up a ton of time on this front slide, but it's a good summary of the key design elements before we go and talk about them in detail. That is where my presentation is going next. Before I do, I thought this would be a good time to open up for questions. If CAISO has questions, if stakeholders have questions, we're happy to field them. Yeah.
Kirsten Rock with PacifiCorp. Thank you for going through all this. One of the questions I had is workable design, right? So what is workable? How do you define workable? From your perspective, I respect the fact that President LSE might have a different idea of what constitutes a workable design. So perhaps could you just outline what your criteria are for calling it a workable design from your perspective?
Yeah, no, thanks, Kirsten. So I think when I was kind of leaning in on the goals, I think a really important one is that the market solution needs to be, you need to be able to understand it. If you cannot understand the market solution and it just feels like the black box spits something out at you, we're not incentivizing or disincentivizing behavior that we need to. So a solution being clear, and just give an example, marginal cost of congestion needs to mean something very specific in the market. I also believe the system marginal energy cost needs to mean something very specific in the market. And I'll put losses to the side, but those two things are really important, and understanding and having confidence in them is very important as well. And if we have a GHG component, that is incredibly important, that we are valuing greenhouse gas appropriately in the locational marginal prices that we are calculating. That is an important part of our price formation. So when we say workable design, we need to be able to have market awards that are feasible. That's always most important. If you own generation, market outcomes that are feasible, super critical. So feasible market outcomes, the LMP should be reflecting congestion that is observed as a result of that award, of that solution. And the SMEC needs to be representing what we expect to be the marginal cost of meeting that need. Shortage scarcity needs to only be really triggered when there is a shortage or scarcity expected condition. Price formation has to work well because it feeds into so many things. And that for the flexibility, because the forward procurement is no longer going to be providing the compensation for that flexibility, we are now pivoting to a world where the daily markets need to do so. I do not know how the forward markets might evolve because these are novel products and we will have to wait to see. But the LMP and the clearing, so the energy price definitely impacts forward markets. And that is a huge component of long-term investment. And for those who are less familiar with Vistra, we do have generation inside California. We have 1,050 megawatts of combined cycle gas turbine, very efficient, flexible assets. We also have 400 megawatts of battery energy storage. We are bringing another 350 on this summer. We will have 750 megawatts of 4-hour storage, and we are continuing to develop well beyond that across the West. So we look at this both from a legacy perspective, but also a growth perspective. And valuing these assets is incredibly important as a company that is dedicated to bringing flexible assets onto the grid. Any other questions?
We have a hand up over the phone.
Sure.
Let's go to Josh Arnold.
Hi, Josh.
Sorry, I think my hand was up from earlier. No question on my part.
Great. Yes, Becky.
Hey, Kathleen, Becky Robinson with the ISO. I appreciate these framing comments and I guess I would like to understand more when you talk about day-ahead LMPs being muddied by, the congestion that might materialize under, well, the congestion that would be there because if we have deployment scenarios. I appreciate that can feel like a black box kind of thing because, but at the same time, it feels like if that is, I think like George talked about this morning, I think what those deployment scenarios are meant to reflect is sort of our best guess of where we think uncertainty may materialize. And so if assuming that that's a good capture and, that we're doing that right, which, we can set those details aside for the point of this question, but I'm curious if that is, if that's what those are doing, and that's what they're doing there, then I guess I just wonder, right, it seems like your description is that's muddying LMP, that's making it more confusing, not that is sharing information or conveying information to the system about what is needed, what is likely to be needed and where. And I guess that seems like I would be interested in hearing more of your take of why that's muddying the LMPs rather than conveying useful information about the value of energy and products in different places on the system given the transmission. And so maybe that's something that you can speak to more as you work through your slides. I know you got a lot ahead of us, but just wanted to kind of flag that.
No, I think that's helpful, Becky, and I think it's a really important question. It might be best served as I'm going through, but very high level, I'd say that if you're forecasting need accurately, and we assume 0% error, which I struggle with, but let's assume it, then I struggle with why we have so many scenarios. Because if you are so confident in your forecast about how the market is going to need to use this uncertainty, then it seems like we don't need deployment scenarios, right? If you think that you have forecasted your uncertainty and you are super confident in it, then that you have located it at the right location, nodally on the system, then what it appears that you're trying to procure
is a call option on energy that has a real-time price exposure, but you are confident in that megawatt amount. So one way to, if you wanted to reduce muddying the LMP, one way to do it would be to state that you are confident in your forecast, nodally, as confident as your has been described. And when you award uncertain imbalance reserves, to include it in the power flow analysis, the same that you do energy. And then what we would see is not a distortion of how a single offer may or may not, based on a probability of deployment, impact congestion, which is very hard to parse out. But we would see then how energy is expected to flow as a combination of energy and imbalance reserves. That at least would give confidence in the solution more, but it all does stem from, but are you confident in how you're going about forecasting? So as we have struggled with, how do you get confident, not in multiple different scenarios of deployment, and understanding that you're putting a probability on all of those, to how do we get you more confident, is how we have moved to zonal. Because with a zonal forecast, I think there was some confusion this morning, but a zonal forecast actually has less margin of error. It has lower error in a zonal forecast than if you were to distribute it down to the nodal level. There is a lot more error when you are saying, what is the probability of uncertainty materializing in this exact same spot between day ahead and real time, as opposed to saying, what is the probability that this uncertainty in a zone materializes in real time? Using a zonal helps to balance that risk and actually reduce error in that forecast. And so through kind of pivoting the design, I think we can get the CAISO more comfortable that the forecast that you are actually your uncertainty requirement, you can be more confident in it. As you're more confident in it, then I think your results will be more efficient. Does that help?
I see my colleague George. Looks like he might want.
I can't
just
see
want to
George.
correct something, because we shouldn't have any misconceptions here. The demand forecast is less accurate if you do it on a more granular space. The demand forecast models, they come up with a higher error if you go more granular.
Right, which is why so let's go to the proposal, because in no way, shape, or form do I have any granular forecasts. So next slide. Because you're right, George, 100%. Okay, so let's start with so we were asked to provide a detailed proposal. Happy to take feedback afterwards, but let's go through those details. So first, same with the CAISO. I mean, this is, to be perfectly honest, this is the CAISO's skeleton in a slightly, with some changes to what we consider a more workable design. And I would, one of the things that in my earlier slides I say is the question we asked ourselves was, what's the starting place that where can we start, but leave room for enhancements as we get more data, as we can become more confident. So the first element of this foundation is to add a new integrated forward market product that would procure expected uncertainty to meet imbalances for when real-time needs are expected to be greater than day-ahead forecasts. No shocker, this is the exact same high-level proposal of the CAISO. We're not proposing anything meaningfully different, but we are proposing a path to implement, to a policy proposal that can start and produce a more workable outcome, at least as a starting place. So our proposal would perform balancing authority area or intra-BAA zonal procurement for imbalance reserves and for RUC capacity. We would co-optimize across the EDM imbalance reserves up uncertainty product to meet imbalances when real-time needs are greater than the IFM cleared physical supply with energy and ancillary services. And I should clarify, between the day ahead and real-time forecast imbalances. So same core concept, same core metric, perform on a BAA or intra-BAA level, generally the same. We would ask the CAISO to perform an EDAM level run that would limit transfers to the total transfer capability of ETSRs between the areas, and we'll go into more detail. We would enforce BAA or intra-BAA requirements to ensure these local needs are met. We would perform a BAA level RUC run that incorporates EDAM transfers and imbalance reserve awards into the cleared awards. And it would apply appropriate treatment for wrap or off systems sales. A couple extra details, I guess, to provide here are that we think a BAA level RUC run is really important. It should limit transfers between BAAs to zero. That does not mean that we think that EDAM transfers should not be reflected in the RUC run. And I think that has been a confusion whenever we have spoken on this point in the stakeholder process. You can represent the EDAM transfers out of the integrated forward market as modeled injections and withdrawals, depending on the net import or net export direction of those for each of the BAAs on either end. So they would be incorporated into RUC. So the benefit from EDAM would already seamlessly flow into RUC. We would also include imbalance reserves in the stack. We believe that an imbalance reserve RUC adder, so this adder is important. Today, how cleared energy supply goes into RUC is that, let's say it was a $50 energy offer that cleared. An energy RUC adder is applied to it to subtract $250 so that the merit order of the IFM's physical solution is respected within the RUC stack below zero. And so in this instance, that my hypothetical scenario, it would be included in the stack at -200. I'm not confident, and this is something we would need the CAISO to work on, whether or not 250 adder is the right adder for the imbalance reserve offer, or if because it's a capacity, maybe we'd want to reflect a slightly different adder, but they're all capped at $0. So if an offer today is 300 and you would subtract -250, it's limited to 0 in RUC. The principle is that the merit order of the solution, the integrity of IFM is respected within the stack in RUC. So we have a cleared physical supply. We propose imbalance reserves also be included in that part of the stack. This is really important so we're not over procuring when RUC does its assessment to see if backstop is needed. And then EDAM transfers are modeled as injections and withdrawals. So again, we are not over procuring relative to IFM. And then just to be complete, imports and exports that clear at an intertie are also included in RUC. So we are not over procuring. We would also propose that, and this is so James, last Monday, we presented on the whole, the multi-stage generator. I mentioned that we have over 1,000 megawatts of MSGs. We do understand the problem, I think, that you're trying to solve, and we are committed to having that conversation. What I said last Monday, and I'll just reiterate, is I think that a good first step, if you're going to be making changes to RUC's engine already, it does make sense to allow the RUC cut process to change. So the RUC cut process today will not transition an MSG down to a lower configuration if we're in overgeneration conditions. It doesn't do a lot when this happens. So even if an MSG is allowed to transition in RUC down to the lowest configuration, nothing really changes from an operations perspective in real time, because it's in real time that the binding configuration logic kicks in, which I presented on last week, and you will look at those slides for more context. But it does provide valuable information to the operations engineering team. And I think that it does provide greater transparency into how congestion, albeit day ahead, which we still have the question about how much of that is resolved through EIM. But it does give transparency into which MSG transitions to a lower configuration could resolve the congestion that they're seeing. I think we've really focused on, in your paper, you focused on the out-of-market actions. I actually think it's the information that they're looking for. They're looking for greater certainty that if they were to exceptionally dispatch an MSG down to a lower configuration, it would in fact resolve that congestion based on their analysis. Giving them more information will help their intraday planning. And in no way, shape, or form are we trying to, object to the CAISO providing greater information to its intraday processes. But I just want to reiterate, it doesn't actually change anything. From a market outcome perspective, what it would do is it would delay the need to hit slack when we're in overgeneration. And what I mean by that is when you are in overgeneration and you have to reduce the schedules that we talked about below zero, if you reach a point where you can no longer reduce those schedules, you then hit slack. And we'll see a penalty price in RUC at a price below -150. Last Monday, I showed some information on the spec. We could also look at RUC to see how often that may or may not happen from an overgen perspective. Finally, just a note to be complete, absolutely no, I think maybe slight change to the proposal that you put forward for the grid management charges. Same concept of if you submit a bid and it's assessed in the market, it have a GMC assigned to it. The clarification here is that because our proposal does not require RA or resources to submit a bid, there would be no GMC assigned to the RUC capacity that is inserted into the market. Next slide.
Kathleen, can I ask a question here, or maybe a comment? So far, I'm struggling to see what is different in the proposal that you're putting forward with what we have in the DAME proposal. I mean, your initial slide with the design principles, we adhere to all of this. The mechanics of what you had in the previous slide, they're all there in the DAME proposal. The only exception, the only difference is RAC, because I think you have a misunderstanding of what RAC is proposed to be in DAME is a little different than today's RAC.
I think what you're hearing, George, is an alternative proposal. So I just asked you to be open to that alternative as we move through the rest of the slides.
Okay.
Because I have 30 some slides. Let's keep moving. Next slide. Or I guess sorry, that's the last one. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about RUC because we haven't spent enough time. And to George's point, our proposal is not the same as the CAISOs for the RUC proposal, but our proposal does address the challenges the CAISO has raised in the RUC process so that we can have more confidence that we have sufficient backstop capacity and that we've done the things that I'm going to describe here. So first, the proposal here is that the EDAM RUC, so the EDAM RUC run should result in issuing RUC awards for incremental capacity above that cleared in the IFM, above the greater of imbalance reserve awards, day ahead energy awards, or minimum load that has not been previously arranged by the internal BAA or external BAA supporting off-system needs. So first, there would be RUC awards, same as today, yes, but trying to add some clarifications. The RUC awards, so the RUC availability bids that are submitted by California RA resources, I'm trying to add that clarification throughout this as well, because now that we have more than one RA program, we need to broaden our mindset. So the eligibility for this would be resources capacity, because you could have partially contracted resources capacity in excess of RMR capacity, California RA, or any supply supporting RAP RA or off-system sales. I'm going to give a heavy caveat here and just ask for understanding that RAP has not been talked about in a level of detail yet within the stakeholder process. And so our proposal thinks about RAP mostly as intra-BAA capacity transfers for surplus and deficit. So a deficit BAA would procure surplus energy from a surplus BAA. This may be oversimplifying RAP, and I apologize if it is. And that's one of our big asks. One of the big, left to do parts of this project is to really start delving into EDAM, like non-CAISO EDAM specific issues, including RAP. So please let me know if you have any feedback, but that is a key assumption I did want to clarify as we think about RAP as largely intra-BAA, but there are resources that may be supporting that. So a given EDAM BAA might know what resources they think are supporting their commitment for an off-system sale of forward capacity or wrap capacity. And that's something that we need to talk through. The second is RUC capacity. This is a little confusing, but when we think about RUC, we think about it submitting RUC capacity at $0, and we think about a RUC award, which is a non-price, it's an additional incremental sale or procurement of capacity. So for RUC capacity, those that would be eligible for this would be RMRs, California RA, and energy associated with RAP RA obligations or unavailability bids for energy that is needed to support off-system sales. These should never receive any RUC payments. They've already been contracted, they have already been paid, and this should be at a $0 price. Binding commitment costs should be included in the real-time market bid, in the real-time bid cost. That is the same as today. I'm just clarifying, and I think it's the same as the CAISO's proposal. The next really important thing that RUC does though, so let's transition. Okay, so now we have our backstop capacity for any additional needs that weren't secured through IFM, whether it was through energy, transfers, imbalance reserves, what's our incremental, that's all we're going for with an incremental must offer for RUC. But there's another component, which is if there happens to be a long start unit that was not committed through IFM, let's make sure that RUC, if it's needed to provide that incremental MU, is sending that binding startup instruction. This should ensure that resources under RMR, California RA, but also potentially resources associated with RAP RA, and then it's very critical that resources that are supporting off-system sales are also committed if they happen to not be committed in the IFM run. Resources with a startup time plus minimum uptime of greater than 240 minutes are impacted by this. Just a note that we do run greater than 24-hour RUC runs. I think it's a bit up in the air as we work through EDAM implementation details as to exactly how long the RUC runs will be. But I just, for completeness, if we ran longer than 24-hour RUC horizons, then extremely long start resources can receive an advisory startup instruction, but it would require the EDAM BAA still to kind of go through and do your own assessments and confirm that startup. For other units, the existing real-time commitment processes, whether it's the short-term unit commitment or it's the real-time unit commitment, can handle their commitments if it is needed in real time. The RUC schedule is currently made available to all relevant scheduling coordinators. But I think what we need to talk through is under EDAM. So one of the complexities with EDAM that I don't think we've discussed is that an EDAM BAA may have third-party generators participating in their system. You will not be the SCs for those generators. And so from a merchant perspective, you would not have necessarily transparency into the commitments of those third-party generators that may actually be meeting some of your needs, but you may not know that. And so I think we need to talk about in greater detail whether or not, like, to respect the separation of function rules within utilities, we need to talk through in greater detail who is informing RUC. RUC is really a BAA role within CAISO. It's a reliability run. The BAA operations will have transparency into the fuller fleet. And so I think that is an open question. I ask EDAM entities to really, or EDAM prospective entities, EIM entities, think about this. And we need to talk about this in more detail. So let's go to the next slide. That wraps up my conceptual kind of framework of the processes. We're now going to go into the real details. So before we start doing that, let me ask, are there any questions? And I will just further caveat, there's a lot of additional content to come, but let's take some questions.
Oh, I'll repeat, Kathleen, I don't see anything new here. What you're proposing that we're not doing already. It's already got stuff that we do already, or they're proposed in the EDAM proposal. There's You say this is something alternative, but I don't see the alternate.
It's coming, George.
Okay.
Any other questions on what I've presented? Okay, and to get it faster to what, so let's move faster. Okay. So the next element is completely agree. A well-functioning market needs to mitigate market power concerns for imbalance reserves and residual unit commitment capacity. We believe that bid caps at $250 per megawatt hour is sufficient to do this, paired with sound must offer rules. So let's go to the next slide. So first big change. No changes to the existing market power mitigation engine are needed under our proposal for zonal procurement. The proposal that we're providing provides an ancillary service capacity product to meet imbalance reserves that is not impacting congestion. So no change to MPM is needed. That simplifies the overall changes. The second one is that no new market power mitigation run is needed for RUC. This is a huge performance benefit to EDAM because we are adding multiple runs for multiple purposes. We have an RSE coming. We have a greenhouse gas benchmark run coming. Adding runs that are not directly needed for day one is we think is a con. Let me put it that way. We think that's a negative. And part of the reason we think that's a negative is because we have a combined cycle gas turbine that needs to procure gas. And we need to submit our nominations by 4 p.m. for evening cycle if there's anything incremental needed as a result of those awards. And we are not alone. There are generators and there's utilities that are considering participating in this day ahead market, or that gas nomination deadline is very important. So if we're moving back from 4 p.m., we have to have time to secure the gas before we submit those nominations. Frankly, anything later than a 2 p.m. publish for the day ahead market is going to be incredibly difficult. And we've debated this in so many different efforts, how much wiggle room we can get. But and repeatedly, we've decided 1 p.m. is the latest that can possibly be done. I'm saying that we are trying to move with you, recognizing that the CAISO is adding multiple runs, expanding the need for the timeline, but we really need to be tight. And if we're not tight, we're going to have other issues impacting fuel supply, which will undermine reliability in real time, and we don't want to be doing that. So big benefit, no new market power mitigation run is needed for RUC. Again, this is because it is not, there's no it's not introducing a new LMP for RUC. RUC is going to include, and to explain, the RUC stack will include physical supply, imbalance reserves, EDAM transfers, import exports. The RA pre-contracted, so we talked about California RA, RMR, RAP RA, if there's a resource associated with that, all valued at $0. That's an important reason that we believe that we don't need a new market power mitigation run. Again, I really think we need to talk more about RAP, but conceptually, we're going to start with a component of this would be at $0 to support RAP because it has already been procured outside the market. We just clarify, continue to perform RUC to meet the power balance constraint and to enforce RUC zones if needed. So if there's a deliverability concern that may be impacting the system, you can enforce more granular zones within RUC. Just want to make sure that everyone is aware of that as well. Market power concerns will be mitigated in both the integrated forward market and RUC by limiting both of these bid sets for capacity to no more than $250 per megawatt hour. We understand that there have been concerns raised, but we haven't seen any data showing that there isn't an expectation that we will have sufficient supply to meet these needs once we're performed on a zonal basis, such that there would be a credible system market power concern. So I understand your hybrid proposal did propose that, But to support a need for that above a 250 cap, I believe the CAISO will need to provide data to support that there's a credible concern with market power. Next slide. Okay, must offer obligations. So we need to get more sophisticated as we build out our market to an EDM framework. We don't just have non-RA, we don't just, and California RA. We're now going to have other contracts. So in resources internal to a BAA that have sold off system, they need to be accounted for. We're going to have wrap agreements between BAAs. Some of the rules will be consistent for all these different types. Some may need to be different. What's consistent, and I flagged status quo to try to make it clearer, what is the same. All of these different types of resources may bid up to their PMAX, which I think might be a slight change to the CAISO's proposal, but James can clarify. They will be limited in their awards to no more than their upper economic limit across all products. The market enforces the intertemporal constraints of resources, including their ramp rates. So what is feasible in any given hour will be a function of that upper economic limit and those intertemporal constraints that are modeled. The other thing that is across the board is that RUC will ensure that it does not award into the ancillary service awards by including in the upper economic limit used in RUC any integrated forward market ancillary service awards. Upper economic limit is the maximum capacity of units minus any D rates, minus ancillary service awards. And in a RUC process, you should be removing those. That's regulation, that's spin, that's non-spin. From a non-RA perspective, status quo, no must offer obligations into the day ahead market and no must offer obligations into RUC. So day ahead market is IFM and RUC together. Excess supply from non-RA shall not be included in RUC unless the non-RA capacity is voluntarily offered through a RUC availability bid. California RA, same as today, RUC bid insertion of RUC capacity at $0 per megawatt hour for any portion of its shown RA above the sum of its energy and imbalance reserve. So remember, our proposal is that both energy and IR are in the supply stack. So any inserted capacity would be incremental to both of those products. The other thing that we are proposing, which is, and so I've underlined it to make it clear what's different. But the other thing is status quo, bid insertion for energy if not submitted at the default energy bid price. There's no imbalance reserve MU since it's not included in the RA program. However, if imbalance reserves is awarded in IFM, it is automatically included in the supply stack. And if IFM is functioning correctly and you're confident in your forecast, you will have awarded imbalance reserves appropriately. They will be in the supply stack and reduce the overall need for backstop. Other contract issues. So this is an existing issue, and here's a proposal to try to address some of the existing challenges as we expand to a more durable, well-functioning market design. Resources contracted for any portion of their capacity to an external BAA would be required to submit an unavailability bid to indicate the capacity has been prearranged for off-system sales and so that it is treated similar to California RA at that $0 per megawatt hour price in the RUC run. Any day ahead market energy that has, so kind of getting where the CAISO doesn't need to administer every must offer obligation. Some of it will be hard to see. And this is an example of what is hard to know, that a resource has a must offer obligation in its contracts that it has engaged in for off system sales. That's a contractually managed must offer obligation. We would expect that to be submitted into the market under that contract provision. But we think it is fair to that the unavailability needs to be submitted because the RUC BAA level run is going to backstop capacity to that BAA's need, and it is going to see any capacity it awards as for that source BAA, for that internal BAA. A resource that has sold off system capacity needs to be able to show to the CAISO or EDAM when it submits that bid that it is not available for that internal BAA. It has been contracted for off-system sales. You would see both an export, maybe a transfer. We'll see how it kind of unfolds, but you would see an export bid associated with that unavailability bid. Today, the CAISO requires an availability bid, and it creates a huge amount of risk where it implies that you've both sold capacity to an external entity and you're offering to sell capacity to the internal entity, and that disrupts markets. So this is a fix that could be made through this process. For RAP, we really need to talk about this more. I'm not going to belabor it. This needs to be a key conversation going forward. Next slide. Okay. So now that CAISO has run its day-ahead market processes, we've produced the results. We have energy schedule awards, we have imbalance reserve awards, we have RUC awards, we have RUC capacity to meet both our forecast and uncertainty needs. What happens in real time? Integrated forward market ancillary service awards, again, are removed from the upper economic limit. That's status quo. That is fixed in the real-time market, as we might say. The next is that the higher of the imbalance reserve up award and any RUC award must submit economic bids. This is the same as the CAISO's proposal. We're supportive of requiring an economic bid from the higher of these. Any integrated forward market supply or intertie transactions can transfer as self-schedule or can submit economic bids the same as today. What are the nuances that we should clarify under the proposal? Non-RA, integrated forward market physical supply or intertie transactions can either transfer or self-schedule, same as today. So if you received an award at a day ahead, you're going to be providing that into real time. You have to then decide, is that coming from self-schedule or an economic? Although we've clarified that we are supportive of the proposal that for imbalance reserves or an incremental RUC award, that it would be required to have an economic bid. California RA, generic RA. So this is system and local, not flex. Status quo RA capacity above the sum of energy imports, the change being and imbalance reserves have a real-time must offer obligation of either self-schedules or economic bids. So if not secured through IFM, it would have the same generic RA obligation up to its net qualifying capacity that it is shown on the RA plan. For Flex RA, as long as we still have a Flex RA, status quo. Flex RA, uncleared megawatts out of IFM would be required to submit economic energy bids. Energy bid insertion at the default energy bid price. What about these other contracts? So the resources that were contracted for off-system sales. Any real-time MOO is going to be handled under the contract. If it cleared, again, if it will still have the same rules by which if it successfully cleared IFM for energy or imbalance reserves or RUC capacity, it will have a MOO into real time. If it did not clear, the contracts would cover that obligation. This is not something I think the CAISO needs to focus on trying to administer, and so no bid insertion rules should be applied in real time. You should leave it up to the contracts. For RAP, we really need to talk about RAP. Next slide. The next section is going to be focusing on, okay, now we understand kind of big picture. What are the process changes? What are the bidding rules? What's the market power mitigation? Now, how do we set an uncertainty requirement that we have confidence in? I think that's the meat of what people really want to talk about. So I can transition directly unless there's any clarifying questions.
We do have a question over the phone line, so let's unmute Michelle Quito.
Hey, this is Michelle Quito. Hey, I just wanted to get some clarity on those off-system sales because I thought that they still had to be running, and that was like if so if they weren't producing, then we wouldn't support it, and we could recall it. I mean, there were some complicated rules, but it was like non-RA capacity, if it was supported by non-RA capacity, but they still had to have a bid in, because like, what if they're on forced outage? We're still not going to support the export under those circumstances.
Yeah, no, that's fair, Michelle. So I think for all intents and purposes, the main change that we're proposing is that it be clear that it is unavailable for RA so let's say from a California RA perspective, you have an RA obligation requirement. Resources that are going to be able to support that requirement should be being procured to meet it and awarded through the market.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I like the unavailability bid, but then you said the must offer should be irrelevant for CAISO, but it's not irrelevant because we'll support the exports for non-RA resources, but we won't support the resources, for example, if they don't have a bid in and they're on forced outage, right?
Yeah, and I think that's so in our proposal, that unavailability bid would be submitted at a $0 to support that export. And so implicit, and this is probably in my appendices. There's appendices. Super excited for everyone. We think that there needs to be a direct link. The CAISO has been trying to address this problem indirectly, and I think that has caused us to kind of go down the path that you're describing, where sometimes it works, sometimes maybe it doesn't. We need a direct link between the unavailability bid that is connected to that export bid, and there does need to be some shifting of them, but they should be paired in fairly tandem, if that makes sense.
Okay, so somewhat like a wheel out so that they're paired with a resource.
That is conceptually what we think needs to happen. I know there's more details we need to talk through, and working through some examples would be great.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Yeah, no, thank you. Any other questions?
Maybe you can clarify something, Kathleen. You mentioned that there is no MPM or need for MPM in ROC. And I think you base that on the fact that perhaps California RA resources will be obligated to bid at $0 for ROC availability. But this seems a little bit narrow-minded. I mean, we're not designing the market just for California RA. There is also California non-RA, and even more so non-California. So how can you make that statement that there is no need for market power mitigation in ROC when there are actually non-zero bids and they can drive the price up if they're situated?
So in our proposal, George, the probability of a non-zero bid in ROC is incredibly low, because our proposal is IFM cleared supply goes in and is capped at 0, even if when you apply the ROC adder. Imbalance reserves cleared have their offer plus an imbalance reserve ROC adder capped at 0. California RA is inserted at 0. Off-system sales through those unavailability bids capped at 0, limit at 0, are included in ROC. EDAM transfers, I maybe should have put that in with the cleared physical supply category, but EDAM transfers, models, injections, and withdrawals, that has its own, with imports and exports, would be treated consistently with imports, exports. And then RAP, I respect that we need to talk about RAP, so I'm trying not to get too far into the details until we have the stakeholders at the table who are going to be having to comply with RAP, so we can really work through an example. And it gets complicated with the intra-BAAs. So
before
we'll need to talk about it
it's
further.
really simple, Kathleen. Are you saying that all the capacity products will be having a $0 bid?
All the pre-arranged, pre-contracted offers will have a 0 bid.
How
The
about
only
the
thing
non-
that RUC procures is incremental capacity, not arranged. And as you know, the core design of RUC has always been that the probability of RUC having a positive LMP is supposed to be negligible. It's a backstop capacity market trying to make us whole to forecast if it's needed. But the basis of RUC when it was filed at FERC was that the probability of a non-zero LMP was incredibly small because our forward procurement processes were resilient and robust. And because they were robust and resilient, We would have enough capacity to meet our needs, but but we needed to plan for in the instance that an unavailability on a given time frame, a given day, unanticipated conditions occur and we need backstop. And so in that instance, you do want to pay for the value you're receiving from resources that have not been arranged, that are offering capacity for sale for the first time.
But how about non-California? You're making assumptions that EDAM entities will have to adapt some similar or whatever
No,
their own.
I'm making an
You have to
assumption.
have bids for a market, otherwise this is not a market.
So I am saying, and I hope the CAISO hears me, we have not had a conversation at this level of detail about RAP and how it is going to integrate. And we deeply need to have that conversation. I mean, honestly, working through this over the last couple of weeks, that's the biggest takeaway I have had, is that we just have not had the conversations that we need to have. I'm flagging this gap and I'm asking us to work on it in the next couple of weeks. Next slide. Actually, Isabella, is there any other questions or can we keep this train moving?
Yeah, it looked like Michelle popped up there for a second,
sure.
but I saw that her hand was put down. So maybe we keep moving.
Okay, so let's go into what I think is the meat of a lot of what we've been discussing. All the others, like the stuff that we just went over, is incredibly important for a well-functioning market and the proposal that we're providing. But this is what I think a lot of the debate has been on, is how do we develop the uncertainty requirement for this new product, imbalance reserves? Part of the reason the beginning of my slides looked sparse on imbalance reserve is because we're gonna get into it. Okay. So we provided a conceptual approach for imbalance reserves that really hinges on this idea that balancing authority areas, the BAA operations has the best insight into the issues and challenges on their system. And we need to make sure we're integrating all EDAM BAAs into how this process will work. Next section, I will kind of review that from a process perspective, but from a how do we get to that requirement? On a daily basis, we would calculate hourly dynamic reserve requirements for the BAA and each predefined intra-BAA zone using probabilistic forecasts to estimate each EDAM BAA or predefined intra-EDAM BAA zones uncertainty forecast. CAISO has proposed to calculate the imbalance reserve requirement for each EDAM BAA separately using historical data specific to the BAA. We have generally the same proposal with the variation of an intra-BAA zone, which it will address deliverability risks. To be clear, and I think there's been some questions about the uncertainty requirement, how to go about it. Vistra, another thing that Vistra did is we took a step back and said, a lot of work has been done already, and we are not trying to propose to move mountains. One of the intractable rocks that I see in any proposal that even starts to touch on, frankly, the requirement, is trying to get into changing how Mosaic works. We have recently produced a new application the last couple of years. I frankly don't think it's a viable proposal to make any suggestions for changes to how the quantile regression is being performed. And I'm not trying to make it for day one. I agree with some of the concerns that have been raised by stakeholders about that approach and about that calculation. And we support the CAISO monitoring. Let's get the data, let's look at it, and let's talk about enhancements, but let's focus this discussion on alternatives, on what is possible. And I think that changing the uncertainty requirements, changing the mechanism of uncertainty forecasting is not possible at this point in time. So we recognize that. I want you to know we recognize that. And I wanted to be clear that you're not hearing any proposed change to the core box. So once the quantile regression is performed, I think what we are asking is to allow both your BAA, but also other BAs to say, for example, I have deliverability constraints between the north, let's say north and south of my area. I'm completely confident between day ahead to real time to be able to deliver, but I have some really critical choke points and cut planes that need to be respected. And if you respect those, we have confidence in the solution. Easily understood, workable. In that instance, they would predefine, say, a north and south zone. Registered and master file is fine. Predefine, and the Mosaic would run and perform with a quantile regression on both north and south and the BAA, and frankly, probably the subregion, which we'll get to next. I know that sounds like a lot, but it's upfront work. And what's important is that there's activities that are done on the day ahead basis. Day ahead market is not an automated engine. It takes a few hours to go through the run, and it is iterative, and we check for things. And operations does identify what are the constraints that are needed to be enforced to best ensure a solid integrity of the market outcome. We do not expect to see that change. Operations engineers will still be looking at their options, their risks, and deciding which of the zones would need to be enforced. EDAM BAA operations will need to have training and will need to be brought on and brought along with how do they communicate the zones that they have concerns with. Maybe they don't have a zonal concern. Maybe the BAA forecast is enough for them for a given day. But maybe on a different day, they do want to enforce a south zone or north zone. And so we'll need to create in that process a way for the EDAM BAA to communicate that to the EDAM operators. Once the quantile regression is performed on the subregion BA or intra-BA zones, each of them would have their own calculated uncertainty, and the BA operations would identify which to enforce pre-day ahead. So Greg, I heard you mention the comment about like sometimes if you identify issues after day ahead, especially with like stranded AS, and we might block and we'd have to do redispatch. We are also interpreting that the EDAM BAA would have the training and understand the need to provide, like, here's the 3 or 4 resources on my system that I have a deliverability concern with, probably, let's say, off a radial line. Block it, please. Pre-day ahead. That's something they would know pre-day ahead. So I think that would mitigate that risk upfront for some of these like persistent, predictable. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay, well then that kind of spurs a question. Is there
yeah.
any limit to this? Because, you know, we talked to our operators and I think they said something like 90% of our cut planes go down to the nodal level anyways. So, I mean, could we just, are you saying it's really up to each BAA to decide? Like if they want to go all the way nodal, that's fine?
So that's a great question, and thank you for engaging. I appreciate it. So I think it's a really good question. I think it really hinges on something critical, which is that my understanding is that across the EIM, not that many transmission constraints are enforced. I do not know if that is because it's only imbalance that we're currently procuring, but it's one of the pieces of information that we've been asking CAISO staff to help provide analysis on. It's such an important assumption. It's really critical to this conversation. But so from where I stand, EDAM BAAs, I don't anticipate to have nodal concerns or that kind of feedback. Maybe 1, maybe 2 zones. Some may not want any zones and might be confident that their BAA is the right granularity level. The key part of what we're putting forward is that the BAA operators for their specific system are the experts. And so they're the ones that know their deliverability best, know their transmission system best. And so we need to create a process by which they can communicate that to you without being forced into a nodal procurement. That makes sense.
Catherine, can I?
Yes.
More? Yeah. Let me piggyback on this comment because what I hear is a infeasible approach, and let me tell you why. First, we are saying that it's going to have an hourly dynamic reserve calculation. That means potentially we may end up with 24 different requirements in the day. How can an operator have the foreseeable insights to determine that every hour is going to be in a different way? Second part, this is predicated on the simplistic assumption that we are dealing with a radial system. That is not how a nodal market works. We have hundreds of constraints all over the place. If you try to draw a cut plane anywhere in the system, there is no clean way to separate north from the south. That would be only applicable for path 26 or path 15. Everything else is not radial. And that means operators will have a big challenge to define what the zones are going to be. That is just from the practical point of view of what operators have to own now to develop on an hourly basis for next day, 24 hours. Now, assuming we are able to overpass that big challenge, this actually poses a lot of implementation challenges, because if we are talking about 24 different requirements for 24 different hours, now let's say in hour ending 15, you end up with 5 regions that the operators magically identified to be able to define what they are going to be. That means we have to go back 180 days, reconstruct the load forecast that would have been applicable to each of these dynamically created areas, and do the calculation for each single hour. And you may end up with different zones every single hour for different days. So it's becoming a very quickly intractable computational problem to deal with.
So I appreciate, and let's focus on that, because that's not on first blush what I'm proposing. And so let's try to figure out what the words I'm using maybe aren't syncing up. First, predefined zones. I'm not using that loosely, Guillermo. I'm using that really clear. Like we have what, 3 to 5 zones, give or take, that you can enforce. Like in RUC, we have 3 zones. AS zones, we predefine. Those are predefined. I'm not in any way, shape, or form suggesting something that is computationally meant to be infeasible. But so like, let's start there. Predefined zones. The other areas, I actually don't know if they would need all, like 3 sounds kind of high. Maybe there's 3, maybe there's 5, but let's just keep it simple and say 2. That it's most likely 2 are needed. The upfront forecasting should be fairly automated once you define the granularity, right? And saying an hourly requirement to me is no different than saying that we have hourly forecasts. And so if you're hearing anything more sophisticated than we have an hourly energy forecast and we should probably have an hourly imbalance reserve requirement, that is not our intent. Hourly imbalance reserve requirements calculated upfront with your existing box, fully respect that there's not really any changes that can occur to that. But we think there is some wiggle room. You're already doing it on a BAA. I actually thought I read in the paper it was BAA per hour already. So I understood this not, I understood this not to be a meaningful change, other than for right now, you're saying a BAA. Run it on the BAA, perform it on maybe 2 zones, but I think you do need to set really firm, and that's your right. Whatever is feasible to do, the level of flexibility you can provide to operators, BAA operations outside of this territory, as they think about participating in EDAM, if that's 2 zones, I think you need to put your line in the sand. Right, but that's a performance question, and I completely defer to you on that. I just wanted to clarify. It's essentially the same thing I understood James had put in the paper, BAA per hour with the nuance of an additional zone could be requested. Does that help?
Make sure that we understand the same terms. The proposal is that these are going to be a statically defined zone. They are not going to be dynamically defined.
Our proposal is a static defined zone. And I think that's the next section, and I can go in more detail if you don't mind. The process behind that static is important. Do you mind if I hold on that until we get through the requirement piece? And can we revisit it? And I know you had one other thing, but do you mind if I keep moving through this section and then we can come back? Okay, because this is very helpful feedback and connecting. I think we're all closer than we think we are. Okay, let me just make sure we covered everything. Just to special request. The paper does include a conversation about the forecast, the specific constraint formulation that would be proposed for day ahead isn't in the paper. That would be helpful at some point in time. Next slide. Or I don't believe it's in the paper. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about these dynamic reserve requirements, not dynamic zones. And when I say dynamic, I mean calculated on a daily basis. And honestly, if the CAISO comes back and says we calculate these weekly, that's an implementation detail.
Look, let's put a few things there for fact so that we don't get wrong understanding of things. The quantile regression does not work like that. It gives you not a requirement, it gives you a function. And then you evaluate the function based on your forecast. So it's not something fixed. Maybe you have the function fixed, which is not even that. Every day we calculate it, and it's actually recalculated between 6 and 9 because the uncertainty changes, all right? So the historical part of the uncertainty stays the same, and that is the function. But the evaluation of the function is using the actual forecast, which is changing between 6 and 9. So nothing is static.
And I think that George explains exactly why we think this is feasible. Perfect. Okay, so prior to the day ahead market, as I discussed, daily basis, calculate the uncertainty requirement. Just as George said, we've already got a timeline. We're okay with doing it this way. All we're doing is adding the ability to ask for an additional zone or 2 zones, or 3 zones. Which I'm trying to clarify in green letter font, that this is how I understand the CAISO's proposal. Happy to get clarifications. I think the only real change here to your uncertainty requirement proposal is and any specified subzone up to the limit that you agree is feasible. And this is just summarizing how it works, and we can move on. And it should all be the same as your proposal. So go to the next slide. This is the important part. We all agree that diversity benefit is incredibly critical and needs to be reflected in this design. Or I shouldn't say all, we agree. So I think that's another miscommunication point that I wanted to clarify here. So our proposal does include diversity benefit. Diversity benefit, but I want to also say that we believe strongly diversity benefit should not be providing credit for transfers expected in the day ahead market that are not going to be available in real time. You can include a diversity benefit, but it needs to be factoring in what is a realistic expectation in real time. To mitigate this risk, the risk of over accounting for a diversity benefit, regions that reliably operate as units should be grouped. This incorporates risk to the transfer capability materializing between day ahead and real time into this design. We would propose that CAISO calculate the uncertainty requirement for each of these regions. I'm using that loosely. This is not meant to be overly complicated. We do this for a flexible ramping product. We calculate a diversity benefit for the system. This proposal would say do that for these regions. These regions, so this is from a presentation, I think it's yours, Guillermo, right? Yeah, okay. So taken from the brightest minds in the room. Full credit given to who deserves it. We found this very helpful to understand the deliverability across kind of the EIM and where we should be focused on from a diversity benefit perspective, from a deliverability perspective. So we're proposing to calculate this uncertainty requirement for each region so that we can identify that denominator for the diversity benefit calculation. Allocate to each BAA's requirement, the share of the calculated BAA uncertainty relative to this regional uncertainty. We believe that this is a good starting place for day one. There are some concerns that diversity benefit will be too large, included in the BAA requirement, if we ignore transfer capability across a wider footprint. If we recognize these cut planes, that materialize in real time, that we have seen materialize, but these are bubbles that we frequently see, right? And so it is a prudent proposal to establish the diversity credit based on these regions. And this will still provide a lot of benefit from a diversity benefit perspective to each BAA requirement. Next slide. The next part goes into the process. So kind of where I left off with Guillermo. But the last couple slides were really the meat of what we talked about this morning. Ensuring diversity benefit is incorporated in the BAA requirement appropriately, considering transmission risks. Forecasting that requirement in a way that the BAA can identify areas within their system that have deliverability risks and to be able to predefine those areas in advance. And now I'd like to transition to what that process looks like, what coordination would be needed. And I think that's a part of the concern, right? Is there a large lift to it? So, but before I do that, I want to open up for questions on, I think this is the fun kind of, I know this is a good topic of conversation. So any questions? Yes, sir.
Why do you believe it's better for the operators to do that than the market to do that?
Thank you. It's a good question, Greg. First, I do not consider identifying zones to enforce in the market the same as out-of-market action. So I want to start with, I do not consider establishing zones that respect transmission realities on your system as an out-of-market action, respectfully. So in my mind, this is a really important part of what our operations does. They run seasonal assessments. So we run forward assessments, we run annual assessments, but we also run seasonal assessments. So in our seasonal assessments, right, we look at the risks on the system. We plan for it. I just don't believe that any market design is going to immediately get rid of an entire department of people and what they will look at. And I think that there's a value of bringing their expertise into this process. And so I would ask the groups that are looking at this on a forward basis to study. Let's do this based on facts. So study the system, identify those areas, predefine them at, and so if it's a seasonal, then it'd be predefined, updated on a seasonal basis. And then going into day ahead, operations does their studies preparing for day ahead to identify the risks on the system. Has anything evolved? Their need to ensure that the system is still producing a reliable outcome isn't going to go away. And I think that sometimes when we over design to a level of granularity that is greater than they have confidence in, they tend to do more out of market actions to try to unwind the precision that we design into the market. So one of the key benefits that we think is happening here is that the zonal gives them hopefully more confidence that on a zonal basis, they will have the capacity that they can situate in real time, hopefully through the market, because I'm here to believe in FRP, that FRP will situate it in the most optimal way in real time. They don't need to block FRP, I hope, or change where FRP is required. So I'm hoping for confidence there, but I think on a zonal basis, they will have more confidence and they won't try to correct for what they believe are assumptions the market is making that they don't see in their planning. So that's the opposite risk, right? Is that we over design to a granularity level and a lot of that's confidence. So maybe we start with this, get data, get more confident, and then over time, if you still believe that there's a need to go to this level of precision, we can all go together.
But it seems like they're having to estimate where they think the congestion is going to arise on the system in the day ahead market to define these dynamic zones, if I'm following you. Whereas it seems like under a nodal approach, the market determines that, because if there's no congestion in a region, all the prices are going to be the same anyways, because you're not going to have any price separation. So the market essentially automatically defines those dynamic zones, if you will, through a nodal design. Versus where I hear you saying is we wouldn't have a nodal design, but instead have the operators in advance, putting aside the challenges Guillermo noted on doing that, as to where they think the congestion might arise through the market.
Slightly different. And I think that with better understanding of what we're proposing, I think Guillermo can get hopefully more comfortable with the feasibility of it. Knowing that we're not trying to suggest anything not feasible. But to your point, I don't think what we're proposing is for operators to need to guess where the congestion materializes. What we're saying is that operations knows where their transmission system is limited, such that capacity reserved that can be operationalized would be stranded if it were behind that constraint. And how many of those constraints are at risk of being limited and binding? That's why we think zonal might be more useful. Callie, did you have something to add?
Yeah, it looked like you had your hand up. Do you want to? Okay, so sorry. I actually wanted to tee off this conversation. So I have another question, but I'll continue with the predefined regions. So in my mind, what I think I hear you saying is they're predefined, maybe a master file. I immediately apologize for doing this thing, go straight to AS. We have 10 regions already defined in master file. The operators choose which ones to enforce, I think on a daily basis. For the most part, they probably stay the same. They don't change that often, but when you see seasonal trends change and they will enforce different zones. Is that what you have in mind? Or is it something maybe between that and a daily on the spot defined zone?
That is more aligned to what I have in mind, with a tiny clarification of we have established the ancillary service zones based on a specific study kind of analysis. I think the analysis needs to be done again to make sure that the existing ancillary service zones, I think every EDM BAA is going to have to do this, right? Just to be clear, but like each BAA will need to look to see what are the right zones for my system based on current topology, current conditions. It's probably a good time to refresh is what I'm saying. And with the imbalance reserve capacity in mind. So it works a little differently. So study for it. And maybe they're the same zones. Maybe there's less zones. Maybe they need to shift just a tiny bit the definition of where those cut planes are. I think our systems changed dramatically. And so it's worth doing that gut check. But one more clarification, Callie, any zone enforced for imbalance reserves would apply to ancillary services in our proposal. And I don't believe that's something I put in this slide deck, but because to me, it's common sense. You enforce your zone. You've said, I have a deliverability concern. You have that regardless of what type of service you've procured.
Did have another question, but it's on a diversity benefit. So if we want to continue the AS, I can hold off.
Just one comment, because I think there is a very nuanced expectation here. Our operators are great to know the transmission system. They know what the congestion is. They know how to protect the system against contingencies and so on. There is no doubt about that. I think the dimension we are adding here is dealing with uncertainty. They don't have the full picture of what the uncertainty is going to be. That is the reason we're having this discussion to start with, because we are trying to evolve from this manual-oriented process driven by operators based on conservatism into a more market-driven, efficient process. Precisely because if you ask an operator how they need to position the system based on some level of uncertainty, guess what? They are going to go and lean on the conservative side, right? If they need 3,000, maybe they are going to put 5,000 just to be safe, precisely because they have this challenge of dealing with uncertainty. That is the reason we are dealing with these rock adjustments and so on. So now trying to make this part of the process is kind of the process that we already have. And look at how rock is working right now, right? And that is the reason we are trying to evolve into something more sophisticated. So trying to put operators or operations engineer in the place where they have to jungle with the uncertainty component, that honestly is a component quite sophisticated to estimate. You need a lot of statistics and a lot of information, and that is the reason we came with this sophisticated tool. to give you a projection, a forecast of what the uncertainty is going to be, given all the moving pieces that are playing at the same time. So I think we're taking as granted that, yes, uncertainty is a known fact, and no, by nature is uncertain, and we have to come to terms with that specific component.
Yeah, thanks, Guillermo. And it's worth being transparent that proposing a process takes resources, and proposing coordination does take resources. And it's worth being transparent that in my mind, Guillermo, your department owns this. And I know how, so I want to be honest about that so we can at least have the honest conversation about whether it's feasible. And I know that's hard, but to your point, there's two different things being discussed. The uncertainty requirement absolutely is a calculation. I don't think it's something I'm proposing in any way for operators or operations engineering to have control over that. And I'm trying to be very clear. I know we have Mosaic. I know our approach. I know what we're doing. We're only proposing adding intra-BAA zones if a deliverability risk is identified. That's the change. On the operation side, the process, which is a good segue into, if we can go to the next slide. The process is important. It's transmission deliverability risks that I think the operation side will be helpful in identifying the zones. Callie, did you have a follow-up?
Before the AS conversation took place, I had a question on the diversity benefit, and I know that was in that prior section. So this morning, a lot of the conversation between the zonal and the nodal frameworks really talked about this trade-off of the diversity benefit. It seemed to be that the nodal approach had the diversity benefit in there, but the zonal framework that was talked about maybe gave that up. But I see diversity benefit in yours, so I was hoping you can kind of walk me through. So in the nodal approach, it's they calculate the requirement, at the BA level, and then they do the whole system. They reduce each BA requirement to reflect that diversity benefit. What is different in yours? Is it just that you're doing it by region and reducing the diversity benefit of each BA within that region?
You're reducing so I say you are producing a more accurate diversity benefit estimate that factors in transmission reliability. So if these areas of, let's say EIM is the map I used, maybe we can go back 2 slides if you don't mind, so sorry. If this is what EDM looks like, let's say hypothetically, oh, perfect. If this is what EDM looks like, there are areas of the system that, as we know, we do not have unlimited transfer capability in the West. Transmission matters. That's why we're coordinating. But we do have some sense of what areas have greater risks of separation around the West. And so that's what this is showing, right? These are the areas that separate from each other. And so this isn't even, so while it is producing a more accurate representation of diversity benefit, it's still a very conservative one, because there's a lot more transfer limits that bind that would further separate in different instances. And this is giving a bit of a sanity check to the diversity benefit calculation. If you were to use the system, and to do so, you need to forecast the system requirement and then use that in the denominator and then come up with the share of your credit that would reduce your BA requirement. That would assume that there's never any separation within the West. We don't think it's in the best interest of the market to assume that, because then we'll be under procuring to a requirement. So we are trying to right size, right? And these are trade-offs, and we do have to make some assumptions to those trade-offs. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think that's helpful, because then maybe there isn't necessarily that big of a trade-off. So it seems like nodal and zonal both can reflect diversity benefit.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. That's what I just wanted to make sure I clarified that. And then I think, an initial thought on this is it seems to align with the conversations that took place in EDAM when they were talking about the diversity benefit, because I thought I remember a slide that showed how they would allocate the diversity benefit, but then there was a conversation of, well, maybe it's too big. So on day one, we might not allocate all of the diversity benefit. So it seems like this is an approach to maybe not allocate all the diversity benefits. So initial blush is I think that does align with the conversations in EDAM. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you, Callie. I appreciate it. Becky, did you have a question?
Thanks, Kathleen. Becky Robinson with the ISO. You may have spoken to this already, and if so, apologies for asking you to reiterate it. But in that first bullet on this slide, so I'm glad we're back here, that your diversity benefit should not credit for transfers expected in the day-ahead market, not available in real-time market.
That was confusing. I apologize.
Well, I just was gonna ask, like, how are you trying, and I realize this is probably what we've been talking about, but how are you trying to, with the information available in the day ahead timeframe, do what's necessary to anticipate what you do or don't anticipate to be available in real time?
Understood. Not proposing this on a day ahead basis. Frankly, not proposing this on a monthly basis, proposing this on a rule basis. This trend, this map here, I believe is a fairly predictable, constant issue in EIM. So when you look at the EIM prices and you look to see where they're separating, it's not every hour, but this is a so we need to make simplifications in any design. We think establishing regions, definitions for regions upfront, and you can I think that there is some flexibility. What you would have to assess is if those need to be in the tariff or if those are BPM level details. And that's something I would defer to the CAISO to provide some feedback on. But I believe you could establish this for day one and then wait for an enhancement on EDAM based on your experience with EDAM. And if with data, once we have EDAM, you see that the way that the day ahead the trend between day ahead and real time transfer capabilities are changing, because this is based on real time data. So I want to recognize that once we have day ahead data, we might learn more between the day ahead and real time transmission risks. So absolutely a true up is needed. I do not know that you need this to be dynamic. I think that this is something that could be very static. We haven't changed our AS zones ever. I don't know. I'm looking at Guillermo. He keep it. You could. I have. Oh, they're static definitions, and that's fine. And I think the market still produces a good outcome with static regional definitions, and they can be updated if you identify the data supports it.
Okay, no, that's helpful. And maybe I might have been tripping over the words in a different way, because I think what you just said, if this is Guillermo's chart and this shows how the data sort of tends to break out, how the regions tend to break out into subregions for transfer capability in real-time market, that seems like valuable information. I guess, I don't know if this is a question for you or potentially for Guillermo, but it would be helpful to me to understand, because when I read the bullet, I see, oh, there's some information that you, in the day ahead market, for instance, you could expect transfers to be possible where, I guess do you mean your first bullet to suggest that there is a problem with what looks like available transfers in the day ahead market turnout in real time on a systematic basis, to not actually be feasible as it relates to transfers between EIM entities? Or
on a regional level, yes, we believe there are credible risks. That's why we think it needs to be accounted for. Mm-hmm.
But credible risk sounds different than a pattern of a problem.
That's
like a
fair.
Documented problem.
That's fair. And I think that we would need data. I think somebody made a comment about my long list of data requests that I sent. We need data to have that. You're right. Patterns and trends require data for us to get comfortable with. Is it a pattern or is it a risk? And what's the level of risk? So that'd be a great next step.
Okay. Thank you. But no, this is helpful. So, right, I should not take that first bullet to suggest that there's any particular concrete pattern identified.
You should not take that first bullet to expect that I personally have downloaded all of this data and performed a statistical analysis on it at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Kathleen.
You're welcome.
Before we take any more questions, I just need to give a time check. We do have less than 20 minutes and we have a hard stop to hand off to SEE at 3:15. So if we don't get through all the material today, we can look into giving you some more time tomorrow, but just wanted to.
I won't be here
remind
tomorrow. I have a personal conflict. So if there's any chance that we could have more time today, that I would appreciate it. But Steve, if that's not doable, I will not use your time. You matter. Jeff matters. Jeff matters to me. So I really want to respect the other stakeholders. And if I'm out, I'm out, and I'll have to do another meeting.
Okay, and maybe if we wrap with Jeff's presentation a little bit early, we can hand it back to you.
That works for me. And Jeff, if you can swing tomorrow and you could give more time so I can go through, maybe you could email Isabella and graciously donate time. But if not, we'll do that plan. Thank you, Isabella. Kirsten?
Rock with Pacific Core. Really quick, just a comment and similar to your point earlier about RAP, right? Repeat, kind of we'll all remember. Similarly, I'm going to probably start making that point that the conversation at times here feels a little California and CAISO centric, as in, you know, your suggestion about, oh, well, we should then also force the zones into AS. I would caution that part of this conversation is for EDAM, and there will be non-CAISO entities participating, and where this really hits the road, I think, on this conversation is the capabilities, resources, level of data available to different, you know, BAAs. We happen to have two, varies probably widely. I would argue at times probably all of us are differently staffed in the CAISO's BAA. So, you know, I would caution just to recognize that just because it could be done with the CAISO staff to forecast these zones and maintain them, that would all have to roll down onto different BAs on the EDAM, and I'm concerned about that. So you will keep hearing me suggest that this is a larger footprint. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I think that is, and yes, EDAM, this we need to talk, yeah, 100% agree. I think that maybe in a later conversation, a different iteration, we can kind of talk through, but I will maybe lean in harder on these sub-region, like this we can start with, and it can be static. No additional effort. This is data the CAISO was looked into. We can go with this. It's a good day one. I know there might be some desire for all of the diversity benefit on the system basis. There's some concerns with it being accurate. And so I think what you're hearing is let's set a static, let's agree to a place that's a good starting place. And then if we need to expand a system because we decide none of this materializes, we'll have the data and you can ask the EDAM operator to analyze that data if you're a resource constraint. So I'm not looking at PAC. Let's say you have a very small BAA who's very resource constrained, very reasonable that we need to have a simple workable design on day one, give time to get data, and then have the EDAM operator, which I was trying to, EDAM operator do that data analysis to help inform how we might enhance this design on a like year one enhancement. And I think we've already talked about that with EDAM, of knowing that we're going to need that year one enhancement to have data behind us to look at it. And so in my mind, these regions, we have support for it in lots of ways from a real-time basis. Let's start there. The subzones, I anticipate either some areas have no subzones, some areas may want literally, like, you know, your major transmission constraint, and you might want to have 2 subzones, and you might want them enforced every day. And it is okay to set that procedure up and communicate that to the EDAM operator if that's how you want to run your system. I think the beauty and the elegance of what we are really encouraging the CAISO to consider here is the CAISO does not have that data. So let's flip it on that. Let's do the flip side. CAISO does not have information into your systems. CAISO should not be making those assessments of risk for you. That's something that I think you need to coordinate and agree on together. But there is a way to implement this proposal that is incredibly static and incredibly resource non-intensive for the EDAM BAAs, and that's an intentional aspect of this proposal, and we believe a benefit. If it's all right with time, I'm going to move on. And I'm going to try and kind of just breeze over this because I did present, maybe the next slide, on this last Monday. I don't believe I changed anything on this slide. I might have tweaked something small, but let's go to the next slide. Just a reiteration of the process we went through last Monday, which we've kind of talked about. In my initial, but what we didn't talk about was initial thoughts on expanding the RUC process outside of the CAISO to non-CAISO EDAM BAAs. This needs a lot more airtime. Please take this as just an idea. I'm mostly just teeing this up, getting you to think about this so that we can start talking about it in more regular basis. So BAA operations today do have the flexibility to ensure that they can enforce RUC zones intra BAA. So CAISO generally does, let's say, 3 RUC zones. They're associated with the 3 transmission access control areas we have, but that's just an example of an option for running the RUC. That should be available to all BAA operations based on your experience. They could be the same exact zones that we just talked about. You can make this as static as you want, depending on your assessments. For the sake of brevity, I'm not going to go over this, but this is kind of how the RUC zones work. So if you're interested, take a look. Think about how this may or may not work on your system, and definitely make sure to reach out to the CAISO. Start having those conversations. Next slide.
And I did hear back from Jeff, and he would still like to go at 3:15,
Okay, that's fine.
but said he would yield any extra time.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Okay, so I know I breezed over that process really quickly. Guillermo, I'd like to ask if we can talk offline in more detail about what that process kind of looks like and about any feasibility concerns you have. Our intent is to take your feedback and all stakeholder feedback and flip a revision to this deck and provide it to you. The purpose of this deck is to be a source of, helping, aiding the conversation here. And so if that's all right, I'd ask if we can take that conversation offline for the sake of time. That's okay. Okay. Seeing head nods, but I can't see. So great. We'll follow up with that afterwards. So let's talk a little bit about the co-optimization and how we set clearing prices. Next slide. Okay, goes without saying, same as the CAISOs, co-optimize and balance reserves with the other energy and ancillary service offers in the IFM. Crystal clear, this is not something that is eligible for cascading procurement. And if that is not a familiar concept for folks, you can reach out to me. We can talk about it offline. The simplest level is cascading procurement says that there's higher quality services that can meet lower quality service requirements. And so we can cascade our procurement for a minimum ancillary service requirement. Imbalance reserves is not a part of the BAL requirements. It's a lower quality service, and it should not be included in that process. Our proposal, differently than the CAISO, would set imbalance reserve services marginal price. I made up a new acronym, IRSMP. Based on opportunity cost of not providing the energy and the marginal imbalance reserve resources offered. Imbalance reserves would be procured based on a demand curve in the scheduling run to respect that there are varying levels of confidence in the uncertainty requirements on a range between, and I picked these require more analysis. So from the rest of this, what I'm going to describe, please take these as illustrative. But on a range of probabilities of that uncertainty from, let's say, the 10th percentile all the way to the 90th percentile, at the lower levels of that uncertainty, we have higher confidence. So you need to think about this in the flip side. Lower levels of uncertainty forecasting, we have higher confidence that will materialize in real time. The farther that we go up into our percentiles, at a P90 percentile, we have a lower confidence that uncertainty will materialize in real time. So from a demand curve perspective, we think that the demand curve should respect this core principle. These would be established for each BAA and hour. I should say the percentiles and the amount. So the points on the demand curve quantity would be established for each BAA and hour. The CAISO's proposal, I think your proposal might include different penalty prices along the curve that you proposed, but I know it came late in the process, so we were still really trying to understand it. I want to be clear, our proposal is the same penalty price at these different percentile levels. That we have serious concerns with different penalty prices for these curves across the system, especially if we're looking at regional benefits and et cetera. Okay, so the pricing run penalty prices set a demand curve in a very similar relative priority, dependent on the level of the bid cap. Soft cap 1,000 can go up between 1 to 2,000, can hit 2,000 depending on certain conditions. The non-priced adjustment values or the penalty prices should be consistent across EDAM. I think you'll notice in this that there is a way to expand this logic to discussing the resource sufficiency evaluation test. If you hear what I'm describing as at different levels of uncertainty, there's higher or lower levels of confidence in that uncertainty. And I'm proposing that there be different penalty prices based on that confidence level. I do not believe that is in the RSC proposal. The RSC proposal is one kind of high penalty at any level of uncertainty not being met. We're not convinced that that makes sense, which is why we're proposing this approach for the IFM. I just want to note, make sure everyone makes the connection that is different. And maybe if you buy into our premise here, you might want to question the RC assumption. Very specific part of it. Next slide. Okay, so to give you an example, so what are we envisioning? I picked the 10th percentile. You can do analysis and say that you have a super high level of confidence at the 25th percentile. We're not going to engage too terribly much in that level of detail at this point. I think we need a workable place to start day one, get the data, make enhancements. But for day one, what do we do? What can we do? I think that the highest probability of materializing, so the lower part of the uncertainty forecast at a P10 would be protected above energy self-schedules. I know this is contentious in different places and that there are varying opinions. We do believe, and this is an example of where we revised our proposal. So last Monday, our proposal was that imbalance reserve requirements, min to max, be protected above the energy self-schedules. We said between 18,000 and 2,000. We got feedback from different entities that is not in the best interest of EDAM, not in the best interest of the market, because it protects imbalance reserves, which a portion of it is not as highly likely to materialize above energy self-schedules. That could put reduction of exports at risk for uncertainty that is unlikely to materialize in real time. And that was a really important trade-off that, frankly, we hadn't thought through in our initial proposal. And we did receive this from more than one entity, just to be transparent. So we took that back and we thought through it and we said, that's fair, but there's still a certain level of uncertainty that should be respected inside that area above self-schedules. So let's get comfortable with what that amount is, and then let's have the penalty prices slope in a downward curve from that point. So let's say conceptually, the 25th percentile, we think is a high certainty, but maybe a lower degree than that the highest certainty level. And this should be priced to establish this downward sloping demand curve somewhere between, let's say, 1,800 to 1,500. The 50th percentile. Okay, let's put a step here. This step, maybe this should be aligned to the ancillary service region max limit on upward services at 1,500. What about the 75th percentile? We're getting less certain it will materialize. So this is a lower certainty, but still reasonably expected, and should be priced to establish another step on this downward sloping demand curve, let's say between 1,500 and 1,050. What about the 90th percentile? This is the lowest level of uncertainty. And so as a starting place, we say, well, maybe it should be below the price that's being used for self-scheduled exports, not using identified non-RA capacity at a 1,050, less than 1,050 per megawatt hour. The maximum requirement, so 100% requirement, right? The 100% requirement, and I want to be clear so there's no confusion, that the quantile regression uses a P97.5 and P2.5 for different things, but the requirement that is produced by the polynomial, like the eventual requirement produced to use in the market, when I say 100%, I just mean that top. That should be set at $1,000 per megawatt hour in the scheduling run. Next slide.
You have about 2 minutes.
Okay. As we all know, those penalty prices need to be adjusted in the pricing run to align with our big gaps. We are proposing that it respect that same, so in the pricing run, it needs to respect the same steps in the demand curve and same relative kind of downward sloping trend along that demand curve. This is highly illustrative, but at a 10th percentile, uncertainty is highly certain. So let's say, let's adjust the penalty prices to 1,000. P25, 1,000 to 900. P50, 500. P75, 500 to 250. P90, 150, and a max requirement at 50. I do not know if those are the right price points. I'm trying to illustrate that the highest certainty levels would have a $1,000 penalty price in the pricing run and then slope downward. 50 might be too low. This is a really important space if we move forward on this proposal, that the CAISO's expertise is going to be absolutely needed to look at this. But the concepts and the policy proposal that we're making is a downward sloping demand curve, a certain portion of the highest certainty above these different points that are protected in the scheduling run, and then the pricing run that we set rational prices. And I think this balances a lot of concerns that we have heard from multiple stakeholders, concerns that we're potentially over procuring or paying too much for certain levels of uncertainty, where there's not maybe the same level of confidence that that uncertainty will materialize. I think this is a very workable place to start. And then over time, these percentiles can adjust as we get more confidence in those levels of uncertainty. And can I just see what the next section is so I can? Oh, EDAM consideration slide. I hate to skip that because Kirsten mentioned that we should be taking into consideration. Can you go back? I'll finish this section and then I'll move on. And I just want to be clear that EDAM is really important and we need to be talking about EDAM. So the market should optimize to ensure each BAA meets its individual requirement for the BAA and any intra-BAA zone if enforced. Requirement includes diversity benefit for the region. Market could allow transfers between the regions. So I think what we're saying is that we also need to take another step up and think about those transfers. It could allow transfers between the regions and BAs within the regions if the transfer capacity is available between two neighboring BAAs. I think the clarification I'm trying to provide here is you have to actually have the transfer capability to do this transfer. And and it would be limited to your TTCs. The market will not award transfers of imbalance reserves between BAs that do not have transfer pass. Just a sanity check. This is important, I think, to the core EDAM conversation. So in the next meeting that we have on this, I hope to talk about the EDAM more. There is a lot more in my slide deck. So I'm just going to close up with, I hope I have time at the end. We were asked to provide a detailed proposal, and I'm happy to continue to go through those details. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. And now I will hand it over to Jeff. Jeff is going to be presenting virtually. So let me pull up his slides. All right, Jeff, can you hear us? And Silas, if we could unmute Jeff Nelson, should be on as a panelist.
Jeff, you have been sent a prompt to unmute yourself.
Great. Hey, can y'all hear me? Jeff
Yep,
here.
we can hear you. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, Kathleen, I've only got a few slides. If I have any time, I'll turn it right back over to you, okay? I don't know if my deck is showing. There's technical issues. My company doesn't let Zoom happen, and I'm sorry about that. This is Jeff Nelson. I'm from Southern California Edison. I'm the director of our perk rates and market integration group. I have a very, very different take. I hope this is constructive, but I want to put it out there. I think it really is worth considering. A lot of the issues we talked about are going to be part of any design, how to figure out the uncertainty, how we're going to price demand curves. But we've got some core issues on how we're integrating this. And some of them are empirical and some of them are philosophical. And we don't really have enough empirical evidence to make clear determinations. So, boy, simulation would be really helpful because maybe these are more philosophical and the empirical results will say, hey, there's no there there. So anyway, simulation will be very, very helpful. Okay, I'm not sure what's showing on the deck, but if we could go to whoever's controlling, could you go to slide 2?
They were there, Jeff.
Okay, okay, so this quick agenda. Balance reserve, I'm going to view this as a capacity product. And then I'm going to talk about the oxymoron of capacity creating congestion, which I think is a real problem with this design. Then I'm going to talk about the interactions with virtual bidding and some other problems this design creates. And then go into, well, how have we addressed some of these issues for other capacity products? And actually going to propose having the RUP process expanded to include an additional imbalance reserve product on a nodal basis, given some of the uncertainty scenarios the ISO is already proposing. And then a couple other ideas we've got to throw into the mix. You go to slide 3, please. So it's been talked about, I think Kathleen did a great job on a lot of this. They're working on this sort of probabilistic deployment. And I'm just going to focus on imbalance reserve up because I think down is a much more minor issue, frankly. They're really looking at a scenario that's really rare, that they're going to have a deployment based on some sort of 97.5%. And, you know, if I do my math, there's an up scenario and a down scenario, and they both can't happen at the same time. So it's probably not even 2.5% of the time, it's probably 1.25% of the time that the deployment scenarios are actually expected to happen. I'm not saying they're going to happen, but they're actually expecting them. For all intents and purposes, that's 0. So also, you're not going to see these dispatch from these things, basically because the probability is so low, but also they're not considering energy bids, right? So they're just looking at capacity here. So when you really need to suck the energy out of this, when you really have errors, it's extremely unlikely that you're going to wind up getting energy from the exact units you bought the imbalance reserve from. And even though this is very unlikely, and even though they're probably not going to be the units you're going to use in reality because the energy bids aren't considered, this full amount of deployments modeled as if for every 1 megawatt of imbalance reserve, you are going to have a 1 megawatt of injection of power in the deployment scenarios. And I want to note, the deployment scenario is almost like a second dimension to the optimization. It's kind of people behind the curtain. So they're not modeling these injections in the actual sort of optimization run per se. They're doing it in the deployment runs. But nevertheless, the impact that those deployment runs have will change congestion, or potentially, if it creates congestion. And it's really providing much more energy than capacity. And it's going to create this sort of behind the scenes or first derivative of congestion. I'm not sure how you want to describe it. But that's going to impact potentially everything else that's being purchased. And one of those quotes here is like, and you guys got on my whiteboard. When is an optimization not really optimal? Question. My answer is when you're solving for a result that's not expected. So there's a lot of talk about doing this optimally, but you're solving for something you're not even expecting to happen. So I really question the optimality of this design. And we've got ancillary services. It's very similar to capacity products, but they acknowledge it is just capacity, and they're not modeling the flows. It's not creating this congestion issue. And again, if you're deploying your ancillary services, probably something went wrong in the system, and the system that you were modeling in the day ahead is not the system you're solving in real time. So anyways, ancillary services are a capacity product. They are co-optimized, but the way they've done it, they're not creating any of these congestion problems or these sort of secondary impacts. If we go to the next slide, please, slide 4. And I'll assume people can see this. So we wind up creating congestion in quotes as a result of a capacity product. And anytime you start implementing congestion, you have the ability to distort prices for everything, to change the dispatch for everything. This deployment's exceptionally rare, like I discussed, if it ever happens. But the market is going to pay the price for this $87.60 every single hour of the day, anytime this has a congestion or an impact on the otherwise optimal solution. So for something that for rounding error is never going to happen, we're going to pay for it all the time. How is that appropriate? And this is being done in the name of ensuring feasibility. Great. I like feasible. It's a good thing. I support feasibility. But what is the cost of ensuring the feasibility? And as I talked about, there's probably multiple other feasible dispatches that will actually be used, that are actually going to be deployed in a least cost scenario, that don't create all this sort of overhead cost that you're building into the optimization. And because you're creating this congestion based on capacity, it's going to impact the CRR process. And I think this has been acknowledged, and I look forward to some of the solutions that are out there. But my main concern is that, hey, when we gave out these CRRs, this type of constraint was not part of the simultaneous feasibility tests. So there's no guarantee that the CRRs we put out there are feasible anymore under this design. And if not, they're going to be underfunded, and that's going to create uplift to load. So we're going to be paying all the time for a product that, for rounding errors, never going to be used the way it's modeled. And it's going to create congestion uplift for the CRRs. And I question, and is it even going to result in the objective of being feasible? Okay, so if you go to the next slide. Slide 5. And just a sound check, because I am talking into a blank phone. Can you all hear me still okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you, thank you. So let's think about this. The ISO is modeling in sort of the behind the curtain space a scenario that for rounding purposes is never going to happen. It's kind of the equivalent of saying that, well, what happened if every day, instead of load buying its expected amount, load went to the market to buy its 97.5 percentile very unlikely caseload. So what that would mean is that load was overbuying effectively all the time. Okay, that's fine. If load wants to do that, let it. But the market doesn't work that way. We have virtual transactions, virtual bidders. And the virtual bidders are smart. They don't care about this sort of low probabilistic outcome. They care about an expected outcome. They care about expected profits. So if load decides to overbuy, virtual bids are going to come in and oversell. They're going to sort of whack it down. You're going to create basically virtual sales to undo the unrealistic purchase targets. Well, my concern is the same exact thing is going to happen with imbalance reserve. You're procuring to an unrealistic target, and it's going to create systematic concern, phantom congestion. You're creating this congestion based on capacity that we're never even, in surrounding areas, ever going to use. Well, virtual bidders aren't going to, they're not going to stand by. They're going to undo it. It's predictably wrong. You're going to be wrong 97.5% of the time. That's the closest thing you can find to a sure bet. They're going to come in and undo it. And they're going to undo it by creating virtual counterflows to undo your capacity flows. This is the concern, to arbitrage the difference away. Okay, fair enough. Maybe that helps get my costs down, so I'm a little less concerned about all the price distortions the design has. But what does that mean for your deployment scenarios, and what does it mean for your feasibility? If the virtual bids have created fictional counterflows, get the prices right, your IRP product is relying on those virtual, fictional, non-existent flows to be feasible. And it's not like this is just a random event. This is systematic. This is every day, every hour you're overdoing this. So I really question, in the presence of virtual bids, with your systematic procurement, how is it going to be feasible? You're going to be relying on virtual flows that will never exist. And they shouldn't exist, because that system is never actually going to be like that for rounding error, 1% of the time, 2% of the time. So it's not like, well, yeah, someone else will backfill the virtual flows automatically. No, those flows aren't needed and they'll never show up. So because you've got these virtual bids interacting in the optimization, I question how feasible this design is. And if the virtuals aren't creating infeasibility, I question all of the additional costs the design's putting in the market. So I've got a bottom line here. If you want to be sure about feasibility, you've got to move to a physical space, and you've got to be doing procurement based on expected physical flows, not virtual flows that only materialized because your procurement was extremely biased and they were undoing it. Okay, next slide. So what the heck are we buying with imbalance reserve? It's a must offer requirement. We're doing a lot of work to get a real-time must offer requirement. You're doing a lot of work. Must offer requirements are good, but at the end of the day, it's a must offer requirement. Well, we've been doing must offer requirements since MRTU came in for decades here. So what are we really doing? We're breaking up the current RUC process. And this imbalance reserve is a successor to the RUC. RUC is used to replace virtual supply. It's to make sure that the ISO's load's there, and it's to procure capacity for uncertainty. So all this imbalance reserve does is moving component 3 of RUC, the uncertainty component, into the IFM with some added bells and whistles, market power mitigation and demand curves. I appreciate Kathleen's talk about demand curves. I like what she was talking about. And then some sort of a flow-based uncertainties with scenarios. It's just an expansion of the current RUC. And like imbalance reserve, RUC's capacity product, but RUC doesn't interact with the virtuals. It pulls all the virtuals out, and RUC interacts on what the ISO really thinks is going to happen, the ISO's best guess. It's sort of the baseline. Those for the renewables and its load. Now you've moved this capacity product outside of sort of the mix of financial and physical, and you've moved it into something that's like an expected physical product. And as a result of moving RUC outside of the IFM, you've eliminated sort of all the congestion impacts that procuring extra capacity and pretending it's flowing energy creates. Its flows are all based on sort of physical space. It recognizes what's happening physically, and then it overlays on top of it. And because it's outside of the IFM, you're not creating this arbitrage opportunity. So that lets you do a lot of strange things in RUC, like buy for very unlikely scenarios, without distorting the IFM and without inviting people to arbitrage you. So it's a really strong argument in my mind. When you're buying capacity, the capacity, and again, it's sort of these uncertain flows, you're pretending the capacity is energy. You're going to pretend capacity is energy you should get it out of the IFM. Do it in the RUC process. Do it in physical space. I mean, again, you're pretending flows are going to happen when you're not even expecting them to, 1.5%, 2.5% of the time. Okay, so number 7, please. So here's the idea here, okay? We're seeing, in my concern, and again, there's philosophical and empirical. I don't know how big this is. I haven't seen empirical numbers. I'm concerned. I hear the ISO say that they might buy something like 4,000 megawatts of this stuff. I also hear them say it's 15-minute ramping capability. They're going to buy it to the half-hour number. In my mind, does that mean you're going to actually effectively buy 8,000 megawatts of this stuff? So empirically, I don't have the data, but I'm really concerned with some of the numbers I hear being tossed around. So I'm concerned that that's going to create massive cost distortions. Massive distortions, not massive, this is a strong word, the risk of creating big distortions in costs. Concerned it's going to undermine the CRR process. And at the end of the day, I'm not convinced it's feasible because of virtual bids and their interaction. So I put all this together and say, hey, I like the imbalance reserve concept, but we're doing it in the wrong place. I said, solution simple. Use a RUC process. So RUC, let it buy traditional RUC, and my previous slide was just items 1 and 2. Great, buy items 1 and 2. Let's create a brand new imbalance reserve product that's cleared in the RUC process. And we can specify it exactly how the ISO wants to. 15-minute ramping capability. We can do it all in physical space. We can use the deployment scenarios as part of the RUC process. Great. It's a better bet that you're going to get feasible than the current design. And okay, it's not co-optimized. I get that. That's sort of the downside of it. But should it be co-optimized? Should we be impacting and distorting everything we do every hour for something that, for rounding purposes, we're never going to use? At least not to how it's modeled. And good thing about RUC, we can do it nodally. Great, great. It's all physical flows, or at least a model of what's physical, right? All the virtuals are taken out. The ISO is putting its expectations for baselines. It can interact with the RUC product, so it can co-optimize with the RUC product. It can also co-optimize with all the other balancing authorities as you're doing the RUC and the imbalance reserve. So there's still co-optimization going on, but it's more in capacity space, uncertainty space, rather than in energy and financial space of the IFM. Infeasibilities are removed, and we've eliminated all the phantom congestion concerns that I have and all the distortions that phantom congestion will create. So that's the primary recommendation. Why aren't we seriously talking about that? You know, we've got zonal, great. I'm all for it because I see the hybrid, it's great. It seems like some of the hybrid issues are trying to get to some of the phantom congestion. I'm not sure if they get to virtual bids or not. Great, let's talk about it, but this seems pretty doable. The same design the ISO is proposing, we just move it into a different process. But if you know, again, empirical versus philosophical, if empirically this would even be more expensive than the ISO's current design, which may be possible, fine, I don't want to create costs unnecessarily, then at least figure out ways to address some of the arbitrage issues and the phantom congestion and the price distortion. And one of the ways here is like, you know, you buy 1 megawatt of imbalance reserve and you model it as a 1 megawatt flow in the contingency runs or those dispatch scenarios. That is not likely, that's not expected. So maybe if you're going to do something, only model sort of what's expected. And frankly, I think the expectation is 0, right? Because the market's clearing on what it thinks it needs. And these are all deviations from where the market is. So kind of your expected use of this should be 0. But whatever it is, do less than the whole 1 megawatt and at least have a parameter, whereas you're modeling how much of this we pretend the capacity is making energy. We can pretend from a level of 0 to 100% or 0 to 1 and sort of tune that in, at least have that ability as part of your design. And that might mean that you've got to scale your dispatch scenarios to maintain power balance. So however you're scaling your flows, the load it's syncing to is going to have to scale so you have power balance, if I understand how the formulation is proposed. So there you go. That's it. Why don't we move this product to the RUC process and solve all these issues? With that, I'll stop, and if there's any time, I'll yield back to Kathleen. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, we have a question in the room. So George, if you want to go ahead.
Hi, Jeff. This is George Angelidis with the ESO.
Hey, George. Good afternoon.
I was jotting some notes here while you were presenting to have some comments on the presentation, and to make best use of our time here, I'll just go through the list, and then you have the opportunity to provide some more information on those. So for the CRR potential underfunding issue, we do have a solution for that, Jeff. As I mentioned this morning, we have a simple process where we can collect for what I call deployed capacity flows on the grid, collect congestion revenue for that, and that can be used to complete the funding of CRRs or make the congestion offset whole for EWBAs that they don't have CRR, so we don't consider that a problem anymore.
George, but how do you address that CRR allocation? How do you address it in the simultaneous feasibility?
The CRR network model does not have capacity flow, so the simultaneous feasibility assessment in CRRs will let CRRs use the entire capacity of the grid, and then we'll collect congestion revenue in the IFM solution out of the exact same overall capacity, notwithstanding any changes between how much is released for CRRs and everything. If everything is released out at the end of yearly plus monthly plus whatever CRRs are released, we'll collect congestion revenue for the entire lot. Some of it could potentially come from energy flows and some of it from capacity flows on the deployment scenarios. This last item is not part of the proposal. We discussed it and have a solution for it that it's a simple change that we can bring in forward so that we won't have any underfunding of CRRs because of the capacity flows. And we, of course, will have to provide more details in an upcoming.
Yes, please, please. Very interesting. Great. If there's a solution, that's great.
All right. On the issue of phantom congestion, and I will make a statement here that I can't corroborate at the time because we haven't collected sufficient data from the FRP refinements that are in production right now. And we're only in shoulder months, in shoulder peak periods, so we haven't seen what the summer will bring. But my expectation is that when you have congestion showing up in a deployment scenario, I believe that it's likely that you will have that congestion also present in the base scenario because, as I said several times today and before, energy is a more valuable and higher cost product than capacity. So you will expect the market to fully use your transmission capacity for energy first before making any arrangements for capacity flow. So what I believe the outcome will be, specifically under stress system conditions, is that you'll see these constraints binding in the base scenario, and you will see on top of the base scenario in the deployment scenario procurement of imbalanced reserves that when deployed, they have a net contribution of zero capacity flow on that constraint. So it's still constrained in the deployment scenario, but it's not with any delta flow from the base scenario. The delta flow I expect it to be zero. Now, I may be wrong in this, and when we collect data, we'll see how right I am or wrong I am. And if I'm right, there's no phantom congestion. This phenomenon will happen with any level of deployment. You don't even have 100% deployment. I expect to see it even with lower levels of deployment if we have to go to some lower deployment level. Little notion about the virtual bids. So if I am wrong, and there is this phantom congestion as you put in the presentation here, there is a notion that virtual bids and virtual bidders will, let's say, exploit the fact that you may have congestion, the deployment scenarios that shows up in the day ahead, but it doesn't materialize in real time. And they will arbitrage that difference between the markets. Now, my view on this, Jeff, is that virtual bids is something that any market participant can do. They can have virtual bids. They don't need to own physical assets. If the BAA allows virtual bids, anyone can do it. So it's not a tool, an arbitrage tool in this case, that is available to some elite portion of the market participants. Eventually, competition will bring that arbitrage down, and you will see the effect of virtual bids satisfying their goal of achieving convergence between day ahead and real time. So I don't consider that a problem, assuming that all market participants have access to submitting virtual bids and they're intelligent enough to see that there is an opportunity that they can exert some arbitrage gains, which will eventually be driven down to zero by simple competition.
George, could I pause you there? The concern is not them driving the convergence to zero. That's not my concern. My concern is that in your deployment scenarios, you'll be modeling the virtual flows, and that will make the capacity you're buying for imbalance reserve only feasible because of the virtual counterflows. That's
Correct.
the concern.
I understood that, but all I'm saying is that anybody can bid these virtual counterflows, and competition will drive those virtual bids lower and lower and lower to gain from the arbitrage to the point that there's no significant arbitrage to be gained anymore. That's the effect of competitive
And
markets.
I'm not concerned with that, but I'm concerned that the arbitrage, as in the process of driving that convergence, it's going to leave the ISO with more and more infeasible imbalance reserve. So the price that's paid is a bunch of infeasible imbalance reserve.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Well, on this, I consider the virtual bids to fill in for the lack of physical bids in the market. So I expect to see in real time the same scenario that is portrayed in the day ahead, with physicals that clear the day ahead market plus virtuals that clear the day ahead market. So ideally, I think that's how the virtual bids are viewed, to be fillers for whatever is missing from physical schedules in the day ahead market. So they should give you physicals plus virtuals in the day ahead market, should give you a good image of what real time will look like, right? At least that's the theory, right?
No, because the real time will not look like the deployment scenario that you modeled. And the virtuals are going to be arbitraging against your deployment scenario.
Okay, more discussion on this one then. Let me move to the next point here. Then that is the RAC portion of the proposal. You're proposing imbalance reserves to be procured in RAC, and you're not objecting to having deployment scenarios in RAC for having this procurement. And this can be done, of course. We just have to weigh in what we gain and what we lose. In your view, we gain the fact that we're procuring imbalance reserves in a physical environment where virtuals do not participate because RAC doesn't see the virtual bids, doesn't use them. So you have an advantage that you get procurement of imbalance reserves in a physical world. Virtuals cannot do this arbitrage that we're talking about earlier. So that's an advantage. We also have to see, though, what we're losing. By having imbalance reserve procurement outside of the IFM, we're losing the co-optimization of energy and imbalance reserves. We're losing the opportunity cost that imbalance reserve prices could have to tell you exactly, to give you a price signal of what is really the real cost of the imbalance reserve, because it may come at an expense of energy schedules. And that last part has me a little bit concerned because of the ramp capability requirement that imbalance reserve have, the 15-minute ramp capability requirement. If you solve IFM first without imbalance reserves, you may be using a lot of that 15-minute ramp capacity for energy if it is in the money, which would leave you potentially short for 15-minute ramp capability in Iraq to procure the imbalanced reserves, those 4,000 megawatts we were talking about earlier. So we may have an issue of artificial scarcity in imbalanced reserves, so higher prices, and maybe even infeasibilities. Well, there's no issue for infeasibility anymore since we have a demand curve, but high prices nonetheless, which could be avoided if we actually co-optimize this with energy. Obviously, this is not a problem with rack availability, with reliability capacity, because that is a 60-minute ramp capability program. There should be enough capacity for that. But I'm a little bit concerned about the balanced reserves. We may not have enough 15-minute ramp capable capacity in rack to do this if it's already spent for energy schedules in IFM. One last comment, and sorry, I had a lot of things jotted down here, Jeff, and I'm going a little bit quick to make good use of our time. That last one is on the proposal to have a less than 100% deployment in the deployment scenarios of reserves, like having a parameter that ranges from 0 to 1. Let's say we do it at 50%. So that essentially will say that we only deploy 50% of our imbalanced reserve awards to meet 50% of the target uncertainty. That's not the 50th percentile. I don't think you mean it like that. You probably mean 50% of the 97.5 percentile, which is our target. So 50% of the target. And I'm using 50% for discussion purposes here. So of course, this is possible. We can do that. Again, it's we have to see what we gain with what we lose, right? Apparently, what we gain is that we have a more conservative use of the transmission grid for those capacity flows, which will be probably a higher probability in your view of what you'll see in real time, because it's unlikely or lower probability to have the entire uncertainty target being materialized, and that's a potential benefit. You have a more conservative use of the transmission network, so maybe it's more realistic. So it has a lower cost because less congestion. Although, again, I said that earlier, you may still see congestion in the base scenario, even with less than 100% deployment. We'll see about that. What you lose, though, is again, you have to consider why we're doing all these deployment scenarios. We're doing it to have some assurance that the market does not award imbalanced reserves behind constraints that could make them unavailable in real time. So if you do, let's say, a 50% deployment scenario, essentially you are saying that, well, 50% of my imbalanced reserves are going to be deployable, but the other 50%, again, it's left out. It could still be behind constraints.
Exactly. No.
Right. So it's a compromise. Everything is a compromise, as I said earlier this morning. It's really weighing in what you perceive, right?
And the idea is at least you don't do something you know is stupid by like buying something that can't get deployed at all, right? At least you know the stuff you bought has, partial deployment capability, even though you may not be certain it has 100% deployment capability.
But I want to thank you for putting this together, Jeff. This is really out of the box thinking. And it certainly, creates more discussion and ideas. And I think we needed that maybe a little bit earlier in the process than now, but still it's very useful.
We tried. You reopened the door, so we took it. And again, George, I appreciate all those comments. Again, it's a balance. I think there's empirical and there's philosophical. And gosh, I'd feel a lot better if I had some empirical to know how big these concerns really were.
We do have a question over the phone from Petter.
Petter. I can't hear him.
I said excellent thinking out of the box, as George mentioned, as usual from you. I mean, I really appreciate it. because we were looking for different solutions, and in the past we didn't look into this one, which is next to us, closest one probably. I would like to go back to a point that you raised. What is the cost of feasibility? And I think that question should be turned into what is the cost of security? Because of NERC, we have to ensure N-1 security, and that's why in market we do contingency analysis of transmission. And we should be also doing at the same time contingency analysis of largest generator or largest intertie. At the moment, CAISO doesn't do that. And when you do that, we have to do preventive control to make sure to position system in such a way that if any of those simulated contingency happens, we don't have violations. So that's NERC requirement. There is no way around that. And it has a cost, because when you position system like that, you increase the cost of operation. Some units that are cheaper, you cannot utilize more because you have to respect contingency and base case transmission constraints. This problem of flex up and flex down can be considered as some contingency, because when you need flex up, that means that your load forecast is not accurate. And you can say, okay, if I have larger load, this is similar like I have the generator for the correct load. But there is no NERC requirement to enforce that right now in the preventive mode like this proposal is doing it, because we are practically positioning system to make sure that we can satisfy 50 load, 97.5 and 2.5. And as you correctly pointed out, they have a very high cost that is there all the time, every hour, the whole year. And that may not happen frequently. So you're paying for something that may not happen frequently and that you can fix in corrective mode, okay? So when you take that into account, your proposal really opens some very interesting opportunities. Like, for example, what we used to do in EMS system, we used to run security constrained OPF in corrective mode. And if we can fix problems, we don't do anything in preventive mode. With your proposal, we can do, it's just idea that I got it right now, you can run two racks. One rack with flex up and down and the other one without. And if you find out in the rack with flex up and down that you have enough in corrective, you just don't deploy any. You just stay with P50 and publish results. And that really goes well with everything you said correctly, that mixing this physical with virtual in IFM really doesn't make sense, because very simply, you can have counterflow from virtuals that will create wrong impression that you are transmission secure and you're actually not. So I think there is a lot of value in what you're proposing. And I think, as George said, unfortunately comes probably a couple of years later than it could have been nice to have it. But it's very worth exploring it because it fixes many problems and really, helps implementation. Thank you.
Okay, looks like we have one more question in the phone queue from Josh Arnold.
Hey, Jeff, Josh Arnold, PG&E. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Hey, Josh.
Great. The mic's still working. So I got to say, I actually really like this idea. It sort of ties back to some stuff that was discussed earlier in the initiative. I especially like it as a way to reduce the hit on performance in the day ahead, to move the the optimization of the IR out of the rather cluttered and difficult IFM pass and moves it into RUC. I kind of like that, even if it's only as if there are some costs that are maybe excessive, but it is a nice alternative if we end up not being able to do the initial day ahead model as the CAISO was proposed as well. So I really like this. I especially like the interaction with the removing the congestion impact from the convergence bids and from the CRRs. I like how that works out by only modeling physical flows. I like that. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
All right. Are there any other questions for Jeff? Any in the room? Any on the phone? Okay, not seeing any, and it is 3:55. So I know we have 5 minutes, but if everyone is willing to stick around, we could go for maybe 20 more minutes, try to wrap by 4:15 and hand it back to Vistra to wrap up.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jeff. All right. Well, let's hand it back to Kathleen.
Great. And this is Kathleen Goldberg from Vistra. I am deeply aware that it has been a long day. So I am going to promise this is not going to be long. Can we go to the last slide? I'm going to skip an entire section because it was all settlements, and I can chit chat offline about that, I think. But can we go to the very end? Very last slide, 36, I think. Okay, so I wanted to take the mic again just to explain that there is an appendices section. And I'm going to jump to the last because this was the last section. I'm just going to highlight that in the appendices, there's some more detail and kind of on a tabular fashion. And I've tried to clarify what's different from the CAISO proposal. I think Jeff, your video might be coming. I can see his video. Okay. But just so briefly, I think, and there are a couple of clarifications that probably need to be made in the CAISO's proposal on this anyway, but I'm not going to read through this. I'm going to note that largely another unmovable mountain, in our opinion, was what was being proposed for settlements. I understand how difficult it is to make settlement changes, and you've thought through what you have. And so one of the benefits and how we have thought through our proposal is trying to minimize really changes, but also trying to simplify implementation. So one of the simplifications of the proposal that only has an upward product is all of the down settlement charge codes do not need to be built. That is a huge, I hope, time savings. In addition, so easy change, no down settlements or allocations would need to be supported for any implementation. There are some charge codes. Obviously, we'll need new charge codes because we have a new product for imbalance reserve. I think we're going to have an uncertainty capacity settlement charge code. I assume we're having an allocation charge code. So a settlement and allocation. And I have a huge question that we haven't talked about or a couple big ones that we've never talked about in this process, as far as I'm aware. For FRP, we do a monthly kind of true up. I don't believe we've had this conversation. At some point, it would be nice. I just want to understand if there's a risk. Like we factor in UIE, and it's totally fine if there's not. We just haven't discussed it. And it's one that I'd like to understand to make sure that we're not missing anything in proposing a new imbalance reserve product that doesn't do a monthly reassessment. Just a question. Would like to have clarifications. The other thing that I'd really like clarification on, so I put on here that, so we have an old charge code for no pay that was retired, I think back in 2014-ish. So we used to have a separate no pay process for FRP. It's been retired. I assume that the CAISO's proposal that says imbalance reserve unavailability no pay is referring to the rescission amounts that we currently have in the settlement charge code. But also for us to understand your proposal, it would be helpful because you're using the same words as a charge code that was retired. I think you mean the rescission amounts is kind of what you're bringing into the imbalance reserve. If you wouldn't mind clarifying that, that'd be incredibly helpful. I was a little concerned we were doing double no pay, and I didn't think that was the intent. So I'm just trying to clarify that it was a little confusing, and if you could clarify it, we would be very grateful. Other than that, really the only change here, other than there's no need to build downward settlement and allocation codes, is that in the settlement code For the new up product, we would be settling it as the product of the imbalance reserve services marginal price at the enforced zonal level instead of the imbalance reserve LMP at the resources node. Everything else, and in the section that I'm skipping, okay, so you can go through it and you can see it should be exactly the same as your proposals with these changes. Can you go back one slide? That was pretty short for settlements, huh? Relatively speaking. It's a record. Thanks, guys. Are you under where you're? I think James just heard that you're doing a great job. Keep it going. We've done the same kind of thing for the bidding rules. So I know I walked through them. I've tried to go through for the imbalance reserve and the RUC bidding rules, how it differs from the CAISO's proposal. I am not going to read through this today. Please do look at it. It should be the same kind of content we discussed. What's in green will show you what is different. If you have any follow-up questions, please let me know. But I'm trying to highlight how minimal the shifts are that is needed. And there's just some additional kind of concepts like the off-system cells that I really think will provide reliability benefit and transparency and a huge value add. But other than that, it's pretty minimal. Slide 34. Here's probably a more meaningful difference. So on the eligibility for the products, this is the table from the appendix A of the paper. Obviously, the down products are gone, so they've been big black boxes on top of them. But as far as the eligibility, I'll say the other thing I clarified is RUC award, RUC capacity, perfectly reasonable names. I really like them. If we can keep those names, that'd be great. But the clarification I'm trying to make is that we almost completely agree with one difference. The CAISO's proposal says that in order to be eligible to provide imbalance reserves, you have to have a startup time of 15 minutes or less. We're really struggling with why we would need to only have fast start resources, quick start resources be able to provide imbalance reserves. And this slide just explains it, but just to put it very simply, even if my initial condition for a resource coming into the day ahead market is offline, if I have a startup time of 3 hours, and let's say I have an imbalance reserve offer for all hours, and I would take me another additional hour to ramp up to whatever award would be feasible. I mean, that is what the market does, is model those intertemporal constraints, models that startup time, models that ramp rate. So the ramp feasible movement is done within the market engine. And the market is not going to award you an imbalance reserve sooner than, let's say I could hit that base point in 4 hours. I'm not going to get it before 4 hours when you enforce my intertemporal constraints. And I'm happy to hear a response. But conceptually, this is the question we're asking. I don't think this one got enough airtime either. And from an eligibility perspective, this will really reduce the amount of resources that can provide this product. And so I think that trade-off we need to discuss. And yes, George, please take the floor.
Yeah, so this is George Angelidis with you. So the idea is that you have to be capable of have the entire imbalance reserve award being dispatched in a single FMM interval, in a single 15-minute interval. Yes, you have the ability to see some of that ahead of time because of the multi-interval optimization, and FMM does have up to 7 intervals that it can see this, that you may need it ahead of time, but the whole idea about uncertainty is that it can materialize right now in the next 15-minute interval. So if you procure the product for that, to address that uncertainty, that product has to be fully dispatchable within 15 minutes. So that's what drives this requirement.
Thanks for the answer, George. I think this is a really important element of the design. I worry that it reduces, and I'm worried. So instead of me being worried, I'm asking the CAISO to look into this and provide some data and information on how credible this fear is. If you don't believe it's credible, that there are offline resources that your modeling is offline. I mean, and the other things to remember is this is the day ahead, right? So the day ahead sees all 24 hours. I hear that concern that you want the real time to be able to see that and the real time to be able to commit it. But I believe the day ahead market is forecasting that the real time market would see that and be able to commit it. And maybe they're committing it through stuck, because we haven't really talked about that either. But I think it's worth a conversation, because a limit like this might make it so restrictive that then we would have questions about being able to meet these requirements. So I just think we really need to look at this and make sure. And honestly, your proposal did have a door open to talk about it. You caveated that we could talk about it and raise concerns. We just have a small concern that it is over restricting eligibility. And that could hurt the solution if that's the case. But we defer to you. I ask you to, if you can do the data analysis and kind of look at it. Maybe it's not a valid concern, but it's another thing we would absolutely ask you to monitor. So if you keep this rule day one, for sure we would ask you to monitor. And if we're starting to see some weird solutions or infeasibilities or really high prices, any of those kind of key performance metrics, I would hope that we would come back very quickly and address those ASAP. Can we go to the slide before? But I do appreciate the explanation very much so. Thank you. We've done something similar with kind of just the products. What's their purpose? What's the output of the different engines? Eligibility or ineligibility in a little bit more detail. And kind of like the status, which is really a notes thing for me, to kind of explain where we are or what it means. Green is highlighted what I think is new. The RUC unavailability bid. I understand it's a new concept. We think it has value. We're asking you to consider it. The green highlighted kind of explains that for RUC, we're adding this concept of making sure that we have all of the prearranged capacity being reflected appropriately so that we're not over procuring. And then the slide before, and then I will wrap up. We did a similar thing for IFM. Balance reserves is the new product. It is essentially the same as what is proposed with the changes to the requirement. I didn't add a side-by-side for the requirement pieces in the process. And if that has value to the CAISO and stakeholders, we will update the slide to do so. Since we spent so much time on the slides, I didn't put it in the appendix, but I can do that if this is helpful. And I'm happy to take questions, or really if folks want to just share any thoughts, that's great with me too. And thank you for the opportunity.
Do we have any questions in the room? Looks like we have one.
Hi, Steve Keen from Edison, and this is just quick. When you're talking about RAP, I agree that needs to be figured out how it's going to work in EDAM. But are you assuming that all the other EDAM entities other than the CAISO would be in RAP?
I'm not assuming that. I'm assuming that I'm saying that we need to have a specific meeting to talk through those scenarios. It will matter. And I think the implementation of how we model. So what I had am putting on the table is that similar to imports and exports that clear through IFM, I think that we're going to see some transfers that kind of look like RAP arrangements, right? And that's going to be hard to think through. And I think we need a meeting to talk through that. But I'm happy to hear other thoughts or suggestions.
I agree that I think that's going to be important. And I see two issues. One, with RAP, it's the overlay with EDAM is not going to be the same. So you'll have some entities in EDAM and some entities outside of EDAM. And as I read RAP and understood the way that it provides that excess energy, it only comes ahead, like in day ahead, and then they're still trying to get them not to use it. So it's going to be real. I agree. I think it's going to be really hard to figure out how that interacts with the day ahead market and then the EDAM process.
Thanks, Steve. Yes, please.
Christopher McLean, staff, California Energy Commission. Thanks for the presentation and good work. Just piling on to the sort of wrap discussion, I would second, I think it is super important to have that discussion, and then sort of a nuance that's embedded there is WPP is sort of the attractor for the RSG. So as WEC and WPP and other situated entities start possibly shaping how the RSG sort of takes shape and fits into new constructs, it'll be super important to just keep fingers on the pulse.
Any other questions for Kathleen?
I just want to say thank you. Appreciate the time that CAISO has given to stakeholders. Appreciate the opportunity to defer this project and kind of talk through some of these issues and bring them to light. And that's very, I think it's very productive. So thank you to the CAISO and thank you to stakeholders, and have a great day.
All right. Thank you, Kathleen. And thank you to everyone who made the trip out to Folsom. Thanks to our virtual audience. We have another day of workshops tomorrow. A half day will start at 9 a.m. back here. Thank you to our presenters, Kathleen and Jeff, Vistra and SCE, and safe travels home. Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening.